Hi everybody, Scott here. While I plan to make new videos in the future, I thought I'd put together a compilation of all the more popular INFJ videos that I've made through the years and put it together as one video compilation. I've put together a chapter listing below so you can go to any particular video you want to, and you're able to either watch the videos or just have them playing in the background like a podcast. So whether you're a new viewer or you've been watching for a while, thanks for being here, and I look forward to seeing you in some new videos in the future. The INFJ's most natural state is when they are consciously unconscious, having one foot in the conscious moment and the other in the unconscious continuum. The unsettledness that others may feel is likely connected to the unfamiliar feeling felt in the presence of someone who is operating seamlessly in two realms of consciousness. The INFJ can stand in this gap effortlessly. In fact, it is where they belong. INFJs occupy these two spaces as one complete space, where the temporal meets the supratemporal. Imagine being able to view Rubens' vase and face simultaneously as one image, while still being able to recognize both objects individually. This complexity is not complex at all for the INFJ. It is as natural as breathing. In fact, the more complex the dynamic, the easier it is to understand. This is not a boast or a brag, but a simple and quiet reality, one that few people appreciate or understand. To some, this might sound like new agey, super spiritual mumbo jumbo. Far from it. In fact, it is simply describing how to be human. With all the advancements the human race has accomplished, ironically, being human is relatively uncharted territory. Those that have ventured into this unexplored landscape return changed and simultaneously shunned. It would seem that becoming human is the most foreign thing unknown to man. Welcome to the unacknowledged and unfortunately even ridiculed reality of the INFJ. For the INFJ, she or he longs to be able to share this space with others, or at the very least show what can be discovered in such a space. However, to the INFJ's astonishment and utter amazement, this space is mostly ignored, rejected, and even attacked. Deepening the despair for the INFJ, however, is their understanding as to the why of people's rejection of it. The light that can emanate from the conscious unconscious just seems too bright and illuminating for people to approach. That's another advantage of standing in the conscious unconscious, being able to see not only what people do, but why they do it. This is a responsibility that needs to be mastered in order to remain in this space. This is the definition of being human, and why it is the road less traveled. The light of this space doesn't belong to the INFJ. It is simply available to those that welcome it. For the INFJ, who is well acquainted with this light, desires deeply for everyone and everything to discover and experience what they have stumbled upon. This light is essentially truth, and the truth is, the light does not blind, but makes one see. The light is not intimidating, it is inviting. The light is not scary, it eliminates fear. The light is not imposing, the light is you. Every so often someone does show interest, curiosity and openness to this otherworldly yet completely earthly reality that the INFJ holds. However, please understand, it is not the hope of the other seeing and experience what could be called the inner light of the INFJ that most excites the INFJ, although this is a piece of it. It is much more about the anticipation that the other, as a consequence of peering into the space of the INFJ, will recognize their own light and ability to stand in their own space. Recognizing the truth of who they really are, that they too occupy a space within that has many rooms and far-reaching views, that carries a knowing of its own and a peace to call home. The witnessing of this awakening and the privilege of standing so close to a real-time miracle is why an INFJ exists. Taking a little look inside just might find who we need. This is 10 truths every parent of an INFJ needs to know. Number 1. General truths about your INFJ. So your INFJ is the rarest type on the planet. They are about 1% of the population. So what that means is they process and engage in the world differently to pretty much everybody else. INFJs are known to carry a lot of contradiction on the inside. For example, they don't always feel as though they fit in the world, yet the world needs them. What is most important to the INFJ is what can't be seen. We call this introverted intuition. Your INFJ has abilities that need to be nurtured, protected, and welcomed. Number 2. There is much more going on behind the scenes within the INFJ than could ever be explained. Due to INFJ children feeling misunderstood a lot in their childhood, they can learn to be quiet instead of sharing. However, given half a chance and being asked the right question, they could talk and talk and talk. It's really important to ask open questions and to be curious, almost eternally curious about what it is that they might be thinking about or processing. What you could discover is a very abstract vocab. For some parents, that can be really hard to receive as there doesn't seem to be anything tangible to grab onto. However, don't worry about it. Just let them talk. They are developing their introverted intuition. Giving them the space to communicate it and express it will help them to develop it, being an invaluable part of them in the future. Number 3, help them to make sense of their feelings. Due to what we call introverted intuition and extroverted feeling, the two cognitive functions for the INFJ, they have an uncanny ability to pick up what is going on in the worlds of other people. This can mean that they are more an expert of other people's feelings than their own. So helping INFJs to discern what their feelings are from other people's can be really important, as INFJs can grow up confused about what their feelings are and what other people's feelings are, and feel responsible or overly responsible for other people's feelings, causing potential problems for the INFJ. So frequently asking them questions about what it is that they're feeling, or if your INFJ is expressing that they think somebody else is feeling a feeling, or they're picking up a feeling in somebody else, is to ask them, well, what are they feeling about what they're picking up in the other person? That can be a really helpful way for the INFJ to recognize within themselves both the other person's feelings and their own, helping to separate them and create some clarity. Number 4, don't bother hiding your feelings from your INFJ. They probably know what you are feeling better than you do. So this follows on from the previous one, which is your INFJ is probably very attuned to what's going on in the world of the other family members in the household. Your INFJ is probably very good at picking up what's going on below the surface. So they're very good at picking up the nuances and almost the subliminal sorts of messages that are going on within people and between people. So they're usually very attuned to what others are feeling. So if you sense that your child is picking up on your feelings, it's really important not to deny them. For an INFJ child, this can be very disorientating when they are very clearly picking up a feeling and then it's being denied that it's there. The INFJ could be wrong, but very often they're not wrong. So to acknowledge the feeling helps the child to settle and to reduce any anxiety that they might be having due to picking up a feeling that you're having, if that makes sense. So ironically, by you acknowledging your feeling, if they're inquiring about what's going on for you, will actually reduce their anxiety for the most part, not increase it. Of course, you need to use your own discretion and wisdom about what and how you share that, but just generally speaking, this is a good rule to go by to keep things clear for the INFJ. Maybe another way of saying it is you can acknowledge the feeling without necessarily going into the why of your feeling. For the INFJ, any unacknowledged issues within a family are like neon signs for the INFJ. Ironically, the more that something is denied or rejected or suppressed, the more the INFJ is seeing it and picking up on it. So the healthier the family, the healthier the INFJ. And those hidden issues can be quite distressing and painful for an INFJ, as the INFJ will be focusing on those issues as almost like a form of a disconnect within themselves, and will just carry them until they're resolved. And unfortunately for some families, things don't get resolved, and that can cause problems for an INFJ child growing up when issues aren't acknowledged within a family system. So it's really important to be clear with your INFJ child using wisdom so that they're able to maintain as much harmony as possible. Number 5, just because they understand deep things doesn't mean they are ready to be a counselor or confidant. For some families, often INFJs report that they became a counselor or a confidant for a parent or a family member growing up. Because of their natural ability to listen and be curious, and just their general sort of unspoken openness, they can be dumped on. And while an INFJ child can receive what is being said, often when this sort of thing is happening, it's not appropriate sharing that's is taking place. And so while the INFJ child can seem on the surface to be handling what's going on, often they're not mature enough to really deal or understand or hold or carry what is being said, even though on the outside it looks like they are sort of taking it in their stride. Number 6, most INFJs are sensitive. Harmony, harmony, harmony. For the INFJ child, conflict can be very distressing and anxiety-provoking for an INFJ. However, unresolved conflict is much more distressing, as INFJ children are often very much connected with the undercurrent within a family system, what's going on, what's being said, why it's being said, relational conflict, all of it is being picked up and analysed unconsciously for the most part. And because the INFJ usually just holds that in and doesn't communicate it, often parents are unaware that they can be carrying quite a load or a burden. And what can be happening here is that the INFJ child is picking up the atmosphere in a family system. They either are picking it up and not knowing how to talk about it, or just not knowing what to do about it because they're a child, and so they carry it. Or if they're a little older, they do understand what's going on, but to bring it up might bring on more conflict, and so they keep it to themselves to their detriment. So it can be very important for a parent to be just checking in with the INFJ, sort of checking their harmony barometer, making sure that they're paying attention to that side of the INFJ child, so that the INFJ can stay sort of calm and centered and in that sort of harmony zone within themselves. And when a parent just asks questions, how are you going, how are you feeling, or more specific questions like how did you feel last night when mum and dad were fighting, or when your sister or your brother came home and said what he said, things that are more obvious. Checking in with the INFJ child, asking them how they're going, can be really important to helping them to communicate and to partly resolve it for them. so that they can get back to harmony. Number 7, don't be afraid to be wrong. Because INFJ children are often very good at picking up what's going on below the surface on a deeper level, they can be more cued in or clued in to what's going on than a parent might be. Not in everything, but in certain situations. So, for example, I think it's fair to say that even the best of parents can have bad days. And it can be common for, or understandable even, that sometimes for a parent to try and cover over that bad day, or sort of feel embarrassed about it and deny it or shut it down. Let's not talk about that. For the INFJ, that's going to be hard. And if the INFJ child is feeling confident or feeling secure, they're most likely going to bring it up, or they could bring it up in such a way that it is confronting for the parent, because the INFJ might be able to just hit the nail right on the head about why the parent said this, or how they said it, or what they were feeling and why they did it. And this can be challenging for parents of INFJs. However, if the parent is able to admit to a shortcoming, admit to something that they did wrong, it will actually build relationship with your INFJ child. It will connect your INFJ to you. They'll feel bonded to you. It will actually be relationship building, not detrimental at all to the situation. However, we're all human beings, and none of us like being called out on stuff. However, if a parent's able to get past that and recognize when they get something wrong, it will actually bring the INFJ child and the parent closer together. Number 8, be gentle with them. INFJ children can be very hard on themselves. It's possible for them to be quite self-critical. And so if a correction is required, it probably requires a very gentle approach as opposed to a harder or more confrontational approach. The INFJ, for the most part, is wanting to grow, is wanting to change, is always wanting to self-improve themselves. And so they're probably picking up their error just as strongly as you might be, as the parent. And so it's almost like becoming a collaborator on the growth moment, and coming alongside them and almost helping them to do it, helping them to recognize and acknowledge their own error or their mistake, and helping or allowing them space to find the answer can be a very helpful way for an INFJ to grow. Number 9, pay attention to their hunches. Sometimes INFJ children can come out with things that just seem to come out of nowhere. I think all children can do this, but INFJs can do it in such a way that it's either dismissed very easily or missed or criticized because it just seems to have no real backing to what's being said. This could just be their introverted intuition saying something, recognizing something, speaking something out. And especially for the child INFJ, it's really important to nurture those hunches, not necessarily believe them, but just encourage them to be articulated and recognize them, as it helps them to develop this part of themselves. So in the early stages, it's not really about whether the hunch is right or wrong. It's that it's allowed to be expressed, allowed to be communicated, so that the INFJ child can build confidence in their ability to communicate it. And also, if it turns out to be incorrect, that's just an opportunity for them to learn from that and to be developing that intuition and harnessing it and sort of honing its accuracy. Number 10, in saying the above, don't put them on a pedestal. So the flip side to the INFJ feeling ignored or misunderstood or just not understood on a really deep level is that they're put on a pedestal as though they are sort of godlike, that they can't do anything wrong, and that there's some kind of like spiritual child sage or something. The point being that at the end of the day they're still children, and it's kind of like helping the adult in them to grow and to develop whilst allowing them to be a child. At the end of the day, the INF child is a child like every other child, and they're going to make mistakes, they're going to have bad days, they're going to have their negative moments. So it's really important to whilst helping them to develop, also keeping them grounded. In fact, helping them to develop does actually ground them. Bonus truth. For INFJs, truth is what holds them together. So this is a really important one. INFJ children and INFJs in general prize truth very, very deeply. And what's hard for INFJs is that they often see where there isn't truth. They often see discrepancies, they see contradictions, they see things that don't line up. And that can all lead to like a disturbance on the inside. And so the more truth that they're able to live within and live around, the better for the INFJ child growing up. So in a sense, it's about reaffirming the other 10 points, which is it's all about allowing truth to emanate and permeate the family system and the INFJ, so that they're able to feel a lot more centered, as truth centers an INFJ. It's very uncharacteristic for an INFJ child to lie. They will usually only develop that side of themselves if they are conditioned to do so. However, INFJs love to tell the truth if it's safe. If the environment is harmonious, if the environment welcomes the truth, then the INFJ will simply speak the truth. So hopefully that gives a little bit of insight into maybe some aspects of your INFJ child that you maybe weren't aware of or didn't understand or didn't have a name to describe it, and may provide a few tools here and there to better connect with your child and support their growth. Hi everybody, Scott here. I hope everyone is doing well. In this video I'm going to talk about how INFJs can protect themselves. Now we can all have, or we all do have, you could say like a protective layer around us in order to be in the world, to sort of protect ourselves from harm, protect ourselves from people. We can all have sort of parts of ourselves that we create, which then creates a protective layer that we use in the world. Now, INFJs can, I want to present something that I think helps to represent a way that INFJs can do that can be different to other people or the other types. Now, this is not 100% how all INFJs do it. It could be a way, or I think it's a way INFJs can do it, and I think most INFJs will identify with it to a certain degree. Some INFJs might identify with it 100%, others might just be aspects of it. So just see it as an exploration, a way of looking at this topic, and just see what fits and what doesn't fit. I'm just going to draw something up on the board here just to sort of help paint a picture, essentially. So the INFJ, if we see this as the protective layer, you could almost look at it like a shield that protects the INFJ from the outer world. Let me just move that a little bit to get there we go. So what I think happens, which is different to the way I think others do it, and I'll draw others down here. Now again, there might be others that identify with this and vice versa, so it's not 100%, but I think there's a theme here that I think most INFJs will identify with. This is obviously an invisible shield, right? It's you could say our defense mechanism, or a way that we protect ourselves. Now, I think what happens is essentially INFJs use their protective shield to protect what's in here. There's different ways of looking at this, which I won't go into in this video. For those that are interested in looking at how we protect ourselves and moving back more into true self and all of that sort of thing, come along to my Inside Outers live stream that I put on every month on the last Thursday of every month for people in the US. We would sort of go into the self and exploring personal growth and things like that. But just looking at this as like a protective layer. This protective layer can either be you could say extroverted or introverted. Now, I think for the most part, INFJs, not just because they're introverted, I don't think it's necessarily to do with that, but this protective layer is kind of protecting what's inside. Whereas for others, they can protect more extrovertedly, in the sense that their protection is goes outward, you could say. So it could look like ways of speaking, it could look like ways of behaving. To the INFJ, the INFJs pick this protective mechanism up quite easily. In a sense, the more someone tries to protect themselves through the use of the shield and almost like extrovert their defense mechanisms, the more the INFJ can see them. And the INFJ can see through this, the more they show it, and the INFJ can see what's going on behind the shield. It's like it doesn't work. Now, the INFJ could tend to more have a protective shield that's more focused in on protecting the inner self, as opposed to projecting it out into the world to keep people at bay. So it's like the INFJ has a protective layer that's you could say hidden, but it's more just private, that is employed to protect the sacredness of the inner world, and presents outwardly fairly, you could say, fairly authentically. Like there's not a lot to sort of pick up in regards to defense mechanisms, although some people have said that INFJs can use insight and truth, if you like, as a defense mechanism. So for the INFJ, they see this as very non-defensive and non-threatening because they're trying to be authentic, and their protective layer is kind of there to keep people out and keep the sacredness or the sensitivity of the inner world within. Whereas others, generally speaking, their defensive protection is extroverted out, as certain defenses. And the INFJ over here, if we get that in the picture, the INFJ picks all of this stuff up, and it actually lets the INFJ know what is going on inside of them, or inside of the other people, within themselves. So ultimately, the defense mechanism doesn't work in a sense. Another way of looking at it is that for the INFJ, the defense mechanism is designed more to keep things out and protect what's in, because the INFJ is usually quite aware of what is within them that they're trying to protect. Again, generally speaking, and not sort of creating, us versus them type thing. For others, and not all others, but often for others, they're trying to push people away actively through a defensive protective mechanism, if you like, to sort of protect their territory. Could sort of be a physical territory, but it is actually coming from what they're not aware that they're trying to protect within. So this can be why a lot of people say they can't get a read on the INFJ, because they're not really extroverting a whole lot of stuff for other people to get a sense of what's going on within. And it's just an interesting idea that INFJs could use insight and truth as a way to protect themselves. And the idea for the INFJ, or the hope for the INFJ, is that their insight and their truth and their authenticity will be met with the same. It'll be met with truth, authenticity, and so on. But it often doesn't. It often is met with this, for the most part, because what the INFJ is presenting to the other people is threatening it's threatening. Truth and vulnerability and insight and authenticity can be very threatening to others that don't know who they are. And that threat can lead to that defensive extroverting that pushes the INFJ away. And that can be the dance that often INFJs can feel with people in their world, or people that they come across, is the INFJ is trying to present authenticity to create connection, but it often invites defensiveness in a lot of people, pushing the INFJ away. And this approach, for the INFJ that does this, it's almost unstoppable, in the sense that this is just who they are. This is how they engage with life in the world. However, often this approach is, when it's met with protective, defensive parts of others, wounds them in some way, puts them, does affect them. But this protective shield, for the most part, not in all cases, but for the most part, the pain or the impact that the defensive part in others has on them is privately experienced. It happens behind the wall, if you like, or behind the protective layer. For the most part, because the very way that the person is being defensive tells the INFJ that their pain that they're causing is not welcome to be brought forward or brought up, because it would just lead to more defensive protectiveness from the others. So anyway, I hope all of that makes sense. Just one last thing I thought of after I recorded this video is that for a lot of INFJs, the shield is actually invisible to themselves. Like it's also invisible to other people. There's such a subtlety to the way in which the INFJ protects their inner world, that the way they do it can actually be, in a sense, beyond the conscious awareness of the INFJ. And the reality is, in some cases, that this shield can be, while very subtle and almost unable to be seen, can be just as problematic and powerful in the way in which it protects, and some of the liabilities that self-protection can have, as the other people's sort of more extroverted protection mechanisms can have on themselves. So what I mean is, this defensive posture that some people can have ultimately gets in the way of the person's ability to have connection, have relationship, find meaning and purpose, and so on. It can kind of sabotage life. It's a lot less obvious in the INFJ, but I think in some respects it can be just equally as powerful in its problematic nature in regards to the INFJ's desire for connection and connection, and in some respects can get in the way of their desire for authenticity and so on. So what I do often in counselling, a lot of counselling actually is about helping people to connect with and understand and engage with their protective layer and their protective mechanism in order to understand it, so that they can find a new way of engaging the world. In a sense, it's similar for the INFJ. It's just done in a little different way, or it requires a lot more, like a keener eye on actually recognizing what it's doing to protect the inner world. So what I do in counseling is help people to kind of understand their shield, their protective layer, and go deeper. So for the INFJ, sometimes understanding how this is operating in their world can actually lead to a deepening of their self-awareness and a deepening into their own inner journey, if you like, which then can lead to, you could almost say, a different kind of authenticity. It's still being authentic, but in a way it's being, the INFJ can be present and more authentic when this is further understood, and in a sense you could say the problematic nature that this can have can be dismantled in a way that enables more authenticity, and that's something that I help people to do in counselling. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Powered channel. In this video I'm going to talk about introverted intuition and how we use it. Now the first thing to mention, I think, is how we tend to, or how INFJs tend to look away a lot when they're talking. I think there's a couple of reasons for it. I think some of the main reasons for it is that when we're trying to access our intuition, the eyes tend to move around the room, and in a sense it's our way of searching for what it is that we want to say. I think the other reason is that for some INFJs, I think eye contact can be quite intense, because when an INFJ, I think, is looking into the eyes of another person, it's like the eyes are the window to the soul. And so when an INFJ is looking into the eyes of another person, it's like there's an intensity to it, or there can be an intensity to it, which can distract an INFJ from gaining their insight and being able to focus in on what it is that they're trying to communicate. So eye contact is both very helpful for an INFJ, because it actually helps the INFJ to read the person, if you like, and gather information, even though most of it's unconscious. But then the INFJ is going to look away, and in a sense, when they're looking away, they're actually looking into themselves, trying to find what it is that they want to say. One of the ways I think introverted intuition works the best is when the INFJ is not talking. So there's a sense of the quieter the INFJ becomes, the more in tune they are able to be to their intuition. So in a sense, the quieter the INFJ is, the more internal they're becoming. And it's usually accompanied by a very intense or strong concentration. It's like, for the INFJ, part of the reason they're not talking is because, well, in a way, and it's similar for introverts in general, it's because they've got nothing to say yet. And the INFJ is almost in a comfortable nothingness, if you like. Even though they can be very connected to the other person and very connected to themselves in that moment, there can be like a nothingness internally. Although in the unconscious, a lot is happening. And then all of a sudden the INFJ can have a thought, a really like crystallized thought can come up, or it might even be a picture or a metaphor. And these the metaphors and pictures can be very, very detailed. They can be very symbolic. So if you notice an INFJ being quiet or reserved, it's most likely, it's quite possible that that's what's going on internally. When you're going to know that there's something happening, or the INFJ is aware of something, is going to be through their extroverted feeling, and then that's going to be, it's like the introverted intuition ignites the extroverted feeling, and then the INFJ will sort of communicate that thought or that insight, or describe a picture, or share a metaphor in order to communicate an idea. And INFJs will normally communicate those moments with a confidence, because that insight or picture or whatever it is feels so true and feels so clear on the inside that they can pretty much trust that it's accurate and important. Now, what can be happening in those quiet moments is an intuitive thought or picture could be birthed out of a feeling. It could be just something somebody says or the way that they say it. It could be, someone might say the same thing 3 times in a different way that kind of highlights that something about this is very important. It could be a range of things that will sort of be sitting in the INFJ, and there'll be a curiosity about it. On an even deeper level, it could be almost like a form of transference, in the sense of the INFJ is experiencing what the other person is experiencing. Often what the INFJ is experiencing is something that the other person is not aware that they're experiencing. So to use some clear examples of that, it could be let's say the other person is depressed or anxious or something like that. Then an INFJ could very easily be sitting there starting to feel depressed, or feeling an anxiety, or feeling an emptiness, or a confusion. And often, not always, but often that can be a transference of the inner world of the other person. And what happens is the INFJ is going to be tuning into that frequency of the other person. So while the other person might be sharing all sorts of different information, the INFJ is going to be hearing that and attentive to it. But it's like it's getting filtered into a deeper frequency in order to get a deeper understanding or a deeper knowing of really what the other person is saying. A way to try to explain that is, it's almost like the INFJ is able to stand, like have one foot in each of the conscious and the unconscious. They can sort of stand in between the two spaces. And that might sound mystical or whatever, but it's actually very natural, I think, for an INFJ to do that. I think that's what, in a sense, what introverted intuition is. Some might think, okay, is that like a form of meditation or something like that? And that might be a way for others to try to understand it. But an INFJ would have a different experience of meditation versus their introverted intuition. But there's a similarity between the two. And so the INFJ is sort of like both in this world and not in this world at the same time, sort of gaining information from this world, and it kind of gets funneled through into the unconscious, and then insights and pictures and all of those sorts of things can be sort of birthed out of that space. Now, another way an INFJ can use their intuition is when they do talk, and when they do talk before they have the insight. And the way that can work is the INFJ gets a hunch or an idea or a thought, and it's like it's intangible, it's vague, but there's something about it there's something about that atmosphere or that situation or that word that intuitively the INFJ knows something's there. And they could just sit back and sit with that for a while, but sometimes it's just as helpful for the INFJ to start to communicate what they think they're sensing or knowing, trusting that as they communicate that and share about that or have a conversation about that something will emerge out of that hunch. And from personal experience, that has proved to be just as accurate and helpful as the other more reserved approach, where there's suddenly a completed concept that emerges. This one, it's more the hunch slowly develops into something. And again, that could be just a feeling or a sense or a knowing or a hunch. I think I said that already. And sometimes that can be, even for the INFJ, that hunch or sense can appear to be completely seemingly detached from all the other information, data that's available. So what I'm trying to say about that is that this hunch could appear to be totally unrelated to everything else that is happening in that moment. And that's usually when it's at its most potential powerful. I know that didn't make sense, but you know what I mean. It's almost like the more detached the hunch is from what's happening, often the more powerful it is. And so it's important for an INFJ to learn to trust that and test that out and see if those things are accurate. Another way can be sort of like a post-experience insight, where an INFJ will get an insight into something after the experience or after the event or after the conversation. I think one of the reasons for that could be when an INFJ is being more extroverted and they're more in their extroverted feeling and they're just in that space. It's almost like the introverted intuition kind of is in the background a little more in that space. And so they're too busy having fun with their extroverted feeling and connecting and all of that. But there might be things that go on in all of that interaction or experience that the INFJ's introverted intuition will pick up. But it'll kind of be a really minor conscious awareness that just gets noticed but then disappears quite quickly. So what an INFJ is most likely to do in those experiences is after the event, when they kind of disengage or disconnect with with the experience or the environment or the other person from their extroverted feeling function, that the introverted intuition takes its rightful place, if you like, as sort of like the main consciousness or main unconsciousness, and there's going to be like a post processing, and I think that can be both. That can happen both consciously in the sense that the INFJ might be going, yeah, what was that about? Or what was that? There's something about that that doesn't add up or make sense. Or it could be more of an unconscious processing, in that it's like the introverted intuition sort of on its own will know something's not adding up or making sense, and there will be a kind of in the background processing happening that's not conscious, but sometimes the INFJ can be aware of that. Or they might just be uncomfortable. And then often what can happen is all of a sudden there'll be like that aha moment, or there might something out of the intuition will just appear that helps to make sense of that situation or that moment that the NI picked up, but didn't have time to look into because the extroverted feeling function was too busy having fun and connecting. So there are just some thoughts on INFJs and how we can use introverted intuition. Everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about the INFJ door slam and hopefully give an explanation or an insight into what might be happening. For the INFJ, there's a desire to go as deep as possible in a relationship. The connection in a relationship is the most important thing. And I'm going to try and use an illustration of like a cable, a very delicate, complicated cable that sort of connects two people together. And for the INFJ, that is kind of where they focus. Introvertedly, they are always aware of that connection. They'll always pick up when something's gone wrong, something's not right, and want to fix it, want to repair it, want to do something about it. One of the interesting things is that for the INFJ, that connection, that cable that connects the two people together is reality. And I think in some respects there could be like almost an unconscious assumption that the other person is as aware of and interested in that connection. While they might be as interested in the relationship, they may not see it the same way as the INFJ, putting their attention in different areas, different focuses, if you like, in relationship. And so I think the INFJ can get tripped up in thinking that the way that they see it is the way the other person should see it. And I think that can lead to some complications. So for the INFJ, there's harmony is right up there as a core need, a core value. And so whenever there's a frayed edge to that cable, a frayed edge to that connection, for the INFJ, they experience that internally as a lack of connection, a lack of harmony, and the INFJ will most likely attempt to try to repair that connection with the other person. Now, where I think it can go a little pear-shaped is where the other person, because the other person might not see the relationship the way the INFJ sees the relationship, will not understand what is being said, or not see the frayed edge of the cable, and may dismiss it, might just not get it. And of course the INFJ will most likely pick up that they don't get it. I think what an INFJ will most likely do in that situation is make allowances or make adjustments within themselves to accommodate that frayed piece of the relationship in order to try to maintain harmony or regain harmony and keep the relationship connected. I think it's worth noting that that comes at a great cost for the INFJ, both in trying to repair the connection, because INFJs generally don't like confrontation at all, and so there is a certain level of risk, at least in the world of the INFJ, at trying to repair the connection, because it could lead to more frayed edges and more disharmony. So there's often that tension for the INFJ, but it's usually that desire to repair the connection that will win out in those situations, because of the value that INFJs place on relationship, will attempt to try to repair. So for a relationship where there's lots of frayed edges of that relationship cable, there just seems to be a lack of harmony, a lack of understanding, might just be an unhealthy relationship. Generally I think an INFJ is going to try to repair. If it can't be repaired, we'll make an adjustment and an allowance for that situation. But it's important to acknowledge, though, that in the INFJ's world, the cable is not repaired. They're just learning to live with the connection frayed somewhat. For the INFJ, the meaning of the relationship is the most important thing. That relationship cable is just laced with huge amount of meaning and feeling. So if a relationship's not going too well, while the connection is and the cable is fraying on the edges, and it's starting to get damaged, the meaning associated with the relationship begins to be compromised. For the INFJ, the external world has little to do with that meaning and that connection. It's all internal, it's all relational, and because the INFJ is introverted, a lot of it is unseen. It's like that huge inner world for the INFJ, and that relational world that goes on inside the INFJ is not often able to be seen by the partner, by the other person. And so for the INFJ, they can have a totally different reality and understanding of the relationship that the other person has. So there could be situations where the INFJ, if they have tried to repair and the cable and the connection, and as time's gone by it just hasn't worked out, the INFJ is probably too hurt to continue to try to repair it. And so there could be cases where the INFJ is very, very unsatisfied in a relationship, and the other person is possibly unaware, at least unaware of the depth and the seriousness of that dissatisfaction. So for the INFJ, they're going to generally try to salvage the relationship for as long as they possibly can. So as long as that cable is still somehow connected to that other person, they will hang in there. They will they're prepared, and I don't think it's probably not the right way to say it, but they tend to put up with a deep level of dissatisfaction in a relationship in order to try to salvage that relationship, to maintain that cable. And maybe it's because of the idealism aspect of the INFJ. Even if a cable, this thick has just got one strand there, the INFJ will hang into that relationship, believing that that cable can be completely and totally and utterly restored. Totally believes in the possibility of that cable being utterly repaired, and that the relationship has the possibility or the potential to be the best possible relationship ever. For the INFJ, that internal world is that sort of contradiction of to the level that the cable is disintegrated, is to the level of dissatisfaction in the INFJ, yet there still exists that ideal picture of the relationship. That picture never really diminishes, it stays there until that final strand is broken. It's like the straw that broke the camel's back sort of thing. And that could take on any number of different scenarios, but for the INFJ there's like this moment where that little remaining piece of meaning has been broken. And the reality for the INFJ is that there is no longer a relationship. The relationship, it no longer exists. There isn't anything to salvage anymore. It's gone. Hence the door slam. And it's possible that for the other person or for other people around the INFJ, that could appear very cold and very harsh. But I think that's often what's going on in the INFJ, is that there is literally nothing to salvage, so there's nothing left. And often there's nothing left in the INFJ to keep going. Hence the door, if you like, is slammed. However, it's most likely the case that the INFJ feels as though the door has been slammed on them, and that they're simply responding to that door slam from the other person. It's kind of like if a limb is partly severed, it's possible to save the limb, or if it's even just got a little piece sort of hanging off the end, it's still salvageable, but it's almost like once that limb is completely severed, it can no longer be reattached. It's gone. It's lost. So hopefully that explains some aspects anyway of what might be going on for an INFJ, both in relationship and also when the relationship appears to have ended. Everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to share the INFJ secret and how it is that we seem to be able to know things that we shouldn't know. How is it that we can have insights into people or into things that seem to other people come out of nowhere? So this video is an attempt to try to explain that. So here I've just got the INFJ's functions. So the introverted intuition, the extroverted feeling, the introverted thinking, and the extroverted sensing. So I'm just going to, in a sense, just for the sake of trying to illustrate it, is draw a person in the functions. So, in a sense, the introverted intuition is like a blank canvas. It's like when we meet somebody, just imagine that there's a blank canvas in us. And as we talk to somebody or listen to somebody, we gather information as you do in a conversation. And a lot of this information, while it is acknowledged to a certain extent consciously, a lot of this information just goes through, if you like, onto the blank canvas. And I think that information, is body language, what somebody is saying, the emotional feeling behind certain words, the little idiosyncrasies, everything you can basically think of, basically can go onto that blank canvas. And so I'm just sort of going to illustrate, there's just information, details, feelings, all sorts of different things just going onto that blank canvas. However, the INFJ, we aren't really conscious of that happening. It's just happening in the background. So it's not like we are holding all of this information consciously in our minds. It just goes onto this canvas, sort of behind our eyes, if you like, and it just collects the information. And somehow, a picture begins to develop, or a sense begins to develop, or a curiosity begins to develop, or something along those lines. And there might be a sense of, as someone's sharing, some of this information might come down, if you like, into the person's, into the INFJ's consciousness, if you like. So they might notice this here and that over there, and this piece over here, and this piece might also come to the person's awareness as well. Let me just choose a different colour. And in a sense, there can be these can all sort of connect together somehow. And there could be any number of different things. And so for the person sharing, in a way, it just depends on who the INFJ is talking to, but generally they're just sharing random bits of information. Sharing something about that over there, and something like this over here. And in a way, I think part of what can happen is, because the INFJ can sort of see connections between ideas, they can come up with other sort of thoughts around what's being shared. And this begins to develop a picture. And while I think this can be quite complicated in the unconscious, it's not until this information sort of drops down into the INFJ's consciousness, or comes up into their consciousness, that there is that knowing or that sense of something about what someone might be sharing. And so in a sense, out of the mouth might come something from here, and which is a unique idea, a unique thought, a unique take on what's being shared. And that could be something like, someone is appearing very happy, and they're talking to the INFJ with a happy sort of look and sharing bits and pieces, but the INFJ picks up a sadness and could reflect back to the person, I'm sensing that you're feeling quite sad, which, you know, could be helpful to that person that's sharing, to be able to go to, yeah, am I sad? Yes, I am sad. And then be able to talk about that sadness. Another way that it might operate is someone has got a problem, or someone's stuck, and in a sense they've shared a whole lot of information which kind of sort of outlines how the person feels stuck, or why they're feeling stuck in something, and somehow the INFJ is able to glean something from what's being shared and provide an angle or a perspective or a thought that somehow challenges that stuckness, or shows the person that they're actually not stuck, that there's a piece of what is happening for them that isn't stuck, and that person might be able to then stand in that place where they're seemingly not stuck, and then look at the stuckness and then tackle the stuckness, because they're no longer in it, they're outside of it looking at it. So those sorts of things. But I think it's important to make the distinction that in a way all of what happens up here is beyond the conscious awareness for the INFJ. And the INFJ really, in a way, can't do anything or say anything until this information does what it needs to do in the background, and then bring something forward that is of benefit or helpful. And I think what's really awesome about this is that there seems to be a sort of purity about it, in that because it's a blank canvas that is started with, the unique thought, the unique sense that there's something else, or someone's presenting happy but there seems to be a sadness, often the reflection or the thought from the INFJ is pure in the sense that it's actually a reflection of what is in the other person. So an example might be someone is sharing something or talking about something as though they're defeated, as though they're feeling defeated by it. But the INFJ might get this sense as they're talking. They might get a sense that there's a part of the person that actually doesn't believe that they're defeated. And they might hear it in the voice. There might be just something from up here that says, that comes down to say, and the INFJ gets a sense, actually, you're sharing like you're defeated, or you're feeling defeated by this, but there's a part of you that really doesn't believe that. And if that's true, then it's going to resonate very, very strongly in that person. They're going, because it's already in them, but they may not be actually seeing it, or by the INFJ reflecting that reality, that subtle reality that they're sensing in that other person's able to bring that strength that's in them and go, yeah, no, I don't feel defeated. I'm not defeated. And now the person's able to share from that genuine place within them that actually they're not defeated by this situation and that they can overcome it. So that's just some examples of how I think the INFJ comes to know things that they that they shouldn't know, or how do we know this information, and how I think it can be very beneficial to other people. In saying all of that, how this actually does what it does, I think is a bit of a mystery. This is just one way of trying to describe, I think, how introverted intuition works. But there's a certain element of this that just doesn't seem, it almost doesn't seem to be able to be explained. In fact, I think most INFJs don't know why they know things, they just do. And I think somehow this might help explain how we come to know things. And so that's the INFJ. Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video we're going to talk about INFJ loneliness and how we can address it. How can essentially we heal that loneliness? And I use the word heal deliberately because we can all be lonely. We can all get lonely at times. It's just part of being human for anybody. But for INFJs, there can be you could almost call it like a soul loneliness is one way to describe it. It's more than just a moment. It's almost like, or it can be like a state of being. And this video is going to look at why that is, where it comes from, where it can come from, and what we can do about it. So I've talked about one of the reasons why INFJs can feel disconnected from others in other videos, but I'm going to look at it again just briefly in this video. So one of the ways I've talked about the INFJ is using their NI function is that, in a sense, INFJs live from a different frequency. It's just a different space that the INFJ occupies, and it's essentially just very different to everybody, most other people. And so the way I sort of describe it is that a lot of people, whether they're sensors or the sensor intuitive is the main difference, but for the INFJ, those two main functions, NI and FE, it's like it occupies this space here. So the here to here is NI, FE, INFJ. Others occupy this space here. And I use the word others broadly. There's always going to be exceptions, but for the most part, this is how it looks for people. So for the INFJ, they're occupying all of that there, while others occupy this space here, and there's just this small space of commonality. And essentially what I'm saying is the INFJ only gets to connect with most other people from this really narrow bandwidth of connection. The INFJ can also, because of their cognitive function, they can understand this whole area of the other space that people occupy and live from. They can understand it all. They can see it and understand it. However, the INFJ only lives a portion, like a portion of themselves lives in the similar area as other people. So that's where INFJs can connect with others and where others can connect with INFJs. So there's this whole other area here that most other people don't understand. So The INFJ can understand and even occupy this space with others, whereas most other people can't see or understand or are even interested to engage in this area here. So this essentially is why the INFJ can carry a loneliness. But it's not a momentary place, it is often a consistent place. That doesn't mean that the INFJ is doomed to a life of loneliness, but it helps to explain where this kind of soul loneliness comes from, and that it's almost like a low-level current that the INFJ can experience most of the time, at least until the INFJ recognizes it, sees it, feels it, and starts to address it, which is what we're going to talk about next. So there's essentially two areas that I want to cover. There's two different types of INFJs that I want to cover in this video. One of them is the INFJ that grows up in a fairly healthy environment, but is still an INFJ in the world, and so still can experience some of this, but not to the extent of the second group, which is the INFJ that grows up in a somewhat dysfunctional environment, where not only were their NI not met, but also the other areas of nurture weren't met. Physical touch, words of affirmation, quality time, just a general loving environment. Now, we're all on sort of a bell-shaped curve when it comes to this. Some people can grow up in incredibly healthy, vibrant homes. Some people can grow up in very terrible homes. This video is kind of talking about wants to sort of address both types, essentially. So like I was saying earlier, one of the challenges that INFJs can have is that they're able to connect with other people in this top band here. They're able to understand, connect, focus in, connect with others, but they're not able to often receive that reciprocal connection. Now that can be an ongoing problem as well, that can cause like a sense of dissatisfaction in life, and not having that need to be known reciprocated by other people. That's not a 100% golden rule. There are other people of all different types that can connect to an INFJ if they choose to, if they spend the time, if they've got an interest, or they make an effort to go, okay, you think about the world differently, you see the world differently, you communicate about the world differently, and I want to get to know that difference. If an INFJ comes across someone like that, it's going to be like bees to honey in a sense, because it's something that's so often so rare for the INFJ. I've been pretty lucky in my own journey when I think back to probably early teenage years, where I've essentially always had a couple of people that I can communicate naturally who I am, and it be received and understood and valued. But not everybody gets that opportunity. So when an INFJ comes across that, it's a very valuable connection. So some of the results of growing up being misunderstood, lack of connection, learning how to connect with others and connect in with others but not have it returned, is the INFJ could come to a place of kind of unconsciously, if you like, giving up on trying to be understood or trying to get connection, and can kind of become a bit of a wallflower in the sense of waiting to be connected to. That could be the first group that I was referring to earlier, that there can just be this general waiting for others to notice the difference, the difference that the INFJ carries. The second type of INFJ, where they've come from a more problematic childhood where it's just a little more than just a lack of NI interaction, let's say, is there can be some real deep unmet needs for attention and connection, nurture and things like that. Now, for both types, it could lead to something like this, where the INFJ is essentially disconnected within themselves. So it might not feel like that, because often the INFJ is focusing in and understanding others, meeting other people's needs, and that they can do that in a very holistic way. You know, they can see others very holistically and get that feedback from the other person that they're being met very holistically. And that can feel holistic for the INFJ. And it can be misinterpreted from the INFJ as that they are holistic. But it's really, in a sense, a byproduct of the feedback from others. So it's a feedback from the INFJ being holistic, or helping someone to see themselves holistically, get that feedback. And that can feel like I'm whole and I'm all connected. And I think there's two pieces of that. On one hand, yes, that's true. For an INFJ, when they're doing that, they are really living from a pretty key part of who they are as an INFJ, NI and FE, channeling their energy towards others and going into their world and helping to understand their world. That can be a form, if you like, of self-actualization. The more the INFJ is extroverting, if you like, their intuition through their feeling into the world and making positive changes in the lives of others, is part of what an INFJ can do very well, and actually can lead to a good sense of connectedness within. But an INFJ could be doing that, but actually be disconnected from themselves or their deeper selves. But it can't be seen, at least initially, because the energy is always often focused outwardly. And so where it can get very problematic, that sort of natural ability can become problematic, is when that action, if you like, is being used to medicate or to make up for the disconnection within the self, the lack of understanding internally, the lack of the lack of connectedness within the self. Now that could almost seem, I was going to say like offensive or something like that, but it could just come as a shock, or as come with resistance from an INFJ to hear that, because of the very dynamic that I've just described. But for some INFJs, this could certainly be a problem. So there's a general rule that when we are doing something externally to meet an unmet internal need, it never satisfies. So that can apply to all types, in all ways, in all sorts of ways. So the not the INFJ, but anybody doing things, behaviors, doing actions to get positive feedback, getting positive words back. We could all do that to a certain extent, but that can become like a main way that people function, because that positive reinforcement actually medicates and tries to meet an internal need that is saying underneath the surface that I'm not good enough, that I need other people's approval to know that I'm okay. But that external source never satisfies, and so more and more of that behavior needs to occur in order to continually get the positive feedback. In the INFJ's case, they could essentially burn out in a lot of ways by giving out more and more and more to other people to get that holistic feeling back from them. So they're experiencing holistic self-understanding and knowing, and that feels like the INFJ is having it for themselves, but it's not the case. Although it's, like I said, it's part of what an INFJ can do, but when it's being used to deal with a disconnect inside, it won't ever create a connection. In a sense, the INFJ needs to deal with their own disconnection within themselves. And often it's the pain of life, it's the pain of broken relationships and things like that, that lead an INFJ to recognize that there's something wrong in themselves that they need to address. So essentially, the INFJ is no different to all the other types in the sense that when we're growing up as children, we need the external environment, i.e. our caregivers, our parents, to help us to shape our identity. So we need that positive nurture. We need good words of affirmation. We need quality time. We need to be told that we have value and that we're valuable, and actually hear it in a language that we understand. That's a part of all of us. It needs to come from externally, from an external source. But the way I like to say it is that as children, the truth is that we already are valuable and all of that. And when we're hearing it from the outside, that truth that we carry is then reinforced from the external environment, from a caregiver, from a kind word, from these sorts of things. It reinforces that truth. Unfortunately, for a lot of people, that truth gets wounded, and there's a lot of negative feedback. There can be a lot of rejection and things like that turn that truth into a faulty belief, which is that we don't have value. So there seems to be a switch essentially from childhood or adolescence to adulthood, where we can no longer really get it externally. Once we kind of move into our adult phase of life, that level of reinforcement from the external world can do a certain amount of nurturing the self, if you like, or healing some woundings, but it could easily become a trap of then looking for it externally to meet the unmet need of childhood. So it's like there's a switch that once we move into adulthood, that the power of the external feedback is nowhere near as powerful, and that it moves from the need, if you like, for the shaping of identity, moves from the external sources to, I now need to do it for myself. I now need to, in a sense, like reparent myself. Or another way of saying it is become my own best friend, which is, again, trying to feed back into this issue of loneliness. The more that an INFJ is extroverting themselves to make everybody else feel awesome, to try and make themselves feel awesome, it will only do a fraction of what it needs to do. So there needs to be that point of, okay, now I need to take care of my own need for connection internally. And so it becomes not a relationship with others problem for the most part, although that could be true. It becomes a relationship with self problem. And the INFJ needs to go on that journey of looking after themselves, looking after their heart, looking after their intuition, and so on. So the answer is to become connected to self and dealing with whatever is there. And I've addressed videos that essentially say to the INFJ, go on that journey to figure out what is unmet internally, what are the issues internally, and look to address them. Put some of that energy, some of that energy that goes to meeting other people's needs, to yourself, and looking at the self and valuing the self, not externally, that might be confusing, but independent of what's going on out there in the sensory world. So it can be done as a combination of individual reparenting or becoming one's own best friend, taking care of the self deliberately, but it also can be an external thing through relationship. When it's only trying to be met through relationship, it falls down, and when it's only being met through just individual looking after the self, it also falls down. There needs to be kind of a balance, basically. And the way I would say it, though, is that to the level that an INFJ starts to take care and, in a sense, nurture themselves, take care of themselves, become their own best friend, valuing what they have to offer and enjoying, in a sense, their own company, and in a sense, reconciling any pain parts that they carry, reconciling them to the self, to the level that that takes place is to the level that relationship can take place as well in the external. Sometimes it starts with a positive relationship that can help generate and start that, and then that gets started, and then the INFJ needs to take care of that for themselves, and then that can feed back into positive relationship with other people, and then that's sort of like a positive feedback loop, if you like. Can't be one or the other. It needs to be a combination of both. So I've done some videos on how to connect in with the self, and I'll put some links in the descriptions and on the top of the video up here to go to those videos. But essentially, it's about accepting what is happening on the inside, or what is going on there, or at least being, or I should say, being open to what is there. And being curious to what's there. So without going into it in fine detail in this video, I'll leave a link. Like I said, we can carry unresolved emotions, we can carry unresolved memories, hurts, all sorts of different things that kind of take place, or we carry them in ourselves, often hidden from ourselves. And so there's a simple process to help address and connect to those parts, and it's called NAW, N-A-W. So notice, acknowledge, welcome. So notice a feeling, notice a discomfort, notice a pain, and then acknowledge it. Yes, this is what's happening for me. Sometimes we can feel it or sense it in our body, and we sort of pay attention to where that's happening in our body. And then we welcome it. We essentially go, I'm going to let myself have the feeling, instead of maybe doing something external in the external environment to cope with or to avoid the discomfort that I carry. And there's a fourth one I like to add to that, which is S, for sharing. Tying back into that, both doing internal work, individual work, and relationship work, is sometimes it can be helpful for anybody, but this video is for INFJs, to share what's going on for them with other people or with someone they trust. So it's notice, acknowledge, welcome, share. And the share is optional. Sometimes we don't have someone that we're comfortable to share it with, or it's just not appropriate, or it's just not required. But it could be a good option, as that sharing option, to get some air on it, share it, talk about it, process it. One other thing to address this sort of theme of loneliness is, on one hand, the INFJ, for the most part, will always be able to connect with others better than others are able to connect to them, at least from a personality type, cognitive functions perspective. Again, not 100% rule, but for the most part that would be true. And what I want to say, though, to that, because if that was just a full stop statement there, that's not very satisfying for an INFJ. The reality is that there are forms or levels of connection with other people that go way beyond personality type. I guess, to say it simply, there could just be like a loving relationship, or in a marriage, where there is something deeper than personality type that has brought a couple together. Now, it could be that there are similar woundings that happened in childhood that has led to the two people becoming advocates. No, it's not the right word, but becoming safe places for both to talk about and to heal those wounds. Now, that's not the the end of the relationship. It is just a way that two people can connect with one another. There could be sort of a familiar feeling that's there, and that brings them together, and they can start talking about parts of their journey that lead to healing. And I guess there's just can be a spiritual component that can bring people together on a much deeper level. And sure, there will be that awareness of the personality type on the surface that can be a challenge to overcome. But with the awareness that there's actually something stronger that could be knitting two people together, and then focusing in on that can bring a depth of meaning that can certainly overcompensate, that's not the right word, but can overshadow, if you like, some of the personality type disconnects that can happen in relationship. Another area of focus can be the journey for an INFJ from not knowing they're an INFJ to discovering that they're an INFJ to getting that validation and affirmation from others that really are communicating who they are and identifying with them, and that's a necessary part of growth and development. But they're not getting stuck with that label, if you like, and getting lost in it and moving beyond it. And in a sense, the thing I was saying just before around that deeper connection between two people is one way of moving beyond personality type, because we can get very rigid and locked in to the 4 letters and all of that, which in a sense can be an isolating thing to do. So I often try to help INFJs to both be validated with their type, but then moving beyond it, moving, sort of actualizing past it. That's not to reject it, but there's more. There's more to the journey than just the identifying with the INFJ traits, because that could actually become an isolating factor if treated in a certain way. So we want to move beyond that, and a lot of the videos that I've made sort of try to promote that essentially. There are other videos, of course, that also just focus in on affirming the INFJ, because we need it. We need it often because we don't get it from the external world. Now, it kind of ties back into what I was saying at the start of the video, that we don't want to just get in the trap of always wanting to be affirmed, looking from it externally, watching, just using YouTube videos about the affirmation of the INFJ to deal with an unmet need to be known on the inside. They can be a helpful tool and something that can be worthwhile coming back to when needed. And for some people that could be more often than others. But seeing that actually I may need to do some of that for myself. I may need to be affirming myself, valuing myself, rather than looking from it externally from others to do the valuing. Again, it's that relationship between the two. Now, a lot of INFJs can, can do what I was saying earlier, which was extrovert themselves to other people to help others get to know themselves better, and that doing it in that holistic way, and then getting that feedback that helps to sort of nurture the INFJ. And that can be happening at any stage of an INFJ's journey, way before they've found out about the INFJ traits and things like that. In fact, often when INFJs discover that they're INFJs and look into it, a lot of what happens is it helps to explain what they've been doing their whole lives. Oh, that's why people come to me all the time and talk to me about their stuff, or that's why I get these random thoughts and so on. And so the identifying of the INFJ and the INFJ traits can help bring a greater awareness of them, as opposed to them kind of happening almost unconsciously. It's like, oh, that's what that is. And those skills and abilities can be enhanced through conscious awareness of them. So, part of the INFJ's growth, with what I've already talked about, is essentially about how to deal with the loneliness. Now, it's not a complete picture, but it's certainly, I think, a good introduction to how an INFJ can start to address their loneliness or why they're feeling lonely a lot of the time. But through that process of getting to know the self, reconciling with maybe hurt, broken parts internally, building that relationship with self can then lead to an even greater ability to be there for others and put their gift out into the world. And so with the conscious awareness of that ability, good boundaries can be put around it, especially around trying to do that to deal with an unmet need. Once that is identified and reversed, then the INFJ who is then centered in themselves and best friends with themselves, have reparented those broken parts, can then put their gifting out in the world without the need necessarily for all of the feedback. It can just be that holistic feeling of just knowing that they're living from a truer place in self and are putting themselves out into the world in a way that is benefiting other people. Now, that can go into a whole range of different things depending on what a person does and where a person's at and so on. But finding ways to do that is part of the INFJ, sort of self-actualization, is turning that reconciled relationship with self into helping others to reconcile things in themselves and in the other areas of their lives. Now, that could happen in a very deliberate way. Like, people could find careers that just focus in on that. Obvious example is counselling or some form of helping profession, but it can happen very informally as well, through friendships, through just the chance encounters that people have. It's like once we start to figure some stuff out about ourselves, we start to heal and we start to grow. It's amazing how people, we find ourselves in conversations and interactions with people that wouldn't have happened without that work, that personal work having happened. And that can lead to a greater sense of purpose in life, where it's almost like spiritual kind of encounters, chance encounters, of engaging with people and talking about issues of life that wouldn't have happened otherwise. And because that relationship with self has been restored, then the feedback that the INFJ can get from other people about how well they've felt taken care of or understood, or offered some feedback, the INFJ's offered feedback that really hits the nail on the head for the other person. That feedback then becomes a reinforcer in the sense of, I'm living out of a truer place of self. I'm content with who I am, and man, it is nice to get some of that, a confirmation of who the INFJ is, instead of it being used to meet an unmet need inside the INFJ. It's like, yes, I know who I am, it's really nice to get feedback of who I am. So when they're like, you've really helped me to connect to myself, that information coming from the other, it speaks to the connectedness that the INFJ has with themselves, instead of it being a feedback to meet a disconnect within the self. Hi everybody, Scott here. I want to talk today about another challenge that INFJs can have, and also a challenge that people can have who have INFJs in their lives. And I wasn't sure whether to title this video INFJs are so normal it's weird, or INFJs are so simple it's complicated. But there's this sort of phenomenon, if you like, that others see INFJs as overly complicated, complex people that are hard to understand and get, and all of these sorts of things. Yet the INFJ considers themselves, for the most part, normal, like very normal, like like sound, and that there just seems to be this conundrum that INFJs can have, that their own self-understanding is that there is a soundness to them and to what they see and think and understand and so on. Yet it never seems to come across that way to the people in their lives. It's like there's a wondering, why is my normalness not being received? Why do people think I'm so complicated? And there is a sense that a lot of the complicatedness, if that's even the right word to use, maybe it's the better word to use is complexity. It all, for the most part, goes on the inside. And what comes out, there's always an attempt for what comes out of the INFJ to be truth, to be true, to be helpful, and things like this. The challenge for the INFJ is that the way, either the way it's received or how people, maybe let me say it a different way, like it can sometimes be like a timing thing, or like something is said or an idea is put forward or an insight is provided, either at a time or in a way that is difficult for people to grab onto, and so it can sort of be easily dismissed or not understood, and so it can fall flat, or people aren't able to fully understand where the INFJ is coming from. But for the INFJ, they often feel like the most normal person in the room. In some respects, it's like turning this whole INFJs are aliens and all of this sort of thing upside down. That INFJs feel like the most normal person in amongst others that are complicated. Basically, they often can see other people as complicated, but they don't know that they are, whereas the INFJ knows that they're complicated. And so for them, because they are aware of their complexity or complicatedness, I say complicated in a positive way, that they're able to make sense of a lot of things that that either don't make sense or are hard to make sense of. And so whereas there's a sense that other people are complicated, but they're not aware of that complication, or not as in touch with what's going on within them, and INFJs pick up on that, creating this sense, others are complicated, I am simple, but simple in the sense that the INFJ feels normal in amongst the other people. And so I think on the flip side of it, others see INFJs as complicated because what they say and how they say it and when they say it and all of that seems to come out at what appears to be like incongruent times. It's like sharing the end of the story before others have seen the middle of the story. So it's like they're not ready to hear it. We're not up to that point yet, this sort of thing. And so for other people, INFJs can come across as complicated due to those factors. and other people are like, why can't, not necessarily like this, but it's kind of like, why can't you be normal and straightforward like the rest of us, or like we are? Where are you coming from? Of course, this is not the way all INFJs are or perceive themselves, and not all others are like that. But I think there is a dynamic here, or just a dynamic worth looking at and just understanding from this the perspective in which I'm delivering it. So others have a sense of they're normal and simple in the sense of straightforward, and see INFJs as potentially weird or complicated, complex, and that's, I guess, some of the challenges that INFJs and maybe other people that don't fit the personality type, but may be operating from a place within themselves that others don't get, which comes across in a similar kind of apparent disconnect. You have a desire to be social that is often stronger than your ability to be so. You have an awe of the sensory world, and yet absolutely no interest in it at the same time. But it works. When you meet someone, if you forget their name, it is most likely because you're too busy tuning into their soul. You wish more than anything that someone would discover how rich and valuable your inner world really is. You live with the desire of the ideal world and how far we are from it, yet still look for moments where that ideal actualizes. You are able to look at a stranger and feel their pain, and may even know where that pain comes from. When it comes to solving practical problems, you often find a solution, yet have little memory of how you did it, and have difficulty explaining to someone how you solved it. The past is like a wake of a boat. You don't look back too often, and when you do, there's not too much to see. You generally listen to what's not being said or what's not being shown. You have most likely had the experience of being in a group discussion, listening and observing, and when you finally have something to say, the group leader calls an end to the discussion. You have insights into situations and people that simply come out of nowhere. You live for these moments and get a soul resonating buzz from them. You trust them more than anything you see or hear. If you know someone who constantly rejects your insights, run. You have the ability to see when someone is intimidated by your ability to see through them. You desire to make them feel comfortable, yet you are also aware that they're not consciously aware that they're intimidated, so to say something would be awkward. You most likely want to change the world, yet do it one thought and one conversation at a time. You often come to conclusions quickly, yet your conclusions are often accurate. You have realized or will come to realize that you love truth, but that not everybody around you shares that value. You have the ability to know people better than they know themselves, yet you don't have the closeness that you would like to have with them. You are not intimidated by another person's suffering. In fact, you feel very comfortable sitting with someone in their tragedy. You generally like people more than they think you do. If you are an INFJ, you have been nodding profusely throughout this video, feeling validated, affirmed, understood, and known. Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video I'm going to talk about INFJs and dealing with narcissism or narcissists. Now this video can apply to really anybody. Not only the INFJs have to deal with this personality type. I think NFs can be susceptible to this dynamic with finding themselves in some kind of relationship with a narcissist, mainly because of the empathy. Narcissists tend to be drawn to empathy because that empathy is essentially a way that they get a tremendous amount of attention. Now there is a bit of an overlap when it comes to narcissism and borderline personality disorder. And if you look at a lot of the narcissistic traits, it's really about sort of that whole sort of self-centeredness, and it's sort of focused around that sort of pathological self-absorption, whereas borderline personality it's more characterized by those extreme emotions, the fear of attachment, the wanting attachment but then pulling away from attachment. In a really, it can look incredibly sort of not aggressive's not the right word. Really intense, super intense, and not a pleasant experience to be on the receiving end of. This video is going to overlap a little bit. I think some of the dynamics, some of the traits could overlap between narcissism and borderline personality, and I would even say, more sort of some sociopath type traits, because there is a tendency sometimes that, there's a sense that sometimes it feels like narcissists know what they're doing, whereas some of the readings suggest that they don't, they're just being themselves, and that's true, and that that it's not from a sinister or premeditated place. And I think that does characterize narcissists. But there is a sense sometimes, and just talk to people, that sometimes there can be a sense that there's something intentional about the narcissist's abuse, in fact even enjoying it. So there's kind of this there can be kind of this combination: narcissism, borderline personality disorder, sort of sociopathy. And so this video might kind of touch on all three as I go along. The narcissist are characterized by some kind of attachment trauma in childhood that leads to this kind of being stuck in this self-centered ego state of the world revolving around them. They only see their own needs and what they want. They're incapable of or empathy and being able to put themselves in other people's shoes, sense what others want. They do learn how to, very well I should say, work their way into society and so on. And so this is a very heavy topic. Some of you watching might have been through tremendous amounts of pain dealing with this personality, with this disorder, and only you know what I mean when I say tremendous amounts of pain. There is something diabolical about dealing with this when it's in its extreme. So this video is an attempt to describe what sets up this dynamic between the empath and the narcissist, looking at it from an INFJ perspective. But empaths essentially have this problem, can have this problem with narcissists, and not just empaths and INFJs, but like everyone could potentially find themselves in this situation. So one vulnerability that can lead to an INFJ or an empath finding themselves in a narcissistic relationship is growing up in an environment where a caregiver or the caregivers are narcissistic in some way, and the INFJ empath is groomed to take care of and meet only the needs of the parent and not themselves. And so there's this overextending focus pulled out of the INFJ to meet the need of the narcissist, and that pattern and dynamic sets them up to being attracted and being attracted to and attracting a narcissist personality into their lives. There's a lot that could be said about what creates a narcissist, in the sense of why two people could grow up in a similar environment and one becomes a narcissist and the other one becomes an empath that takes care of the narcissist. And one thought that I have on that is that an inborn trait of empathy could be a deciding factor on whether a child grows up to act out the narcissist tendencies that were modeled to them growing up, or if they grow up very sensitive to the needs of others because they were dealing with a narcissist. That empathy component seems to be like a shield or a safeguard that protects them from sort of developing or disconnecting from themselves being deeply affected by the attachment and developing narcissism. So you've got this this dynamic where the empath, and I'll say empath from here on in this video to be more inclusive, but essentially when I say empath, I am referring to the INFJ as well. That they have an ability to help other people in very deep, profound, and unique ways. And so the empath finds meaning in helping people to get in touch with themselves and working stuff out. And the narcissist loves that kind of attention. And so it's almost like the empath picks up that there's a problem in the narcissist. Not that they would ever use that word initially. There's a sense that there's something wrong, and there's a desire to be a supportive role in helping them to work stuff out. But it's an illusion. And I say there's this sort of slight sense, because I don't even think it's conscious, that the empath sees that there's an issue. I think sometimes the narcissist presents themselves to create an illusion that they need help, that they need to work some stuff out, because the INFJ, the empath believes it, because the narcissist is not being deceptive, they're just being themselves. They are being so it's like they're not hiding the fact that they are deceiving. They're being themselves, if that makes sense. And so the INFJ doesn't pick up an incongruence or a deception, and so just sees them as a normal person that has some problems, and the INFJ might be a supportive role in helping them to deal with those problems. But essentially it's an illusion, and it is the trap that hooks an empath into this system and into this dynamic. The empath gets involved and quickly gets caught up in a trap that is never ending. It will never end. The only way it ends is the empath removes themselves from the relationship completely. But that can take an awful amount of pain to get there for some people. One of the deceptions that does take place is that the empath thinks that they're getting deep into the world of the other person in the relationship, especially in those early forming times, days, weeks, months, or whatever. The empath thinks that they're getting into the world of the to the narcissist. But in actual reality, there is like nothing to get deep into. It's like a mirage. It's an illusion, and it is part of the trap. And so the empath thinks they're getting deep into the other. In fact, they're not even scratching the surface, because for the narcissist, that just is unacceptable. The defense mechanism is rock solid concrete. The reality of what is happening is, through this process of the empath thinking they're getting into the world of the other, the narcissist is getting into the world of the empath and starts to figure out what makes them tick, what's their vulnerabilities, and begins the spinning the web. However, the empath is often unaware that this is taking place. Again, it's because the narcissist is kind of being natural in this. So there's no deception, no conscious deception in the narcissist way. In a sense, they're naturally manipulative. So the empath doesn't cue in necessarily straight away that this is taking place, although the empath is very good at picking up deception in people. There's a blind spot with the narcissist. And so the narcissist ends up invading and getting into the depths of the empath and wreaks havoc, while in fact the empath is trying to wholeheartedly and in a sense a loving, helping way, trying to get to understand the narcissist in order to be a support to them. And that is just, in a sense, that encapsulates the hideous nature of all of this. So you could almost say that the narcissist is naturally manipulative, and provided the empath gives them the attention that they want, and I think they even feel that they deserve, and doesn't complain or ask anything of the narcissist, everything is fine. However, it's inevitable that the narcissist is going to do something, and I think it's even part of the dynamic that they create, is that they do something to offend the empath, and the empath seeks to resolve this, address it, and therein lies the problem. The narcissist will resist and react strongly to the empath asking them to look at their behavior or look at what they're doing. And the narcissist will do everything they can to avoid and go nowhere near addressing that. In fact, there is a sense that that is part of, that's where it's kind of like, is it sinister or is it just a natural not natural, but is it just them being themselves, or is there a sinister nature to it? Because it can seem as though some of the things they do, they enjoy it and get a kick out of it. So the empath is kind of hooked into the relationship through what they perceive is the narcissist bringing themselves. Although the issues that they may use to hook the INFJ in, that may be seeking or manipulating that empathy to come their way, may exist in reality, but there's no desire to address it. They just want the attention. Because in a sense, the attention is the cure for the narcissist. That's all they want. They don't want to address anything. They don't want to open themselves up. To open themselves up is to risk further trauma, is to risk further rejection. So that they are hell-bent on, and in a sense unable to open themselves up. And the empath will double down often in their attempt to empathize, to connect, to understand, further getting hooked into the schema. getting further hooked into an abusive cycle. So the empath, in a sense, their empathy gets hijacked. It gets co-opted, and comes under the control of the narcissist. So some evidence that one is in a narcissistic situation is that nothing will ever change, in the sense that the other person that the empath was initially drawn to and seeking to help actualize, you'll get further away from that reality than closer to it. And in fact, the empath's life will begin and continue to deteriorate in a consistent way from that point on. In a sense, from when the system is set up, the empath is going to start to give out more than they naturally should, and the empath essentially begins to deteriorate. The narcissist, in a sense, never changes and is, in a sense, unaffected by this. They just want the attention and someone to feed off, and they're incapable of actually recognizing how much pain they're putting the empath through. They're incapable of it, and in a sense it seems as though they're not interested. And that's kind of just reiterating that the narcissist just being themselves, in a sense, they're not being sinister, they're just being themselves, versus are they actually enjoying wounding the empath? Some would say that they got a sense that the other was enjoying abusing them. The problem is that the abuse is so cleverly done, and that's why the word diabolical comes into play here, because the abuse is so mind-bendingly complicated and almost impossible to put one's finger on fully. And the narcissist is so incapable and uninterested in addressing anything that the environment emotionally for the empath gets in, like they feel crazy. They become very distressed because their emotions are being dealt some very heavy blows, and it never gets resolved. And there can even be a sense of why it's happening, but an inability to address it, and sometimes it's even hard to address it because it's so confrontational for the empath to really address some of the things that are done to them. Because for the empath to behave in a similar way would be, for the most part, so it's just so out of their realm of reality that to address somebody being so destructive in some respects is so confronting that there could be an avoidance to that. In some ways, in some instances or certain events and so on. Others, there can be a tremendous amount of effort that will go into addressing the offences and the woundings and the manipulations and so on that occur, with less than zero outcome. And so this is where that diabolical word comes into play. So often an empath will double down on their giving, will try harder to reach the narcissist, try harder to get connected to them, and because for the empath they believe that they can help, that they can connect, and that's part of the game, because the narcissist is like, I sow wounding and I hurt this other person, and they give me more attention. They try harder to connect to me. So in a sense, it's kind of a conditioning that The narcissist is like, well, why would I change? I'm getting all the attention I would ever want. So, in fact, I get more attention when I insult them, wound them, manipulate them, break down relationships between them and other people, and I'll go into all of that soon. But they essentially double down on wounding the empath, because the empath often responds with more attention. And that's, again, the diabolical nature of this. And that's just something that really needs to be driven home for those that feel like they might be in the midst of something like this, is that essentially nothing will ever work. Now that goes against like some wiring in the empath, because they believe that in a sense that everyone can be reached, everybody can be helped, and so on. And not that they're offended by the fact that they can't reach the narcissist, and not that they see it as a challenge. They just believe that they can do it, and that the other person can do it, is probably more the point, that the other person can do it. The problem is a normal person can see this as an opportunity, that somebody is coming alongside them to support them while they deal with their issues. For the narcissist, that is impossible. It will just 99.99% of the time will not happen, because the goal for the narcissist is to get that attention and feed off the empath. That's it. And to the level that the empath stays in it is basically to the level that the narcissist will just keep taking. In a sense, the narcissist will never get rid of the empath unless somebody else comes along that can do a better job. But for the most part, the narcissist will stay because of their own abandonment issue. In a sense, for the empath, if they've got abandonment, then that can be like a common denominator. Both are staying because of their own abandonment issues, but for very different reasons. And often what happens is it's the empath that runs out of steam, just can't do it anymore. They're just so broken by everything that they just physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually can't do it anymore. And that is usually the turning point for them. Now, narcissists are, like I said before, naturally manipulative of people and organizations. It's like they can manipulate from a distance and manipulate in kind of big picture ways, and manipulate now, knowing that like in 2 years' time that manipulation or that offense will pay dividends for them in 2 years' time. It's like it's like pathological, you could almost say evil, in its ability to ruin people and get away with it. And not just get away with it, but be seen as the innocent party. And that's just another reality. Another characteristic that will suggest that you're potentially in a narcissistic relationship is that you, on one level, you feel like you don't exist, yet you are the only one trying to do anything to improve the relationship. So there's this contradiction, dichotomy going on. You don't exist in the relationship on one level because of the resistance and the inability, in a sense, for the narcissist to connect with you and to recognize you as a distinct individual. Part of that is because you aren't a human being, in a sense. You are a resource. You are a battery to be taken from. So it sets up this, and for the empath to feel invisible, to feel like they don't exist in the relationship, is torturous. And part of that torture, to kind of go over it again, leads the empath to reach out more and more to try to get a connection, to resolve the pain, to in a sense resolve their abandonment that they're experiencing from the lack of acknowledgement of their existence from the other. And so there's that going on. You don't exist, but you're the only one in the relationship. And in a sense, it's to the narcissist's advantage to not resolve any issues with the empath, because to resolve the issues is to lose some of that attention, to lose control of the empath. And so issues will most likely be created and never resolved, because it essentially binds the empath more and more and more into the narcissist life. Another characteristic that you may find is that they will sort of have all the rights or all of the control, yet without any responsibility. So it's like, you are responsible, but I have the control. Now, if you can get your mind around that, that is a disaster. When someone is like taking control of everything, but they don't want to be responsible for what they're in control of, in a sense, you're responsible for what they do and the outcomes and everything. You've got real abuse occurring here. So some of the ways that the narcissist gets in or pulls the empath in is very early on in the relationship. The narcissist will infiltrate the empath's life in any way they can. And social media, I think, has become a real key way for the narcissist to gain control over your life. Becoming friends with your friend, and before they've asked permission. So they'll start to get the friendships and the follows and all of that of your friends and family, of the empath's friends and family, in order to begin a stranglehold. And the empath might feel uncomfortable about it, and may seek to address it at the early stages. God willing, people see that sort of behavior and get out quickly, but often that's not the case. But that can be a way. I mean, social media is a bit funny. It's kind of normal now. And if you're dealing with a normal person, some of those things are nothing. It could be a little bit of a boundary violation. It could be a bit of a grey area. But when dealing with a narcissist, it is deliberate, and it is a boundary violation, and it's an attempt to gain control over your life. And what that essentially does is, if or when that relationship ends, they still have many hooks in which to hurt you, in which to seek to control you and manipulate you. Another thing that they can do is co-opt unsuspecting family and friends to form coalitions to get alongside the narcissist and isolate and sort of make the empath sort of the identified patient is a term that can be used. Like the empath is the problem. And that can be done in many different ways. But essentially that's the dynamic that can occur. And for the empath, eventually when it's time to get out of this thing, is that they, in a sense, have to get to a point where they're willing to let go of all friends or family that have been co-opted and can't see what's going on as part of their recovery. But there can be exceptions to that. People come around, but for the most part, there needs to be a cutting off wherever possible to recover. But we'll explore that more soon. Another way that they gain control is they through hurting and offending and manipulating, get the empath to invest heavily into the relationship. Yet they won't invest. They won't invest into it. They're like a closed system, yet they manipulate the empath to be an open system of resources to feed the narcissist. another thing that can occur is the empath might feel or get a sense that they're being spoken to by people in ways that are incongruent to who they are, and there's a sense that that's coming somehow through the narcissist's manipulation, getting people to see the empath in a certain light or treat them in a certain way. That can happen so masterfully manipulative and almost undetectable that the empath is seen as kind of crazy if they bring it up. But one of the gifts the empath has is often they're intuitive enough to sense when something's not right, when something's going wrong, and very sensitive to all of that. Yet there's a sense that to kind of bring it up, they're going to look crazy, or they're going to be made to look crazy. Hence, more of that entrapment, more of that control. As time goes by, basically, the empath disintegrates little by little, more and more. That more of who they are is taken from them, and it's almost like the other person, the narcissist, has their very essence in their fist. And again, that word diabolical, it is for the empath that is going through this or has been through this, knows exactly what I'm talking about. It is so mind-bendingly painful and disorientating and stressful, all of the above, that seldom is there another type of situation in life that presents such a trying to find the right word, like basically a distressing space. Very, very rarely is there anything more fundamentally soul distressing than the dynamic that I'm describing. Another way that this could be set up, or some of the characteristics, is projection. That the narcissist will have their way of doing something and projecting it onto you and making it out like you're doing it, or that you're that type of person, or making others believe that you're that type of person. And again, that's what leads to just the diabolical nature of this, is how they are so good at projecting their own issues onto the empath. And basically this type of dynamic will continue until the empath is virtually got nothing left on the inside. It will appear to take everything it possibly can out of the empath. And it's when that threshold is reached, which for some people can be not very long, for others it could be years. But the empath will get to a place where it's almost like a moment of enlightened self-interest, where they just know that they can't do this anymore. That it's like the light bulb comes on. This is sickness that I'm involved in here, and that they just physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually cannot do it and need to get out. And that is usually the turning point for the empath, although it could also be a very, very challenging time in and of itself. In fact, for some people, depending on their circumstances and all the variables, the getting out and recovering from it all can be as painful as being in it, just because of the way the reality that sets in with how much when the empath realizes how much they have been duped, taken advantage of, and left in the gutter, essentially. While still in the dynamic, there is a hope of restoration. There's a hope that it'll all turn around. But it essentially just doesn't. And it's in the leaving, getting out of that the reality of what they've been in and the damage that's been done really hits home, and that's devastatingly painful. The good news, however, is that it is ultimately a healing process. Coming into the reality of it is part of the healing process. So part of the dealing with this, for the most part, is totally cutting the narcissist out of your life at whatever point you possibly can. Friendships may need to go. Family relationships may be affected by this. Where you socialize, where you spend your time, friends, all of this stuff could go. Not all of it necessarily, but often the narcissist has got their hooks into so many other people's lives, like they've been setting this up for years, so that if you did leave, they will maintain control. And so often it's a purging of everything that the narcissist might be a part of to heal and recover. It might sound really extreme. Often that is the way that it needs to take place. So part of that is recognizing that all of those issues that the empath was trying to resolve will never be resolved. In fact, they don't need to be resolved. They were created in order to control the empath. And so the resolving of them is walking away. The other thing to keep in mind, because there's a reclaiming that needs to take place essentially for the empath of their entire being. And one thing that is helpful to keep in mind through this process is that you were, in a sense, doing the right thing with the wrong person. That with the right person, everything that you were attempting to do would lead to a very lovely, loving, healthy, connected relationship. And so, in a sense, that isn't what you did, in a sense, wasn't the problem. It was who you did it with and for how long you did it with. So coming out of it and moving on with your life, the way in which you were trying to build relationship is often not the problem. Now, if there are children involved, that is a whole sort of different ball game, and makes it a lot harder for somebody to deal with this. And that might require some legal representation and some legal avenues in regards to custody and shared custody and all of that. I won't go into that side of things in this video, just to say that it adds a very real complexity to recovery, but recovery is still possible. So often there are some truths that the empath needs to come to realize in their own self and life, due to the fact that they got themselves into this in the first place. So the question of what it was in me, or what's gone on in my own history that would lead me to end up with a person like that going through something like this. And that should send the empath back to their own family of origin, in the sense of what were my attachment relationships like with my parents, what happened or didn't happen in my own childhood that might have set me up to being attracted or attracting this kind of relationship. That can be painful but absolutely necessary to recovery. And in a sense, it's kind of like the blessing in disguise, like the diamond underneath the humongous pile of pain, is that this dynamic, this relationship with the narcissist can reintroduce the empath to themselves, to their deeper self, if you like, that was lost, that led to them getting into this relationship in the first place. So it's like it actually does have a means to an end. It can all have a positive eventually. So in a sense, it can be a ginormous life lesson to bring an empath into a deeper connectedness and relationship with themselves, and from that eventually into their relationships, romantic or friendship or whatever, that it deepens and enriches their lives eventually. It's just a huge price to pay to get there. Now, the reality is that there is life after a relationship with a narcissist, basically because there was life before relationship with the narcissist. The reality is there wasn't life with the narcissist because they were with a narcissist. So a relationship with a narcissist takes away life. It just removes life. And so there can be a sense for people recovering that, will I ever get back on track? Will I ever recover from this? And the reality is yes, because you've got the problem, a huge piece of the problem out of your life, which is the dynamic and relationship with the narcissist. That is what made it impossible to move forward. Without that in your life anymore, everything is available, everything is possible. Life will start to just naturally come back into your life. It is can be a very slow process, but life without the narcissist will bring life back and bring meaning back. So part of the process is deciding who you can trust and who you can't trust coming out of a narcissist relationship. And that can be a rude awakening for some people. Some people could find that nearly everybody in their life has somehow been co-opted by the narcissist, and they have to let a lot of people go. Very, very painful. That doesn't necessarily need to be the case. It could be just isolated to a few people. But there's a sense that there's a need to just let go of those that, like, essentially taking the side of the narcissist, if you like, or are choosing to see you as the problem and all of that. And in a sense, one just needs to cut their losses and, for the sake of recovery, put solid boundaries in place so that the narcissist has little to no input or way of getting into your life. In that sense, like friendships, bank accounts, social circles, all number of things may need to be addressed, because to the level that you allow the narcissist in or to stay in will be to the level that they will continue to abuse you. So there's a sense of needing to just purge yourself of the narcissist, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And essentially recovery happens in reverse. So you remove yourself physically, get them out of your life, and that essentially sets you up to dealing with the spiritual, mental, and emotional. And that is that can be a slow process as you kind of come to terms with how much they've impacted and affected you emotionally and mentally. And almost like learn to rethink about things, and you'll have thinking patterns that just aren't based in any reality. It was based in their reality. And it's just like life kind of needs to just do its thing for that sort of stuff to emerge. Certain thinking patterns or feelings that you have that were based more around being with the narcissist than anything else. And you start to see that, I don't need to feel this way anymore. Or, you just have to recover from the narcissist impact. It can be very helpful to, almost absolutely necessary to debrief. It's almost like PTSD, post-traumatic stress, that getting out of it, out of that essentially a traumatic relationship and seeing the devastation that it's created, it could need therapy, but it at least needs somebody safe to talk about what happened, to reframe what happened, to make sense of what happened, to help to clear out this build-up that often the empath has accumulated throughout the relationship, because in a sense the empath carries the issues that were unresolved, and so there is just a huge burden that the empath carries, and talking about it can help to reduce the load, can help to recognize what doesn't need to be carried anymore. And I think there's a huge amount of truth that those issues only existed because the narcissist created them in the first place to control the empath. So in a sense, those issues get resolved simply by walking away from that relationship, because for the most part the empath will not have those same kinds of problems with a healthy person. There'll be normal relationship problems and communication and things like that, but all of that will get resolved with a healthy person. All of that other stuff that went on with the narcissist simply just you won't have those problems in a healthy relationship. So essentially it's giving back all of that junk that was put on the empath, putting that all back on the narcissist, putting it over that side of the street, so to speak, and moving on, and just addressing the reality for the empath. You know, how did I get into this mess? What was my part in this? Where does this come from me? And that's part of the healing process. Another way to recover from all of this is also to read literature on the topic. And that could lead to a range of different areas, but just reading material on narcissism to help normalize your experience, so that you can sort of put that experience in a sense in a compartment, because essentially everything that you experience with the narcissist you're not likely to experience it anywhere else, so you can sort of put it all in one basket, if you like. And it's helpful to be recognizing in a situation, it's like, okay, that's more of that dynamic, or more of what was going on inside of the narcissist dynamic. I can see what that's about and where that came from, and place it over there. So it's kind of a differentiating between the empath from the narcissist, in a sense that the narcissist has got their hooks inside the empath, and part of the recovery process is recognizing how they have, and that takes time, to purge the empath from the narcissist, because this never occurred. The empath never got inside of the empath's world. It was all an illusion. So it is essentially resolving this kind of picture and removing it. So there's the removing of the person, and then there's the removing of their impact on the empath emotionally and mentally, socially, and essentially spiritually. So I hope you have found this video informative and helpful, either for the viewer who is going through this, or who's been through this, or wants to understand what happens to someone when they go through something like this. There's certainly a lot more that could be said on this topic, but I'll leave it there for today. I appreciate if you'd like the video. Hi everybody, Scott here. A few weeks ago I received some interesting questions from a subscriber around the INFJ paradox, if you like. And the questions were: INFJs in the workplace, being invisible, mistakenly viewing being viewed as not a team player. The second point was INFJs challenges interacting with less deep MBTI types, and INFJs in a family system. So the best way to, I think, begin exploring these topics and questions is to show you a brief illustration to help sort of paint a bit of a picture of where these challenges come from. So this can be just a simple illustration to help show or help explain why INFJs can have challenges in these areas of life. The best way to, or a way of describing it, and it certainly doesn't cover everything, it's just a simple way of saying this might be why INFJs struggle. So there are certainly more sensors on the planet than intuitives, and I don't want this necessarily be a sensor intuitive diagram, but it's more just a way of saying this is kind of what it can look like for an INFJ at least. For an INFJ, it can feel like a lot of people occupy like the sensory world, like the here and now, the five senses and all of that sort of thing. And if we looked at this line as like, the ground, the earth, it's like people occupy a lot of people occupy the sensory world and maybe a little bit of depth. Not that senses aren't deep, but it's a different kind of deep, let's put it that way. And there are types that just don't like going much further down than that. It's like it's a little overwhelming, or it's not necessary, or they just don't feel comfortable down there. And so they're open to looking at things a little, on a deep way, but usually they're much more comfortable up here in this more sensory, factual, data type space. But for the INFJ, where they occupy their space is sort of down here to like maybe here. And we could kind of look at this as like SE, if you like, or this is all SE. And the INFJ occupies, and down here is NI. It's like they occupy this kind of space. And so there's very little, there is overlap, but it's very little. So the INFJ can sort of come up above the surface to a certain extent, but isn't really comfortable out here. It's not the INFJ's natural habitat. They much prefer to be down in here. And so the INFJ only feels known, in a sense, to this extent. And so in a family of origin, or within a workplace or friendship, sometimes the INFJ, this is all that people are seeing of them, when there's a whole lot more depth there that either just gets dismissed because it's misunderstood or not even noticed. So in these sorts of environments, the INFJ can be sharing information that it's gathering from down here and put it up in here, or even put it, in a sense, up in here, and it's just not, it's misunderstood, it's dismissed because it doesn't seem to come from a logical sequence, or doesn't seem to have much obvious practical application, and so it can get missed. And in a sense, for the INFJ, the challenge is to get the information from down here and somehow find a way to communicate it up here so it's receivable and understandable. Of course, it's probably worth noting that an INFJ is desiring quite strongly for people to come down here and understand this world. And I guess in a sense it requires a little bit of both. It requires the INFJ flexing their type a little bit in order to be able to be understood and received up in this area of the world, and it's helpful for others to recognize the difference of NI and the INFJ, and make some effort to get to know and understand this deeper part. So the best place to start is looking at the family system and some of the challenges that INFJs can have in certain family system environments. So just generally speaking, if an INFJ finds themselves being the only INFJ in the family, or the only introvert, or the only intuitive in the family, or even the only feeler in the family, those sorts of things can just be natural challenges for people. Doesn't necessarily need to lead to significant challenges, but just adjusting to that can be challenging, both for other family members and the INFJ. But it really does come down to the health, if you like, of a family system. If it's a rigid family system that only sees one style of communicating or processing information, if it only sees that in one way, and it just happens that the INFJ is outside what the other family members considers normal, then that can be very challenging for an INFJ. In fact, I mean, it's challenging for anybody in that situation. And what that can do is, it's a form of rejection, but because it happens in childhood, the child doesn't know. It just seems normal for the child, so the child just naturally learns to shut down parts of themselves, or sort of try and be like the others in the family to feel accepted and to fit in. So I think what can happen for an INFJ is that deeper part of self doesn't get any light on it, in a sense that a good way of describing that is when a child, before the age of 7, and let's say someone steals their pencil and they feel angry or sad about it, a healthy parent's going to get down really close with that child and help them to identify what they're feeling, and give a name to what is happening for the child, whether it's anger or sadness or fear. And then the child gets to understand this emotion and have that name for it. And in that sense, they get to understand more their emotions and the internal world. So for the INFJ, who basically lives in their internal world, if no one's helping them to recognize what's in there and what it is and affirm it and accept it, then an INFJ can sort of, it's not that they lose their introverted intuition, but it's like it operates it's difficult to describe because NI is often unconscious, but let's say it's like more unconscious, like there's very little sort of conscious awareness of it. So it's almost like, and I've seen this in people, that there can be INFJs that have this deep inner world, but they've never shared it with anybody. No one's ever been in there with them, and so they're in it, but they don't know that they're in it. And the picture is kind of like it's black, but not like a bad black. It's just there's not a lot of light in there. I don't think I'm explaining it particularly well. I'm going to give it another go. A bit like the emotion. Now the child feels. Now, let's say they didn't have a parent that acknowledged those emotions and gave them names, fear, anger, sadness, things like that. Then the child's going to grow up and they're going to still have those emotions, but they're not. They're going to be more in them and not really noticing them, if you like. So they're going to have times where they're angry and sad, but they're not going to have much awareness around what it is or how to deal with it, because they just haven't had other people around them to sort of affirm and help them understand and process that emotion. So for the INFJ, it can be similar in that they can have all of these things going on the inside, but if there's no one there to kind of help them bounce that around or name it or describe it or affirm it, then they're in it, but they don't know that they're in it, or that they don't have names to describe what's going on the inside. I hope that makes sense. And so for some INFJs, they can grow up in a sense of, there's a stuckness in that you can ask them lots and lots of questions, or just ask them questions and they don't have answers, because they're not used to having people trying to draw things out of them or find out about them. They've learned to shut that down and be misunderstood. And so there can be like a blockedness or a stuckness in their NI. And what it requires for the INFJ, what can be helpful is when somebody else helps them to identify that deeper place, acknowledge it, speak into it. And it's kind of like it helps to sort of shine lights on the inside of the INFJ so that they can recognize this place that they've always been in, but it just they haven't had the kind of conscious awareness of that deeper place. So having other people around to speak into that can be very empowering and enlightening for the INFJ. So it's like it switches the NI on to their own conscious awareness. This is what it is. No, it's not just for INFJs, but there are INFJs that they're like old souls. They're always seeking truth and the reasons for things and the why of things. And for a family where they're not interested in depth, they're not interested in the why of things, they're just interested in what's actually happening, then sometimes for an INFJ, they can be a threat to other people. And if we're looking at it from the family system, and it depends on the health of the family, if an INFJ is asking questions, they're seeing the deeper issues or the deeper, the deeper spaces that are going on within a situation. If they start speaking that truth out into a family where they don't want to know truth, they don't want to look at their own issues and things like that, then the INFJ becomes a real threat to the system, and so the INFJ can get shut down. And that can be very challenging for anybody in that situation, but especially for the INFJ. So the healthy family is going to just recognize that the INFJ is different. The INFJ has a different way of thinking, a different way of seeing the world, and a different way of communicating what they see in the world. And for a healthy family, they're going to embrace that. They're going to accept it. They're going to affirm that part of the INFJ and help the INFJ to recognize these areas of uniqueness within their personality type and grow in them. So for a lot of INFJs, because they often don't feel heard or understood in their family of origin, or if that happens for them, they learn to become listeners, and there's two reasons for that, I think. The first one is that INFJs, I think, are naturally good listeners because they like to observe and understand just naturally. But when you add the fact that they can feel misunderstood and they can feel shut down and not heard, then that sort of exacerbates that listening part of them, and they just become listeners. So INFJs could find themselves in friendships where one's a talker and the other's a listener, and they'll find themselves being in that listening space. And INFJs, I think, enjoy listening to people, but within friendships and dealing with other sorts of personality types, the INFJ just doesn't. Like, people want to know the INFJ, but the INFJs learnt that they don't feel and understood when they communicate, so they don't communicate much. They keep a lot inside, and that can be frustrating for other types that actually want to get to know them. And for some types, that silence, if you like, that INFJs can have can be misunderstood, seen as, aloof or standoffish or things like that. But that's really just a misunderstanding. I think for the most part, INFJs aren't those things at all. They've just learnt to be listeners. So it's important for INFJs to, if that's happening for them, to recognise that and develop an assertiveness where they actually state, like, I want to talk, or I need to talk, or I want to talk about a certain topic. Would you just listen? Would you, give me some airtime? And that can be helpful for the INFJ to continue or begin to share themselves and share what they think with those around them. So there can be this sort of added complexity that because INFJs have tried communicating in their family of origin and felt shut down, not in all cases, but in some cases, they learn to be quiet and sort of reserved, and maybe feel a bit sidelined. And again, I just want to state that that's not the case for all INFJs at all, but I think this can be a common challenge for INFJs under certain circumstances. That people develop their own understanding or interpretation of the INFJ, and then or perception, and then other people talk to the INFJ from their own perception of what they think the INFJ is. And then the INFJ is looking at them going, who are you talking to? Whoever you're talking to is not me. And that can be really frustrating for an INFJ if they find themselves in that kind of situation. I guess it exacerbates this not feeling known issue. Hence the importance for INFJs to be communicating and expressing themselves so that people can get to know them. So just to reiterate that, INFJs can sometimes find themselves in situations where it's like a person's talking to them, and the INFJ's like internally looking around, going, "Who are you talking to me? Like whoever you're talking to or relating to is not who I am," and that can be a little bit paradoxical. And that could probably be particularly true within the workplace, which is the third topic of this video, INFJs in the workplace. That, I think, INFJs, obviously they're introverted, so they're more geared to, gather tasks and just go away and do them on their own. And complete those tasks. And a lot of INFJs are quite individualistic in the sense that they don't necessarily work really well within group dynamics and group settings and group brainstorming and meetings and all of that, because when they're in those situations, they'd be preferring to think rather than speak. And of course, and something I've mentioned in other videos is that we do live in an extroverted culture that values extroverted traits, And so workplaces are often, they think that the only way of working is within group settings and meetings and open plan offices and all of this sort of stuff, and which is really not the natural habitat for an INFJ. It can be quite draining being in those environments all day. So part of the point that my subscriber was making was, his point was INFJs in the workplace being invisible and mistakenly viewed as not a team player. So I think in regards to the invisible piece, I think INFJs both feel invisible, or this is what can happen. They can feel invisible, and they also probably want to be invisible in certain scenarios. INFJs are often the quiet observer. Not all the time, not every INFJ is like that, but I think a lot of INFJs are more the quiet observer, because their NI, whenever they're in a group scenario, their NI is just processing and they're thinking, and the INFJ is off in their subconscious somewhere. And of course, a lot of working environments, office environments, it's all about extroverting everything. Extrovert it, put it out there, put it out there, put it out there. And often INFJs are not ready to put it out there, and that can just be challenging when they feel like they should say something, when they're not actually ready to have something to say. And then if they say something when they're not ready to, it can come out a little bit jumbled. It's like not a well-formed thought yet. So it's really important, and it's something, Susan Cain is a big proponent of this, and I certainly see its value in workplaces growing up, in the sense that they value different styles of work and different styles of creativity and productivity, and allow spaces for different types to be able to do good work. One of the other ways INFJs can feel invisible or appear to not be a team player is in the area of competitiveness. I think there are a lot of INFJs it's like they're allergic to competition. They're just not interested in it because it doesn't stimulate good ideas or stimulate creativity. It could actually stifle it. Competition can be stressful, and that stress can lead to a lack of creativity or a lack of drive. I think INFJs have a natural drive, their own sort of drive, and they don't need, people trying to compete against them to stimulate that drive. In fact, if anything, it can sometimes just stifle the drive, because it's not how INFJs get motivated. That's not 100% the case. I think we can all find ourselves in spaces where we want to be better than somebody else and all of that. But I think just as a general rule, INFJs can not be interested in that style of that dynamic that can happen in workplaces. In a sense, an INFJ is usually competing with themselves. There's this constant drive to improve, to self-actualize, to overcome their own challenges. They place their own challenges over them, and that's usually a private set of challenges where they compete against themselves, in the sense that they want to overcome certain challenges or self-actualize, if you like, in a certain way. And that doesn't necessarily require others in the sense of direct competition. It's probably going to be happening within relationship and within the context of others, but it's all happening internally. They're not interested in challenging other people. They have a tendency to unsettle people without them knowing it. Because the old soul, if you like, is able to see through a lot of the facades of people, a lot of the games that people play, and a lot of the self-protecting that people do. And maybe that's a topic for another, a longer video, but what that can look like is the INFJ can feel like they're kind of being hit with stuff from other people, because the other people can feel threatened by the INFJ's ability to see through them. And that can lead to people doing self-protective type behaviors, whether it's just forms of rejection, or ostracization, or game playing, or whatever it could be, or intimidation or aggression. It can just be people's protector parts that they develop to protect themselves that kind of get thrown at the INFJ, or inflicted on the INFJ because the INFJ can see through it. And that can be challenging for an INFJ being in those sorts of environments. Hence why I think that can be one of the reasons why INFJs can find themselves being a little reclusive, and wanting to be by themselves, or work by themselves, or minimize social engagement. I don't think it's the reason, but I think it can be part of the reason why INFJs can do that. And I think it's just important for INFJs to recognize that those protectors are about them. It's about the other person, and that whatever the protector is trying to, the protectors and the other people, whatever they're trying to scapegoat or dump on the INFJ is not theirs at all. It's simply the insecurity and it's simply just the insecurity of other people trying to deflect the INFJ's ability to see through them by playing those sorts of protector games. And what the protectors and people don't realize is the more that people do that, the more the INFJ can see through them. So that can be just a very paradoxical, challenging environment for some INFJs if they find themselves in that sort of dynamic, whether it's within a friendship circle or a workplace. However, it's probably more likely to happen for the old soul type INFJ who is always searching for deeper and deeper truth and understanding of the world and people and spirituality and all of these sorts of things. It's probably those types of INFJs that are going to have more of those sorts of challenges. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more about INFJ, their challenges with interacting with other types. My subscriber mentioned that, is it true that INFJs are the most dissatisfied with relationships and jobs and career and so on? I don't know if they're the most dissatisfied, but I think some of the reasons and some of the things that I've mentioned in this video points to the reason why INFJs might be dissatisfied in those areas. In the area of relationship, if an INFJ has not felt known in their childhood, then that can be an unmet childhood need that needs to be met in adulthood. And if that's the case, then the INFJ almost needs to do that for themselves. And that's why I think INFJs get quite attracted to the MBTI, is because the MBTI becomes that sort of affirming voice to their deeper selves. And it's that affirmation that the INFJ gets through the MBTI that is quite powerful. And of course, INFJs, they want to be known at a deep level, and they want to relate to others at a really deep level. And the illustration that I provided before speaks to why that's often a challenge for the INFJ. So if you do have an INFJ in your world, you don't necessarily need to fully get the depth, if you like, of the INFJ, but accepting and letting them know that you accept their depth and that you seek to understand and desire to understand more that deeper process can be incredibly powerful for the friendship or the relationship. And you'll have a friend for life if you provide that gift to the INFJ. And like I illustrated in the picture, INFJs need to do a little bit of flexing to package what they're feeling or thinking or knowing in a receivable form to those that don't share that same function or that same depth, that depth of function, if you like. And vice versa, others need to acknowledge that the INFJ thinks differently and that there is actually value in what the INFJ has to offer. And so it requires sort of an open-mindedness from others, and also a conscious effort for the INFJ to communicate things in a way that is more receivable. And in that sense, you've got a little bit more, connectedness between the different types. Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video, I'm going to talk about INFJs and depression. Now, the whole theme of depression is a very big one. So I'm going to target a specific area for this video that I think a majority of the population are susceptible to struggling with. And what I mean by that is that depression is can be seen, and it can be a chemical imbalance for some people, which requires medication, and that's a reality, and that is true for some people. That is just the way it is for them. However, for a lot of people, there is an underlying cause for the depression. It's not born with it. It's not just a physiological problem. It actually has some roots in the person's life, and that's the focus of this video. I just want to also add that a lot of people have underlying issues that lead to depression, and then seek help, and may receive, well, I'll say a certain kind of help that leads them to being medicated. Again, some of those people, that is the appropriate way forward. For some people, it might not be, and that they end up being medicated, which might help to some degree with the depression, but it also has side effects. And I think some of these medications can have profound effects on people, and it's possible that for a lot of people, good therapy to get to the underlying issues is a better way forward. And I would say that with good therapy, the therapist should be able to help the client get to the underlying cause of the depression and help the client to resolve it in some way, so as to, in a sense, resolve the depression. Now, in this video, if you identify with the content of this video, I'd encourage you to click on my INFJ playlist, as a majority of my videos go essentially like personal growth videos for INFJs, and that kind of personal growth can help to address some depression. It may not resolve the depression, but it certainly will potentially helpful in addressing some of those issues. I don't see it as the answer, just a resource that might be of benefit to you. But of course, you also may most likely require other avenues to address your own depression. Now, it has become a bit of I guess a stereotype, but the reality is a lot of our issues in adulthood have a root and an origin in our childhood. And in a sense, the more a person ridicules that idea or scoffs at it, chances are it's more likely that for them there is something in their childhood that that they don't want to look at or they don't want to acknowledge. I've been counselling long enough to know that almost without exception, that a lot of the problems people come to counselling with have their roots in childhood. And the INFJ has their own unique challenge with their childhood. Now, I've gone into this in various ways in other videos, but just to kind of lay out the foundation to address and look at this theme of depression. So for the INFJ, if they've been brought up in a relatively healthy family environment, that they can still, depression could still end up being an issue for them, because even in a healthy family environment, the cognitive functions and the way the INFJ processes and sees the world is not understood or recognized by other members of the family. I would say it's not uncommon, or more often than not, there would only be one INFJ in a family. Of course, there's always exceptions to that, but for the most part, there's usually just one, or none. And so part of childhood development is having our reality acknowledged and reflected back to us. An example of that is, if we're running around outside and we fall over and we skin our knee, and we're crying and we're hurting, and we go inside, and or the parent or the caregiver will hear that and come to the child and will care about that knee, will care about what's going on, will be reflecting the emotions that they're seeing, caring about the injury and caring about the child, and it's often the emotional side that is often the issue, with these sorts of things. They're hurting because of the hurt knee, if that makes sense. And when a parent takes care of the emotional side, very quickly the child will reduce in anxiety and reaction, and then they'll eventually just be able to tidy the knee up fairly quietly. And that's just an example of reflection, of mirroring. Another one is when a child comes home and they've had an exciting day, or they've had a difficult day. There's a caregiver there to ask the questions: how was your day? What happened? And engage with the child and engage with the emotional content. If there's something they're working through, the parent will help them to identify that feeling, help them to name the feeling, acknowledge that it's there, help them process it. Or if it's more positive, healthy emotion, they'll be there to sort of celebrate and join in on that emotion. And all of that is sort of acknowledging and affirming the child. The child exists, the child has feelings, the child's feelings are important, what the child is thinking, their ideas, it's all important. And some people watching this will think, well, tell me something I don't know. The reality is, for a lot of people, a lot of humans, not just INFJs, a lot of people struggle in family of origin where very little of their reality is reflected back to them. It's that whole thing of the child is seen and not heard, and sometimes they're not even seen. Now, in a healthy environment, the INFJ is probably seen and they're probably engaged with, but not necessarily is their sort of NI, if you like, or their need for harmony and that sort of thing is really recognized and taken care of. There's a danger of that, let's put it that way, when you've got other family members with a different cognitive functional stack, that we often engage with others the way we would want to be engaged too. A healthy family will recognize differences and want to accommodate those differences and allow everybody's uniqueness to exist in the family. But there is still a danger that on a deeper level, let's put it that way, that the INFJ feels missed or misunderstood, but obviously won't know it because they've sort of born into it. And it's different if a child grows up with a family and is cared for and nurtured and understood, and something happens which causes that child to move into a different family context where maybe they're not listened to, they're not cared about. There is an awareness of what it was like to be heard and recognized and understood. But when we grow up in a culture, a family culture, that is often we often sort of don't know. It's like the fish in water, doesn't know they're in it. And the other side of this is peer relationships. So a child spends a lot of time, in school with their peers or with their teachers, and that is also an environment that can. It's not like it's the school environment is in some respects, not for all INFJs, but is a culture that the INFJ doesn't always feel like they fit, or it's not really designed for them. It's designed for other types of people. So the INFJ in a healthy family environment can still grow up to some extent, possibly not knowing themselves very well, and not having a lot of mirroring back to themselves in a way that really hits home for them. So they could still be mirrored to some extent, but not in that depth. And that can lead to that could lead to depression or other issues. Now, for a child growing up in an unhealthy environment, the everything that I've just shared is true for them, in the sense of being missed on a certain level and not felt known. But in the unhealthy environment, there's often some kind of more overt or covert neglect / abuse, where the child is actually being taken advantage of, or being abused in some way, or neglected in some way. And some people, one of the challenges with neglect is and abuse is sometimes the more obvious forms of abuse are more, in some respects, easier to deal with later on than the more covert neglect that it's like the absence of something as opposed to the addition of something. So if there's physical abuse, it's seen, it's obvious, it's noticeable. Whereas some more, you could almost say, narcissistic type abuse, where it can be done covertly. Again, it's like an environment that the child grows up in. And is conditioned to that environment and doesn't actually know that it's abuse. That kind of issue is a lot harder for people to identify and address. just to put it in a different way, it's fairly obvious if someone's being hit that, yeah, maybe there's an issue here, or it's if they're going to see a counsellor, it's more likely that they're going to say, oh yeah, you know, I got hit as a child and things like that. Whereas for some people, when it's that more narcissistic covert abuse, and I am making a video on the INFJ and narcissists, so it's either coming out or it's already out, and so feel free to, I'll leave a link to that if you wanted to watch that video as well. But that more covert abuse can be harder to recognize, and so in some instances, in very unhealthy environments where codependency and dependency is encouraged, where the INFJ's FE is kind of exploited and taken advantage of, and the INFJ becomes a caretaker to those around them, and their reality is ignored. And so it's like a reversal of the way it should be. You know, the parents should be feeding into the children and building the children up so that they can grow up and then build into their children. But what often happens is, in unhealthy family environments, is the child kind of grows up feeding the parents and feeding their unresolved issues and needs. And so there's a lot of unresolvedness and underdevelopment in the child, and they grow up and then there's a threat of them doing it themselves. There seems to be a theme that when empathy is involved, so if the child just has a natural empathy, it's unlikely, or they're less susceptible in some ways of growing up and re-offending in that way. It seems to be almost like a safeguard or a shield that the INFJ or anybody in that sort of situation can recognize what's going on, what it was, and not want to repeat it. But like I said, sometimes it's hard for people to recognize some forms of neglect and abuse because of its covert nature. To give another example would be the child's feelings are ignored, or they're shamed. You know, a child's feelings are, you know, if they're uncomfortable to the parent or unwelcome, they'll be shamed or put down or made fun of for their feelings, and then that child will just naturally lock those feelings down, disconnect from those feelings because of the pain associated with feeling them, through being shamed for having them. And that's just another way that these forms of neglect and abuse can occur. And all of these sorts of things can lead to depression. Other aspects that can contribute to depression and related issues is that for the INFJ, the culture of this world is very narcissistic. It's cold, it's dog eat dog, it's kind of designed in the reverse way to the way the INFJ is designed. You know, the world's built on competitiveness and getting on top of other people and pushing and shoving to get what one wants, whereas the INFJ would want to cooperate, often has no interest in that kind of approach, and will often find themselves in environments or in careers that eliminate that as much as possible. But just to make the point that INFJs are often born into a culture that doesn't support them. Whereas for maybe the SP, the SJ types, the world is more designed to cater for that sort of personality type. And I don't say that with any judgment or whatever. I think it's just a fact. Other ways that an INFJ can be sort of vulnerable to depression is that INFJs pick up the misery in this world. They feel it, they see it, they're in tune with it. And I say that is actually a positive trait, but it needs to be managed. And if it would be wonderful for parents to be tuned into that and to help INFJs to sort of regulate that that part of themselves. So to help them, in a sense, to separate what they're seeing and feeling about what they're seeing versus who they are and their feelings, their reality in their inner world. I think when INFJs grow up in an unhealthy environment, there is a vulnerability of kind of enmeshment, in a sense, with other people's problems and issues. If someone's depressed, they're depressed, when really all they're doing is picking up the other person's depression and feeling it. And if the INFJ is depressed, then maybe being around a depressed person could kind of help get them into their depression. But there's a lot to be said about developing that sense of who I am versus who they are, and what are my issues, what are my feelings versus what are their feelings, and what of their feelings am I picking up. So when a INFJ child grows up in whether it's healthy or unhealthy family, but just grows up misunderstood and not got on a deep level, then their NI is not mirrored back to them. And a lot of what I do in counselling, particularly obviously with INFJs, is I help to mirror their NI and their inner world, to help bring light and validation to their inner world, and no matter what's going on in it. And that's ultimately what needs to happen in childhood, was when is that their NI is reflected back. And of course, as I've already highlighted, it often isn't, because if the other people in the family don't have NI in their cognitive stack, it's often overlooked or missed or misunderstood, or in more unhealthy cases, ridiculed and made fun of. So the INFJ child essentially can grow up with a lack of awareness of their own cognitive function, their NI cognitive function. It's going on, it's existing, but it's kind of existing almost unconsciously, because they haven't had it consciously acknowledged. And so it's kind of like it's half, it's like it's disconnected from, so it's like their main way of processing the world is dulled. And that in and of itself could look like depression on the outside. However, the FE kind of masks it. So if you imagine the cognitive stack, the four functions, and you just half rub out NI, so it's like half being utilized, if you like. And especially in unhealthy family environments where that FE is exploited, getting the INFJ child to focus on the other person, to be in tune with what the narcissist parent wants, for instance, that FE is kind of overdeveloped, but it's not guarded by the NI to discern what is healthy and not, and so on and so forth. And so that FE can mask the depression, because often when the INFJ is with other people, they can be very engaging, very smiley, very animated in regards to their physical reaction to other people, in the sense of, like, their face often is often communicating that they're hearing, that they're there, and that they care. And so the INFJ's depression could be not seen by others because it's masked by the overdeveloped FE, overdeveloped essentially in an unhealthy way. But it can also be masked to the INFJ for the same reasons. especially when the INFJ grows up in an environment that kind of created the depression. In a sense, they're just being themselves, they're being normal, but it's really a result of a childhood that didn't value them on a deep level. Let's look at what happens then in adulthood. For some INFJs, they can end up becoming people pleasers, becoming codependent, and essentially disconnected from themselves and pleasing the world around them as a way to survive, which is just a mirroring, if you like, of childhood. And that can lead to other problems for the INFJ, in the sense that as the years go by and they're acting that out, they're not developing as optimally, or not developing as effectively as they could or would like to. And so as years go by, missed opportunities, poor relationship choices, poor career choices can just lead to an unfulfilled life, dissatisfaction, frustration, stress, anxiety, which all kind of can compound depression. It's like all of those things kind of lead, it's almost like a flow-on effect into a depressive state. So other things that the INFJ can exhibit is that they can be sort of lost in their own cognitions. So it's like they're stuck in their head, and sometimes people say, INFJs are always in their head. But what I'm talking about is they're locked in their thinking. We could almost say, they're locked in their TI, third function, and disconnected from their feelings. And to the level that feelings exist, it's often blurred with the feelings and the needs of others. So I can never say this word particularly well, but it's like a lack of differentiation from other people. And so the INFJ can be sort of lost in their thinking, and it's disconnected from their feelings, and so they're trying to think their way through their problems, and they're essentially stuck there because the INFJ needs to get dropped back down into their feeling, into their own feelings, because they're often overly attuned to other people's feelings. Drop back into their own feelings, to feel them, to process them, to kind of regain an aspect of their selves. And part of that process is also reconnecting with their NI. For an INFJ that grows up in an environment that can lead them to be vulnerable to depression, in a sense, to the level that they weren't met in childhood, is possibly to the level that they're going to have problems in adulthood. And so that vulnerability to depression, or even carrying a depression from their childhood, can lead to all other sorts of problems in adulthood that kind of can compound that depression. Now, I want to inject some hope here, because it sounds hopeless, but the reality is, for a lot of INFJs, that this pathway, not that I think it's by design, but it tends to work out this way, that this particular kind of pathway is almost like a pathway towards self-actualization for the INFJ. It's like through crisis, through adversity can come a deeper connection with self, and all the lessons that come out of that dysfunction and out of some of those challenges end up becoming sort of like jewels in the crown, going into the rest of their lives, both for themselves but also for people around them. So it's like a lot of INFJs can feel like a lot of their life has been wasted in catching up to and dealing with what they didn't get growing up. For a lot of INFJs, that very journey is kind of building things into them that in a way wouldn't have otherwise. And those adversities and challenges and the overcoming of those challenges then become a gift for other people to help others, whether that's in the cliche INFJ way in counselling, or just being there for others in a more general sense in their lives. So let's look at the remedy or the remedies. Now, this whole video and everything I'm going to say after this it's not a formula necessarily. I think a lot of people could follow this general pathway that I'm describing, but it's not one size fits all. So for those watching, it's about seeing what resonates with you, seeing what fits, and taking that on and just leaving the rest. So for people that have had a childhood where there's been some unmet needs, and even to a more severe degree where there's been neglect and abuse, is essentially we need to go back there. And what I mean by that is it is about acknowledging the truth, because often, like I said before, when we grow up in it, we often don't know what we grew up in. All of our childhoods are normal until we've got something to compare it to. And so it's about kind of getting honest about one's childhood and looking at it more objectively. And sometimes that requires a conversation. It actually requires talking it out. But what I'm really just wanting to say here is it's about acknowledging the truth of what was or wasn't there in childhood. And it's through that acknowledgement that the healing can begin. Yes, it can require going to a doctor, maybe having, for those that depression might be severe, crippling, that it may require medication to like create a bit of a foundation to do the work of healing, so that hopefully medication is no longer needed going forward. Some people need that just because what the depression and the issues that they're dealing with are so chronic that they need medical assistance to do the journey. Through getting honest and real about one's own childhood, it should reintroduce them to their feelings, and that's important for healing, because they're unresolved. Those feelings are unresolved, unacknowledged, not addressed, and so it's like reconnecting with those feelings. For a lot of people, which is not really characteristic of INFJs, but I think it exists for sure, is anger. For a lot of people, for a lot of people who are struggling with depression, often have a lot of unresolved anger. And in fact, there's a term that is often very helpful, which is depression is anger turned inward. So, and that anger is a secondary emotion to a primary one. So you've got sort of two issues there. One is that when we're mistreated, it's natural to feel angry. In unhealthy childhood environments, a child will often be shamed or punished for being angry, and so that anger isn't able to be respected, if you like. And so that anger then gets swallowed, and that anger then turns on the self, and there's a lot of self-attack that goes on. And so getting back in touch with feelings can often reintroduce them to their anger, which is really important to feel, because it's the re-feeling of the anger that will lead to the more primary emotions that might be there. Might be sadness, rejection, hurt, abandonment, betrayal, all grief, all number of things. And it's the reconnection with that reality that leads to healing. Another remedy for depression is understanding it and understanding one's own story in childhood, putting it all in context, sort of putting the jigsaw puzzle together, can help sort of normalize a person's experience. It's like it can reduce distress or anxiety, confusion when it's made sense, when a childhood and a person's whatever they might be going through in their lives is put in the context of what they grew up in. It can bring a certain level of relief in and of itself. Another part of it is reconnecting with NI. But quickly backtracking to FE, part of healing is understanding where codependency might exist, where an overemphasis on the needs of others may exist, and beginning to address that, so the INFJ can get a more solid sense of self versus others, and learning to set boundaries about what I'm going to take on or what I'm not going to take on. And it's like that overgrown FE kind of moves back into a more healthy place within the self, and then coming up into NI. And I think this work actually just naturally introduces an INFJ to their NI, but being more deliberate is things like talking to other INFJs or other NFs as well, because it kind of has a natural affirming effect on the uniqueness and the self of the INFJ. Other NFs and INFJs can speak the same language and kind of affirm the processing, the way the INFJ processes, and that can be a way for the INFJ to kind of be reintroduced to their own process and start to recognize it more consciously, and be able to act on their NI knowings and intuition. Through that sort of process, an INFJ can then reorientate themselves in their relationships, and if they're in a career or some kind of work, maybe reorientate their direction. So once they start to reconnect with themselves, they can put boundaries and continue to put boundaries in place in relationships, and find other people that are maybe more healthy for them, or just improve the relationships that they have, and also maybe look at a career choice that might better fit the INFJ. Just want to also mention that the highly sensitive person, HSP, that there are INFJs that are also HSPs, and that essentially the way I look at that is that all that means is that everything that I've just said happens to the INFJ HSP at a much more intricate level. It's like it's like the nerve endings of the INFJ are just super fine. When there's that HSP part of them, so they experience everything more, you could say more sensitively or more profoundly, and it just has a bearing on the HSP part of them has a bearing on how things affect them. So when that's the case, it can be helpful for an INFJ to get an understanding of of how the HSP side of things affects them in their own way, and that can also help them to better take care of themselves. One of the challenges that INFJs can have is that they feel that they need to conform to the culture that they're in, and often the culture actually doesn't support them. And so, but there's just this, you could call it the harmony preference, the NF side of them feels that they have to be harmonious and connect with the culture or be a part of it. But it often backfires. It often sort of costs more than they get from it. It's not that the INFJ can't be in culture, it's that the INFJ needs to be wise about how they do engage culture, where they position themselves, who they position themselves with, and the HSP side of things also can speak to that, so that the INFJ can recognize that they just need to do life and engage in life and culture and relationships in a way that works and fits for them, not in the ways in which it works for everybody else, because for the most part it's not going to work. And essentially these sorts of interventions, what they attempt to do is address the issues and the roots that lead to depression. Now, it could be for some people that even after doing this work and life improving to some extent or to a great extent, that there could be a lingering issue with it. It's kind of like if you get a piece of paper and you put a crease in it, that no matter how much you try and iron out that crease, you'll always see the crease. It will never be fully flat and invisible. You'll always see it. And it's possible that for some INFJs, there'll always be a vulnerability to it. It's like a hairline fracture there, that when life's not going too well, when life happens, so to speak, that's the way the INFJ could be impacted, and just that low mood, depressive type symptoms. That could be the reality for some INFJs, but certainly not for all. The ideal approach or the ideal outcome is that going into one's childhood, addressing any codependency, all the issues that I've put out in this video, should hopefully lead to a resolving of the depression. Again, other interventions may also be required for some people. If I was watching this, I would just take what works, what fits, and see this as just an angle on this whole area, and continue to do your own research and make sure it's like a holistic approach. Essentially, I think this video is a holistic approach, but yeah, I just don't want this video to be. It's not the answer to everybody's problems with depression. It's just a video on it. So maybe that's just a bit of a disclaimer. So like I said at the start of the video, if the video is resonating with you, I've got an INFJ playlist where I've featured a lot of videos on stress, on how to engage NI, how to recognize it, all sorts of different videos that might just be helpful for someone looking to move and grow in their own, in their NI, and just as people. There's also a highly sensitive person video that I put out a year or two ago. Feel free to look at that. I'll put a link in this video. And a helpful video to demonstrate this mirroring effect is a video called the Still Face Experiment, and I'll leave some links to two videos that just look at what happens when a caregiver is being positive and loving towards a child, and when they choose to stop mirroring and engaging with the child, how it impacts a child. It can be a little upsetting to watch, so I'll just put that out there. It's sad, and for INFJs, they're going to feel it, but it can be just a helpful way to see the reality of what we can sometimes grow up in. To some it's a huge degree, to others it's just maybe a minor degree. INFJs process the script of life very differently. A lot of it is unconscious narrative and almost beyond the reach of the INFJ themselves. On the outside they can look like everybody else. However, existential, eternal type questions are being digested all the time. These questions require the deep in order to process. However, the processing in some ways is just out of reach for the INFJ. It keeps one NI on it at all times. INFJs need to build trust in NI, as the conclusions, the insights, the thoughts, the wonderings that NI comes up with are hard for others to accept, as they are not backed up by logic as others understand it. The trusting in NI is a process and requires testing out the insights on others to help hone its accuracy. Building trust in it is a process. Life can sometimes take dramatic turns when deep wonderings get answered or a sudden realization occurs. Dramatic reshaping can take place, or you could say the realization is a changing of the INFJ as they surrender to the truth revealed. The INFJ trusts NI more than anything else. NI knows best. INFJs can have a culture door slam, making sudden changes to adjust to the unconscious narrative that is leading them once a piece of it is gifted to the INFJ. Conscious awareness of the narrative is a sign that they are ready for it. INFJs follow a similar direction in life to others when viewed from the outside, but how this direction takes place internally is a very different story. NI turns general life directions and patterns upside down. This pattern leads INFJs away and also represents where the INFJ is when they're with you. The pattern represents the INFJ in social situations, however it is oversimplified. It appears as though others are joined together on a specific level of consciousness, with each logical theme leading to the next. It can sometimes look like a role play to the INFJ. The INFJ takes the presenting narrative and goes off exploring it all and much more. They often predict the end of the conversation long before the conversation has concluded. The INFJ yearns for interaction that matches their own process. This is where INFJs spend most of their time. On the surface it looks like nothing is going on down there, but much is going on. Down below is where the INFJ is when they are with you. However, this also represents where they go when they are not with you. From here, the INFJ observes the sensory world, analysing, wondering, questioning, yearning, grieving and rejoicing. In one sense, this is where the INFJ lives, breathes and creates, and are most comfortable. However, the INFJ likes to visit the sensory world as part of self-regulating. For the most part, even when for casual reasons, the visit ties into a deeper narrative that the INFJ is trying to knit together and understand. You could even say that the INFJ is visiting the sensory world on behalf of NI, which requires the exposure to enable further processing. FE facilitates exploration by warmly engaging and following the social customs in order to gather new, valuable information. In the world, the INFJ is being themselves. However, the unassuming presence can act like a camouflage. This camouflage both looks after the INFJ, but can also feel like it is getting in the way of connection, like an astronaut spacesuit. If you are looking for an INFJ, look for someone who is fitting in from an observational perspective, but is not following the narrative around them, not speaking when you think they should, not saying the predictable lines that support the popular narrative, laughs at odd times, or says things that don't seem to have a logical backing to it, or even says something that shuts everybody up for a moment. INFJs desire deeply to find others that share a similar frequency. When the INFJ is in the world, they can feel like an alien who has taken a host body to observe and study the behaviours of the Earth people, studying them and going away to the safety of the mothership to develop theories about them. Next time you see an alien movie with strange creatures coming to check out Earth, superimpose the INFJ archetype over the alien and you will get a very helpful visual of the INFJ inner world, but we really do come in peace. If you are lucky enough to spot an INFJ in the world, the best way to catch them is to make them feel comfortable and be curious about them. All too often, however, the sensory world takes its toll well before they have a chance to be recognised. For the INFJ, the sea world is rough, unsophisticated when compared with NI ideals. The waves of people's unconsciousness can begin to get too loud, overwhelming and disorientating. INFJs trust their own frequency, and so tired and yet fulfilled, the INFJ then returns to the depth alone to continue the processing. TI. They can spend a long time down there. It is this process that INFJs develop complex theories and observations of the world. Sometimes the ideal can only exist in the INFJ's head, so INFJs spend time there, helping to generate theories of the world that may help bring the ideal to the world. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power Channel. In this video I want to talk about INFJ and INFP empathy, looking at the similarities and the differences, and in a sense how each of the types do empathy. So I think the first thing to point out is how different empathy looks on the outside for each of the types. So for the INFP, they usually use very little body language or facial expressions to show respect. There's a sense that to show, some like a concerned look or something like that might actually come across as fake or false or almost downplay or belittle what the other person's sharing. And so the INFP gets quiet and silent as a way to communicate that they are there, that they are listening. Whereas for the INFJ, they're wanting to communicate the same thing. They're wanting to communicate that they're present and that they're engaged and that they're listening. But they often do that more by showing facial expressions, even maybe saying maybe a little bit more than the INFP would in those moments, just to communicate more directly that they're there, that they're listening, that they're present. However, I think it's just important to acknowledge that while both look very different, both types are doing the exact same thing. I think one of the reasons that INFPs generally don't want to offer advice or influence the other person in moments where they're displaying empathy is because, like the INFP, they see everybody as like on a sacred journey. They're sacred people on a sacred journey. People are very complex, and so to offer a solution or to offer advice, there's a sense that they would find that they don't want to get in the way of that person's journey, their sacred journey. They want that they believe in the journey, that everyone's on a journey, and that to say something could get in the way of that person's journey, and so they tend to be reluctant to say a lot in those situations. Because the INFP doesn't show a lot on the outside, I think that's why some people or INFPs have been labelled as more or can be labelled as sympathetic rather than empathetic. But I think that's simply not true. I think it's just a misunderstanding. And that I think the last thing most INFPs want to be labelled as is sympathetic, just sort of pitying someone in their situation. I think that's the last thing INFPs want to do. So in the INFP's silence, I think what they are doing, in a sense, is they're just giving the other person as much room as they need to express themselves, to share their feelings, to be in the moment and be in what they're experiencing. And by doing that, the INFP is able to experience at a very deep level what the other person is experiencing. And I think that's how an INFP, in a sense, empathizes, is that they just sit with the person in that particular moment in their journey with what they might be sharing. There's a sense that they believe that by doing that, they're actually helping to almost be like a healing agent for the other person in that particular moment in their journey. It's like their silence is saying, I am right here with you in this moment in your sacred journey, and I am here with you. I think one of the reasons that INFPs generally aren't concerned to offer advice or to try and fix the other person is that because they're able to develop a very real and complex sort of inner representation of what the other person is experiencing, that there's comfort in the sense that they know where the other person is. For the INFP, the other person isn't lost, so the INFP doesn't feel a need often to provide any solutions to it because they have a sense of where the person is and where they're going along their path, and so they just see that their role is really just to be there in that moment with them, and that is what's needed. It's not that the INFP can't offer a solution or advice. It's not that they don't know what that looks like. I just think that they just avoid that, I think, most of the time. However, I think they can offer it if it's absolutely necessary. That advice is there, but I think they prefer to leave that alone and just be there with them in what they're in. I think one of the differences between the INFJ and the INFP empathy is like the INFP's empathy, it's just there. It's in the room. It's, you know, often it's experienced very internally, but the atmosphere is empathic. It's like it emanates out of them. Whereas for the INFJ, their empathy, while again it's still an internal experience, it's more direct. Its focus is on the other person, and in that sense, there's going to be a lot more eye contact. Usually, there's going to be maybe a little bit more body language. Leaning in while the person's showing concern on the face, and all of that is really to show them that you are my focus right now, and so that empathy is directed towards the person, whereas the INFP, the empathy is just there. It is all for the other person, yet it's not direct. It's a lot more subtle, and soft is probably the best way to describe it. So INFJ empathy is very, very different to the INFP, although it's still the same thing. It's just very different. So while the INFP, can really almost become the other person, or the sense that they experience on a deep level everything the other person experiences, the INFJ is able to suspend their own reality whilst at the same time staying connected to it, and can look through life through the other person. And that happens by doing something similar to the INFP, which is to let the person talk, let the person share what's going on, let the person feel what it is that they're feeling, and that creates a framework or a picture for the INFJ to see life from that person's perspective. So it's like the INFJ is sort of holding on to a piece of their own reality so that they're still connected to their own consciousness, if you like. But they're really seeing life through the eyes of the other person, yet because they're still connected to their self, their introverted intuition is available to them. So it's from that place that the INFJ is going to get an intuitive thought, or they're going to have that sense of knowing, or there's something that their intuition is going to tell them about this situation that might be beyond the awareness of the other person. Whereas the INFP might also be aware of that, they'll just trust that that person might discover it, or become aware of it when needed down the track, or something like that. The INFJs, where they feel most helpful is providing an intuitive thought in those moments. Not necessarily all the time, but if it's there, it's often going to be helpful to say or to share in some way that intuitive insight. I think what the INFJ does quite well is they're able to speak to parts of people. So it's like the INFJ sees that there's parts of a person that might need to hear something, or might need to know something, or and even saying it that way, it sounds simplistic, because it's definitely the NI and the FE really working in tandem, because the INFJ is able to really speak to those parts. Like, it might be a lonely part, it might be a really fearful part, or just a really hopeless part, or something like that in those moments. And INFJs, because of their extroverted feeling function, they're able to very casually, but I think very powerfully, speak to those deeper parts of people without being invasive or without being crass. It's like the empathy that the INFJ is experiencing is able to be communicated right down into a part of the person that needs to hear it, or needs to know it, or needs to experience it. Something along those lines. So to try to provide a sort of an illustration of that, while I'm making this video, as I'm speaking, I get the sense as though I'm speaking to parts of people that are listening to the video. It's like I get this. It's really difficult to sort of explain, but it's like when I'm speaking, I'm trying to communicate something, and I think I'm trying to talk to parts of people as I'm creating the video. And it's not until I get a sense that, I get like an internal sense that, the way I've said that is going to speak to that part of the person that I'm trying to speak to. And it's not until I get that sense that I've communicated that I feel, what I experience generally is like a comfort on the inside, there's something in me that goes, you've said it, or you've spoken to that part, and now you can move on. So just to create another distinction, the INFP's very presence is surgery for the other person. It's the empathy that the INFP presents by just being with the person is the healing agent. Whereas for the INFJ, while their presence is also about providing an empathic space and environment, often it's the INFJ speaking something that speaks to a deeper part of the other person that is, in a sense, the surgery in the moment. And in that sense, it's like both types are saying, I'm here, I am present, and I know you, and I know where you are, and I'm here with you in it. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video, I'm going to talk about INFJ boundaries. And when it comes to boundaries, there's so many variables that come into play when it comes to boundary setting and why we can have issues with boundaries. So in this video, I'm certainly not going to cover everything. My attempt is to try to grab onto some of the main concepts of boundaries, especially from an INFJ perspective, although I think anybody watching will be able to get something out of this video in the area of developing boundaries. So the first thing I want to look at is the cognitive functions for the INFJ. So introverted intuition and extroverted feeling. If we just look at those two main functions, I guess I want to start by saying that one is able to set and develop and set boundaries with those functions. However, they're not naturally as robust or natural, if you like, at setting boundaries. If we look at extroverted thinking, even extroverted sensing, these type of functions tend to be more decisive when it comes to addressing something that the person's not comfortable with, and there just seems to be more of a toughness, if you like, of those cognitive functions. For the INFJ, like I said, it's possible to set and develop good boundaries with our functions, with the NI and the FE. However, for a lot of INFJs, there is developmental issues, if you like, although that might sound heavy. It's really that the INFJ very rarely has another INFJ growing up to help mirror the INFJ's style of processing. So what I think happens for a lot of INFJs is the introverted intuition is, for the most part, unconscious, unrecognized. The INFJ essentially is alone in that function and doesn't even recognize they have it a lot of the time because it's not being mirrored by anybody. And so the INFJ usually spends more time operating, if you like, out of that extroverted feeling function. And if a person has had a difficult childhood, then they're kind of handicapped by not having access to their introverted intuition on a conscious level. And so that extroverted feeling kind of can become, I should say, a function that is there to essentially become a people pleaser. That function is designed to pick up the environment, pick up on the emotions of others. And without that intuition to sort of guide and regulate that function, the INFJ can be vulnerable in just caring and looking after the needs of others. And what that can do is set up an INFJ to be attracted to one-sided intimacy relationships where they're the ones giving out and meeting the need of the other, and not being met themselves. And we'll go into all of that in more detail later. And on a more serious note, it can leave INFJs vulnerable to being attracted, having people like that sort of sociopath personality being attracted to the INFJ because there's sort of like unregulated extroverted feeling, if you like, is giving out, and those sort of sociopath personality types see it as a source of energy to be fed and nurtured and given to, and yet the INFJ doesn't receive anything back, and in fact is left vulnerable to being treated quite poorly by those sorts of personality types. So there can be some very serious ramifications for this undeveloped introverted intuition. But but on a more general level, it can just lead to poor boundary setting, and we'll go into it more later. And I've made a video for my patrons on Patreon called Don't Waste Your FE Time, which goes into some of what I've just talked about in a lot more detail. So if you're interested to check out that video, click on the Patreon link below for more information on how to become a patron. What can sort of happen for some INFJs, which is an interesting situation, if you like, is the INFJ can become like their own experiment when it comes to understanding the world and the motivations of people and so on. Now, what I mean by becoming their own experiment is that because some INFJs are not in touch with their introverted intuition, they're sort of vulnerable to the ebbs and flows of other people's behavior. And what can happen for some people is that they end up being treated a certain way, or finding themselves in certain situations that might not be ideal or healthy for them. But then the INFJ can study that situation and learn about people's motives, understand how people tick and things like this. So it's like they become their own case study, which is a problematic way to do it, because it can lead to painful circumstances and consequences. However, I think it's kind of like a secondary way of developing and growing, if you like. It's kind of like that. I'm not being assertive with what I want and putting myself out there to let people know that I exist and have a reality and have preferences and boundaries, because that's not in operation. The INFJ then kind of learns from and understands people and their motives by kind of letting it all happen to them, and then they process it all to learn about people and themselves and so on. But it's just a much more painful way to go. However, I think for some INFJs where that's happening, that can ultimately lead to boundary setting, either through insight through what is learnt there, or them being in enough pain to do something about what's happening to them, and then that can lead to boundary setting and a more healthier approach down the track. However, I think that's a survival strategy as opposed to a living strategy. So broadly speaking, when we're talking about boundaries, we're talking about physical boundaries, talking about emotional and psychological boundaries, and spiritual boundaries. I'm going to cover the first three or two, depending on how you want to look at it, those physical, emotional, and psychological. So I'm going to cover those three in this video. The issue of spiritual boundaries I cover in my other channel, and the link is in the description if you want to check that out. That video will be looking at spiritual boundaries from the perspective of spiritual abuse in religious institutions and what that can look like. So it's quite specific. That video is quite specific when it comes to spiritual boundaries. However, some would argue that this video I'm talking about is spiritual, if you like. When we're protecting ourselves physically and psychologically, emotionally, that is a spiritual process in and of itself. So the reality of undefined boundaries leads to all sorts of problems for people. At the very least, it just can set up a person to just be confused, and not have a lot of life direction or purpose, things like that. Although that can be quite a serious issue as well, not having life direction. But it can set up a person for all the sorts of issues that bring people to counselling, stress, depression, anxiety, grief, loneliness. All of these sorts of issues can be the fruit, if you like, of poor boundaries. And one of the reasons for all of that is poor boundaries essentially can lead to exhaustion, because the INFJ is trying to look after themselves, but are also giving out beyond what they should be or what's healthy. And so the energy that's supposed to be reserved for self-regulation and looking after the self is spent, it's like giving out to other people. Other people take it, whether it's time, energy, resources, job positions. These sorts of things are all taken or given away, is probably a more appropriate or accurate description. The INFJ is giving all of this away, and so this can lead to an exhaustion, and that exhaustion over a long period of time can lead to all of these other sort of emotional issues. And what can happen for a lot of people is they then go to a doctor to be prescribed some medication that ends up addressing or trying to deal with those symptoms, and they bypass actually addressing the real underlying cause of the exhaustion, the stress, the anxiety, the depression, or whatever they're experiencing. However, I would say that medication for some people might be necessary to at least create a bit of a stable foundation for the person to actually address those deeper issues. From a cognitive function perspective, it is really important that the INFJ develop their introverted intuition, because it's going to be that function that informs them of what is going on around them. That ability, that introverted intuition has a very powerful ability to recognize when people are being deceptive or are trying to take advantage, or these sorts of things. So that introverted intuition, is really important that gets developed in order for the INFJ to be informed with what's going on around them, so that they can then take action to protect themselves and look after themselves. So in a sense, the INFJ needs to build trust in themselves, build confidence in themselves first. So that can be done in a few ways. The INFJ can start, if they've been quite contained in themselves, not communicating much in their lives, especially if they're a verbal processor. It's really important then that the INFJ be communicating, talking to somebody about what's going on in their world, to be affirmed in what they're sensing, and also challenged in what they're sensing, so that they can begin to hone that introverted intuition, recognize when it's accurate, and recognize when it's actually, not that it's not accurate, but that the INFJ might be like doing an NITI loop and kind of coming up with a faulty conclusion. So that FE, in a sense, if you like, in this situation, is kind of extroverting with another what they're intuiting, to be able to get some feedback. And it's important to find someone that is able to, has insight themselves, to be able to affirm what the INFJ is noticing, because for some people and some personality types, they might not recognize in a sense the wisdom that's coming out of that introverted intuition, and may want to dismiss it because it just doesn't seem as the conclusions aren't backed up necessarily by the logic that comes more naturally to other people. Finding someone to sort of affirm their introverted intuition, to affirm themselves, and to help sort of hone that introverted intuition insight, which then builds confidence, which then enables the INFJ to build, assert what it is that assert what it is that they're knowing about a given situation. So it's trust in the self builds confidence to assert oneself. So the developing of introverted intuition will then give that extroverted feeling more information, if you like, in order to into how it extroverts itself. So if that NI has been dulled, then FE for a lot of people can then be used, is sort of done as a people-pleasing function, if you like. It's trying to care for everybody else or look after other people instead of the self. So that NI development will then lead to the INFJ not just extroverting to look after others, but extrovert to look after themselves, to protect themselves, to create a space where they can exist in. For some INFJs, feeling their own feelings can be a bit elusive, partly because of being an extroverted feeler. They're more attuned to others and then responding to what they're feeling about what others are feeling. So for the INFJ, part of that development is really learning to recognize what it is that they're feeling and why they're feeling it, and to place more value on what it is that they are feeling themselves. And without going into it in a lot of detail, it's then learning how to both feel one's own feelings and then look at the why of those feelings to determine if determine what action do I need to take in this situation that's appropriate. For some INFJs, because of that extroverted feeling function, and also maybe what's been modeled to them either in family of origin or in the rest of the world, is that we can see assertiveness as aggression. We can actually see someone being assertive. So let me say that differently. Assertiveness can occur without aggression. However, the world tends to use aggression to be assertive, and that is very crushing for an INFJ. That aggression is very debilitating for them and uncomfortable. And so the INFJ can get that sense that to be assertive is to be aggressive, and I don't want to be aggressive. So it kind of nullifies their ability to respond. So it's important to see that actually assertiveness is not necessarily and really isn't aggression. Assertiveness can take place even whilst speaking very calmly and very quietly, because it's the sort of conviction of what's being said that lets people know where we stand and what we expect or what we would like, not the aggressive communication. The aggressive communication is more of a bully tactic to get what one wants, as opposed to assertiveness, which is just being clear about the boundary and communicating it in a calm and direct way, in an assertive way, in order to be heard and have a boundary enforced. Another challenge INFJs can have is that they can fall into a trap of thinking that because they can see the feelings of others and maybe even why they're feeling it, that they want that to be done to themselves. They want the other people to be able to do that to them, or even maybe unconsciously want that to happen. And the reality is very few people can do that, even know how to do it, and even fewer than that would want to be able to do that. So it's important for INFJs to come to a place of accepting that most other people cannot pick up what they're feeling or why they're feeling it, and that there requires on the INFJ's side of things the decision to actually communicate assertively what it is that they're feeling or why they're feeling it. That it's not going to be guessed or figured out by others without you actually communicating it. And for a lot of people, they don't even have enough awareness to actually ask questions to find out if the INFJ is feeling something. So that can be a very disappointing reality for INFJs, but it is a real one. And so INFJs need to learn how to communicate what it is that they want and what it is that they might be feeling to those in their lives. So it's important to remember that FE essentially is the way the INFJ will assert their reality and their boundaries. And that when the INFJ is in touch with their introverted intuition, which really lets them know what's going on in their environment and what they need to do about it, when the INFJ is dealing with healthy people, when they extrovert their boundary, healthy people will respond to that in an appropriate and respectful way. Those that aren't healthy will want to push back and reject those boundaries. So it's important for the INFJ to recognize the healthy versus the unhealthy people. Another reason for INFJs being exploited for not having strong boundaries is often a lack of life direction, partly due to that introverted intuition not being consciously available to them. Which I just want to make a quick point that even with INFJs that grow up not, and most of them are like this, don't have that NI reflected back to them and affirmed, it's still developing. It is there, it's still gathering information, it's still developing, it's just happening more unconsciously. So the trick for INFJs is to become more aware of their intuition in real time, and that enables boundaries to be set and also enables life direction to occur. So if you can imagine someone that doesn't have a purpose or life direction is kind of like a wandering soul, then people will naturally pick up on that and want to take advantage of that person as a resource, because it's like, well, they don't have life direction or purpose, so I'll get them to fulfill my life direction and purpose. And so the INFJ ends up looking after other people, doing things for others. So, and the doing things for others is not an issue in and of itself. It's when it's done beyond sort of, it's almost done for significance, or it's done at the detriment of the INFJ's inner self, if you like, that it is a problem. So it's more the why of the giving and the doing rather than the fact that they're giving and doing. So and the INFJ developing their intuition will help sort of fire up and discover their life's purpose and direction. And so once the INFJ has that going on in their lives, so they've got a purpose and a direction and they're heading in that direction, then the ability to say no becomes stronger because they have a direction. And so let's say someone's heading, metaphorically speaking, someone's heading south, the INFJ is heading south towards something. If someone says, hey, I'm going west or I'm going east, can you give me a lift? The INFJ can say no, because they're actually determined to head south. They've got a reason to go south, and they just practically can't go east or west. They need to go south. So that ability to say no kind of is strengthened with life direction and purpose. So setting boundaries is a process, or developing it, I should say, is a process, and it's important to see it as that, because it's like, okay, I can see where I'm going wrong now with boundaries. Now I want to have really healthy boundaries. And if we don't give ourselves room to actually develop it, then we can begin to shame ourselves when we're recognizing we don't have good boundaries and then are still we find ourselves still operating in a way that is unhealthy, then we can have the added issue of starting to shame ourselves for not being perfect or not having a perfect boundary in that situation. So it's important to see it as a process, and that for the most part, it's like, for a lot of people, it's kind of recognizing the boundary violation after the event. It's like, let's say the person gets home and they're not feeling right, and they can recognize, that's right, I let that happen, or I agreed to that I didn't want to agree to. I just want to make it clear that, so there's two ways our boundaries can be violated. Either somebody violates our boundary and we don't enforce it, or we violate our own boundary. In a sense, they're kind of overlapped, but what I mean is, when somebody's encroaching on our boundary, would often feel an anger associated with that. So let's say someone starts moving into your physical space to a point where it's actually uncomfortable for you, then usually anger is a sign that that something's wrong. So anger is often a cue that a boundary is being violated, and again, that can be a challenge for a lot of people, and especially INFJs, because if a person is shamed growing up for feeling angry, then that anger, when it's dealt with appropriately, turns into healthy boundaries. So we feel an anger feeling like, what's going on? There's something not right here. This person is too close, or they're getting into my physical space. That anger alerts the self that something's wrong, and then they can take action to either ask them to move back, or the INFJ can sort of step away to get that distance again. So anger is a good sign that a boundary is being violated, and it's a cue to take action. The other way is when the INFJ themselves violates their own boundary. And what that could look like is the INFJ agrees to doing something that they don't want to do or didn't want to do. And what that usually turns into is anger towards the self. And you could almost say resentment. So if the INFJ is resenting what they're doing, it's most likely because they've agreed to do something that they didn't want to do, and that anger is turned inward towards the self. Now that can apply to the first example as well, when someone takes some physical space from the INFJ, and they're feeling that anger and are uncomfortable with it, but don't address it and continue to stay in a situation where they're feeling violated in their physical boundary. If the INFJ stays in that place, they're going to stay uncomfortable, and that sets the INFJ up to shaming themselves or being angry with themselves for not asserting the boundary. So they're the two ways that it can, two main ways that boundaries are violated. Either someone violates our boundary and we don't enforce it, or we agree to do something, we violate our own boundaries, our own limits, and agree to do things that then we resent.
INFJ's dominant function Ni often goes unnoticed growing up. This is partly due to being introverted. However, it has a lot to do with being misunderstood, missed, and therefore rejected. The outer rejection of Ni by others can lead to an inner rejection of Ni in the self. Due to the INFJ's Ni seeming to mirror the behavior of the unconscious in many respects, for the INFJ, it is like the Ni continues to develop in the unconscious of the INFJ's unconscious. One could say that Ni has been lost into shadow, a sleeping giant waiting to be awoken. The loss of Ni connection can cause an INFJ to grow up somewhat lost in the world of their own and others' feelings. While it is natural for an INFJ to express and show emotion outwardly, this FE function can act more like a survival mechanism than as a supporting role to the introverted intuition leadings. An untapped Ni life is a half-lived life. However, sadly, the INFJ is often unaware of this, for now. Rediscovery of NI is like the hope of a face-to-face meeting with a lost family member he or she never really knew. There is something familiar, yet a relationship needs to be established. The discovery of NI does not automatically mean that NI can be fully experienced. For a lot of INFJs, NI is lost in the shadow unconscious, covered over by a kind of inner bedrock that can limit the NI message. The formation of the bedrock is different for every INFJ, however the rejection of its processes and the corresponding estrangement from it is a common theme that leads to the many difficulties experienced in life that packs the bedrock down fast. A supercharged NI life requires the identifying, understanding and removal of this bedrock, so that NI can take its rightful place in the INFJ's unconscious. What keeps many INFJs from recognizing and breaking this ground is what we'll call soul noise, a kind of inner disturbance that one can experience in the emotions and or cognitions. This disturbance is due to an unguarded FE, confusing one's own feelings, wants and needs from that of the others. This conundrum distracts the INFJ from themselves, keeping them looking out and feeling lost within. A powerful remedy to this soul noise is quiet, getting quiet enough to recognize the who, what, when, where, and why of the melody. Figuring out who's who can help the INFJ differentiate their complex reality from the complexity of the outer world. What is wonderful about this process is that the INFJ's NI begins to stir the moment they choose to get quiet. Mysteriously, it is the silence that awakens the NI giant below. NI begins to call out from deep within, helping the INFJ to figure things out, make connections, and resolve the noise. Hearing the calls of NI can be hit and miss at the beginning, as NI is an elusive function to get to know. Like the blind spot in the retina, direct attention of NI tends to render the intuition invisible, while taking one's eye off it completely keeps NI knowledge out of sight. Indirect attention appears to allow the light of NI to hit the cones and rods of the eye, allowing NI in to influence the cognitive process. Developing this skill is the beginning of NI development. The elimination of this environmental pollution promotes clarity, allowing the INFJ to sit with their own reality. This differentiation process does not remove all the inner bedrock. However, it is like it helps loosen the ground, allowing the remaining bedrock to be dug out from the inside out. While this process helps the INFJ and NI to build a relationship, it happens from a distance. Like a well being dug from two directions, the INFJ and NI need to continue to work together to break through the bedrock to reconcile the self. Whatever the remaining inner bedrock represents, sitting with it is the key, as NI loves it when time is given to these things, as it gives it room to envelop and penetrate the problem and offer insight and strategy to overcome it. This empowers the INFJ to direct their attention in the right direction, like reading the right book, asking the right question, or talking to the right person, and so on. This whole process can lead an INFJ down many paths, addressing any number of things. The secret is to get started, and if you have started, keep going. The quiet intentionality of the INFJ allows messages to be sent between the INFJ and NI, like ground-penetrating radar that goes both ways. This solves and dissolves the barrier separating them. By the time the walls have been broken down, they have been on an epic journey into the self. They know each other intimately. The embrace is a reunion from what was once buried, with the NI now moving back into the mansion of the INFJ's unconscious. They are now able to have much clearer interactions with each other and the outer world. The INFJ and NI, now hand in hand, can walk freely inside and out. The supercharging of NI through the process of reconciliation means unhindered insight, real-time intuition, life direction, confidence, purpose, a rich understanding of whatever is noticed, a deep sense of interconnectedness, and peace. The conscious and contemplative INFJ is a supercharged INFJ.
Hi everybody, Scott here. I just thought I'd make another INFJ video. I'm just preparing for my live stream today. In the US, it'll be happening this evening. So if you're seeing this video very soon after it's released, feel free to come to the live stream tonight, as I'll be talking about aspects of the self and how to recognize and understand aspects of self and how to move forward and resolve some of the issues that we can carry. This video, I guess, goes into it in a certain way. There's a bit of overlap between what I'm talking about here and what I'm talking about tonight in the live stream. So on the topic of INFJ and pain, looking at it from the metaphor or the image of the pin cushion. Often I think INFJs are referred to as like a sponge. You know, they soak in the atmosphere. Whatever's going on in the environment, it soaks it in. Today I want to sort of talk about it from a pincushion perspective, because certain things can, like if you think the environment are, like there's pins in the environment, different pins can be pushed into that pincushion at various depths depending on where the INFJ is at and what's important to them and you know, their own inner makeup. Certain things can be felt more deeply than other things. So in a sense, you could say that the INFJ is like the world's pincushion. They're aware of their environment in a fundamental way, and that in and of itself can carry. It can be a painful type of place to live from, and I think also INFPs might be able to identify with this, and NFs in general. And I think, you know, maybe more broadly, the other temperaments can have some experience of this, but I think the NF temperament often has a more profound experience of this. So before I go on, I just want to acknowledge that in a way, as I'm coming into this video, I'm thinking of pain from sort of two different places. There's the INFJ's personal life and the pain that they can experience in their own personal relationships, and you know, things that are of a more personal nature. But there's also this other kind of pain, which is the pain I'm wanting to talk about today, which is more the pain that the INFJ just experiences generally in their life when they're in the world. And you could say that, in a sense, the INFJ, it's not their pain. The INFJ is experiencing the pain in their environment. And so it's really important for INFJs to be wise about where they place themselves in the world, depending on where an INFJ is at in their lifespan and some of the other factors that sort of determine choice. Some INFJs don't have a lot of choice regarding the environment they're in, especially INFJ children. But as we get a bit older, we can decide who we want to be around or where we want to go, so that the INFJ is minimizing the sort of pincushion phenomenon, so that they are better able to sort of self-regulate and keep that, you could say, that sensory, their sensory radar is more manageable. And when I say sensory radar, I mean when the INFJ is in the sensory world, they're picking up all of this content. So as I was saying before, various environments, various things going on in an environment can penetrate deeper than other things. So, and that can sort of come down to an INFJ's personal value system, their own life experience, the things that are important to them. But certain things can go a little deeper. And there's, you know, I think there's evidence out there that for some INFJs, as they get older, the sensitivity of this of their radar kind of gets more acute, it gets more sensitive. They're able to pick up more things as their NI and their FE develop. So as an INFJ is getting older, it's really important, again, as I say, to start making better decisions or more wise decisions about where they place themselves in the world to manage that. For some INFJs, because of that NI-FE pairing, and especially in the early years growing up, there's not an awareness that the pin cushion, that you could say FE pin cushion, NI pin cushion, don't think it really matters, but in a sense it's not them. So it is them, but it's not them, of course. So like I was saying before, the INFJ can have personal life experience where rejection and setbacks. They experience pain, like everybody else does. But this other sort of pain can be blurred, and so the INFJ, the sort of pin cushion of the INFJ also identifies that as themselves. And in a kind of way, it's not. And what I mean by that, it's not. It maybe just requires some explanation. The INFJ can experience the pinpricks in, if you like, in the pin cushion, and either be taking it personally or internalizing it, carrying the environment that they're in, seeing in some ways that they're somehow responsible for it, or that they need to do something about it, and that's kind of where the weight of the world can come in. And because in a sense the INFJ is picking up the environment, and so without a filtering, without some internal boundaries, the INFJ can actually start to feel like they're now responsible for what it is that they're picking up. And a lot of that awareness they're not responsible for. It all depends on who they are, where they are, what's going on. So we can make a whole series about that, but for the most part, an INFJ in the workplace, an INFJ within the schoolyard, an INFJ even like within a group of friendship circles when they're picking up a whole lot of stuff, a lot of it is not their responsibility. They don't have to do anything about it. But because they feel it, because they see it, they see dynamics and so on, there's a feeling of responsibility. So it can be really helpful for an INFJ to recognize that the difference between what is personally their responsibility, what pain is actually theirs and what they need to deal with in their own personal lives, and what is that environment, what is other people's pain, what is other people's responsibility. And that requires a journey, building of self-awareness to figure all of that out. But it can be helpful when an INFJ's sensitivity is taking the environment personally, to recognize that there is a separation between themselves, their true self, if you like, and the pin cushion around them that is absorbing and taking all of these hits. And recognizing what is theirs, or what is the outside world, and what is our own legitimate issue or things or that we need to deal with, or the pain that we carry. So if you sort of imagine like the pin cushion and all the pins in it. Now, the pins could be things like the pins could be so many different things, but just to throw out a few examples is the pin in the cushion could be something like observing a conflict between two people in a supermarket. I think I've often referred to supermarkets in my videos. I think I have anyway. And the reason for that is I worked in one. Was my first job out of high school, and I think I witnessed a lot of conflicts between people in supermarkets. So I think that's where some of these examples come from. But just being in the shopping aisle, observing a conflict between people can just have an impact. The INFJ can be picking up the pain, hearing the words, feeling the destruction that's taking place within the interaction. It could be just watching a news article. It could be just driving past an old person, walking down the street, and you can just see the life, the toll that life has had on them, and you can kind of get a sense of, the burdens that they've carried and the pain and the sadness that might be there. Being, in a big crowd can be anxiety provoking, all of the sensory inputs. For me personally, I sort of take care of what I watch. I was never a big sort of horror movie person growing up, and things like that. I'll probably watch the occasional one, like with a friend if they were wanting to watch it or something like that. But these days I won't go anywhere near that sort of stuff. It's just too unsettling seeing the imagery, and even sort of like psychodramas, where there's people, portrayed as totally psychopathic, serial killers, this sort of thing. It's just an area that I try for the most part to avoid, because if I'm watching something like that, I get inside the head of them, and I can sort of see what's going on. I almost experience the pathology that's in that show, and so I don't need to do that to myself anymore. So bringing it back to a broad concept, the pin cushion can be so many different things, and some of it is not avoidable, some of it is avoidable. But it's helpful to not see, it's helpful to see that the self, the true self, in the way that I coin it, is actually unaffected by all of this stuff. I think as INFJs, we identify with the pin cushion as the self, and like I've said, in a sense it is, because we're experiencing it, so we have to take care of it, but we don't have to take it personally what's going on around us, and recognize that there is a separation. There is a part of me, there's a part of self that is unaffected by all of this stuff, that knows who it is, that is unaffected by the currents of the air, currents of life, and the events going around in and around the INFJ. That part is separate, and just kind of putting that out there, kind of acknowledging that, can help to kind of create a little bit of separation between that and the pin cushion of self, if you like, or the pin cushion part that we experience, and recognize that a lot of that I don't have to be responsible for, I don't have to carry anymore. It's not my fault. I don't necessarily have to do anything about what I'm seeing or I'm feeling. What we do need to be responsible for is what we do with what we pick up, and figuring out what we're not responsible for can be is like the first step, very important and very powerful. And then also it's like, what do I do with the feelings that I'm feeling here? It can be helpful to talk about them with people if needed, but in a lot of cases it can just simply be about that personal awareness. Hang on, is this mine, or is this from the environment? Is this part of the pin cushion? And that clarity can create a manageability about how the INFJ is in the world, and how they, in a sense, experience the self, and in a sense that can reduce the level of pain that they're carrying. It may not necessarily pick up the amount of pain that they see in the world and notice and absorb, but it can certainly help the INFJ to decide what they do with it. So I hope this video is helpful. Again, if you're seeing this video when it's uploaded, there's a live stream tonight where I'll be talking about, following on from last month, where I talked about the roots that we can develop in childhood that can be either positive or negative, and how that can impact our development and ultimately like the fruit that we experience in our lives. And some of it's good fruit, some of it's not good fruit, and how we often try to manage I guess the poor roots and the poor fruits of ourselves. And last time I talked about how we can become dependent, have dependencies on things to manage life, in order to cope with the pain of not knowing who we are and some of the pain of life. Today I'm going to be talking about, in the next live stream, which will be episode 3, we'll be looking at protectors and exiles, how we internally can develop to protect ourselves from our environment, or as a result of needing to protect ourselves from our environment, and how we can protect ourselves from our own pain and from the pain of the world. Different kind of concept to the one I presented today though. It's Scott here from Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about what INFJs don't know, and in a sense what we can't do. So in a previous video I talked about how we can seem to know things that we shouldn't know, just by using our intuition to hear what's not being said, to see in a sense what's not being shown. There seems to be a lot of mystique, if you like, around INFJs and the introverted intuition function. I think because it's relatively unknown, rare, unique and misunderstood, I think with that can come a certain level of mysticism that can be a problem. Because INFJs are able to understand people in a very deep way, it's possible for them to be able to intuit possible issues that might have stemmed from the past, or get a sense of maybe some of the issues in the present, and to a certain extent be able to understand the inner world of a person to the point where they might be able to get a sense of where they're heading in life. But what INFJs can't do is read the future, or predict the future, I should say. And what I mean by that is be able to tell somebody, you know, in 2 years' time you're going to be in Nepal, or, you know, you're going to get married, you know, within the next few years, or, you know, that kind of, that certainty that can come with that sort of language. I don't think that that's introverted intuition. The reason I think that is because if INFJs could predict or tell someone their future, it would suggest that introverted intuition is has a spiritual power to it. And if that was true, then INFJs are born with an advantage. And the reality is that all personality types have no more advantage than the other. All the types have their strengths and have their vulnerabilities. So I don't think INFJs have a spiritual edge to any other type. And I think those sorts of predictions almost like prophecies of a person's future, is not introverted intuition. And I think part of what I want to say here is that I guess I want to sort of demystify the introverted intuition from that point of view, because I believe that where there's mystery or misunderstanding, there can come an abuse of that world, and people can abuse it. Part of this video is about putting it out there that if somebody is saying things like, in 2 years' time you're going to be married, that is not INFJ introverted intuition. So it's up to each individual to decide how much weight they're going to put behind a prediction or a prophecy, if you like, of their future based on what somebody else has said, and where they think that comes from. However, I think it's important to acknowledge that it's not introverted intuition that is saying that. So to summarise, INFJs are able to read people very well, and as a result they're able to get a sense of what's not being said or what's not being shown, which might speak about a person's past or where someone might be at in the present, and in a way, or as a result of that, being able to get a sense of where the person might be headed in life. But the INFJ cannot predict the future, and it cannot sort of prophesy over someone's life saying in 2 years you will be. That sort of language is not introverted intuition language. And so that is what INFJs can't do, and that is, and when it comes to the future, that is what INFJs don't know. This video is going to look at how we can get stuck in our SE function, and I'm going to try and provide a way that we can get out of that SE stuckness and develop the SE function. A personal challenge that I have in making this video today is to try and keep it under 20 minutes, so wish me luck. So a lot of INFJs talk about feeling stuck at times in their extroverted sensing function. So let's look at how that might happen. From a day-to-day perspective, I think what happens is the INFJ naturally just gets absorbed in their introverted intuition, becoming more sort of detached, if you like, or not aware of the extroverted sensing, the here and now, the five senses. So I think one of two things happens. The INFJ either notices that certain things need to be done and ignores them, or doesn't notice them. It's probably a combination of both. And what then happens is eventually that list kind of grows, if you like, and then all of a sudden things are getting a bit out of hand here. So in a way it's the J in the INFJ that goes, we need to get some order happening. And because there's been sort of a separation from the SE, the SE can sort of flood in. And then rather than the introverted intuition actually noticing those things that need to be done and just going and doing them, it's almost like the extroverted sensing comes up and becomes the dominant function of the INFJ. It's like it takes over. And suddenly the INFJ might, be running around trying to get all of this stuff done and getting very little done. It's almost like the INFJ, the J part becomes a P. And because they're not a P, it doesn't work. And that obviously would be very draining for an INFJ. Okay. Another way the SE function can get the better of an INFJ is more from sort of like a lifelong journey perspective, in that because the SE function is inferior, and it's kind of needed really to negotiate various aspects of life. There can come a time for some INFJs where they have like an SE crisis, and it's like there's just this great awakening that this SE function needs to be developed. Life presents that crisis to the INFJ. Just to go into that a little bit deeper, kind of counterintuitive. A person goes out to develop their extroverted sensing function, but needs the SC function in order for that to be more successful and not get into any dilemmas. So that, I think, is one of the paradoxes, if you like, or Achilles heel for the INFJ. So there's some of the reasons why I think the SE function is seen as almost the nemesis of the INFJ, or we have that love-hate relationship with it. However, I think that the SE function is a friend to the INFJ. If anything, I think in regards to developing the SE function, it's actually the NI in some ways that I think is a bit more of the issue, because the NI can sort of pick up on those SE promptings and either probably just dismiss them in some cases, preferring just to stay in introverted intuition. A way that someone might want to develop it is today I'm just going to be absolutely present in the moment. I'm just going to be constantly aware of what's going on around me. I think that approach would be very draining for an INFJ. So that brings us back to the purpose of this video, which is how to develop the SE inferior function for the INFJ. There are some that talk about the fact that the SE inferior function, or any inferior function, needs to be developed almost as a flow-on effect from the other three functions in the stack. How do we kind of negotiate that? How do we develop it without either doing it super consciously or making it become the dominant function? The idea that I'm going to present is a practical task, if you like, but it's one that really engages the introverted intuition as more the dominant factor in the process. So this task really just focuses on the 5 senses. So as an illustration, I'm going to use a hand to help illustrate this. And on each of the fingers is a sense. So we've got taste, touch, sound, smell, and sight. So the idea is to list 3 things on each of the senses. So one of the first challenges to doing this exercise for the INFJ might be simply coming up with 3 possible things to do for each of the 5 senses. But I would allow the introverted intuition to guide that process. I'd also encourage people to share some of their own ideas around developing the SE inferior function in regards to the 5 senses. So once you've come up with your 3 or so ideas, and I guess just roughly putting a plan together and going and doing some of those things, you almost need to forget about extroverted sensing after that and just go and do them. Because what you don't want to do is, when you're going to see a new concert or going to see a play that you've never seen before, you don't want to be walking in there going, I need to be super aware of what I'm noticing and what people are doing up on stage, and what are the sounds that I'm hearing and what's going on. For the INFJ, that's going to be draining and not very exciting or meaningful. It's going to be the introverted intuition that's going to create all the meaning around the experience. It's not going to be the SE, but by going to the concert or going to the play, extroverted sensing is having an experience by the fact that you're there. But it's going to flow through the NI, FE, TI, and into the extroverted sensing function. So you'll probably find this exercise to be naturally draining because the extroverted sensing function is getting a workout when you go and do these things. The meaning of the experience may come after the experience, once the INFJ has gone away and processed the experience using their introverted intuition. So to summarize the exercise to develop the SE inferior function is, firstly, write out the 5 senses. The second thing to do is really just to sit with it and allow the introverted intuition to come up with the ideas. Thirdly, it's about putting a little bit of planning in place. And fourthly, it's about forgetting about the SE function and all of that and just going and doing those things, allowing the introverted intuition to create the meaning around the experience, which will ultimately develop the SE function. So if you do try this experience, please let me know how you get on. I'd be really interested in some of your experiences along the way. Subscribe to the Introvert Power channel. There will be more videos coming out in time. And I'd appreciate it if you would like the videos as well. And look forward to seeing you in another video. I'm exhausted. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about NI and TI and how it works, as well as look at the NI-TI loop and how we can get stuck in it, and also how we can get ourselves out of that loop. So NI is basically, it's a master at being able to gather information. It just gathers it all the time from everywhere. So, and it's been, for the INFJ, it's been doing that since birth, and it just gathers lots and lots and lots of information. And this gathering happens both consciously and unconsciously. Now, this illustration might look similar to the other video I did on INFJs, the INFJ secret, but the illustration here is actually a little bit different. And what happens is TI, when it's well developed, it's like it comes up and it's able to sort of tie thoughts and ideas together. It even, through that process, can kind of create other thoughts and ideas that it bounces off. And it can create a logical argument or a logical sequence. And what it can do is basically take in all of this, more like take out of all of the NI information a logical framework in which to either make a decision on or talk to someone about, problem solving, things like that. And in a way, what it can look like in the outside world is something like this. And basically what this is illustrating is all of these connections formed in a logical sequence. And then the INFJ, uses their extroverted feeling to put the information sort of out into the world. Now this is why I think some INFJs can be mistaken for INTJs, because they're able to communicate their TI in a logical way in the external world, tricking people into thinking that it's extroverted thinking, where it's actually not. It's introverted feeling, because when someone's communicating from TE, it's a lot more, could appear a bit more sharper. They're probably going to use less words, and it's just going to be a delivery of logical information, period. Whereas for the INFJ, there's going to be logic to it, but it's going to be more personalized to the receiver or to the group or whatever, and there's probably going to be more words involved as they find the right words to extrovert their logic. with their extroverted feeling function. That's why I think INFJs are very good at helping others at making sense of complex systems, is because they spend all of this time in their introverted intuition gathering, thinking, processing, and then TI is able to break it down into a framework, if you like, that can make sense to other people. If the INFJ just shared this information unfiltered, so to speak, it would just be gobbledygook, basically. I think that's what happens or can happen for some INFJs if they're in a conversation, or especially like if it's a group discussion, things like that, is when an INFJ is in a group discussion, they're most likely going to be wanting to listen more than contribute. Not all INFJs, but some INFJs might relate to this. And in a sense, what's sort of happening is the group discussion is acting kind of like an external stimulus. And we could almost represent, if we, in this illustration, like that might represent the INFJ's internalizing of the group discussion. And it ends up firing and connecting everything that's being shared in the group, starts connecting to all these other ideas that the INFJ has either been thinking about or unconsciously taking in over their life. And for some INFJs, when that's happening, they get quiet. And they're just busy processing, thinking. And that can be why for some INFJs it's very difficult to contribute in the middle of a group discussion, because all of this is going on. So, everybody sort of turns to the INFJ and says, what do you think? And if it's halfway through a discussion, this is kind of what they're thinking about. But if they were to put all of that out into the world, it would just not make any sense. And of course, with that sensitivity or vulnerability to feeling misunderstood, sharing this in this form would just be disconcerting. So basically what's happening is the INFJ will then start linking all the thoughts and concepts and ideas both in the external world and in their internal NI world, and will be trying to make sense of it using their TI. And that partly why they're getting quiet is they're in their TI. And so an INFJ, once they've sort of finished processing, they've finished thinking on an issue, they're probably going to be able to communicate it in quite a clear and concise, logical manner, and just delivers it out into the world. Of course, this can be anything. So, provided the INFJ is engaging in the outer world and taking in new information, sharing their thoughts and ideas, having them challenged and so forth, getting feedback back into their NI, then everything, in a sense, is going smoothly. So INFJs are really good at understanding complex ideas, complex systems, complex people, and able to make sense of it in a very logical way, using their TI. Very good at understanding the outer world and other people. But the Achilles heel for the INFJ, or their blind spot, is that same level of insight and clarity doesn't seem to be able to be done to the self, in their own world and life. It's just like not as powerful or as reliable. So the INFJ, a way of sort of illustrating that is if they're getting into a TI loop, it's most likely something to do with their own personal world, their own inner world, their own life circumstances. It's not going to be about the outer world so much. a way of illustrating that is that sort of logical tying together using the TI. It's like there's missing segments, missing data, so to speak, which causes the INFJ to kind of do a loop. I think the main reason for that is because INFJs are so confident with their ability to understand complex things, that when they find themselves in this situation, they can sort of go even more inward trying to find the answer. You know, it's like they close themselves off from the world to figure it out, or at least close themselves off from the outer world in this particular situation or context. You know, believing that their NI, you know, can figure this out, you know, because it's so good at figuring things out. Now, I think these NI-TI loops can happen on a range of levels, especially for type 4 Enneagram INFJs. So there can be, you know, very in the moment NI-TI loops, you know, sort of obsessing on a situation and just getting lost in a problem. But I think there can be sort of more, you could almost call them like eternal NI-TI loops, where they're on a very deep level, almost unconscious, it's felt that way to the INFJ, is they have these searching for meaning in their lives. And, you know, what's the world about? What's this? Why are we here? Sort of questions. And that can be happening on quite a kind of an unconscious level. And the way that could look to the INFJ and the outer world is when someone in the INFJ's world happens to say something or share something that answers one of those more deeper NI-TI wonderings or questions or problems. There's just this instant knowing that that's the answer to it, even though they sometimes don't even know that they were asking the question or had that wondering going on deeper within. But it's like that's the piece that kind of makes sense. It's like a piece of the puzzle that slots inside them on at a deeper level. And there can actually be that sense of relief or a more feeling of completeness when those moments happen. But in regards to more sort of surface level NI-TI loops, you know, problems that are currently happening that are very conscious, an INFJ needs to get out of themselves basically to figure it out. The more inward they go, in a sense, the more tightly knit this NI-TI loop becomes. And so INFJ really needs to kind of almost ask for help in certain situations. You know, go out into the outer world to gather more information to fill the gaps. And that could be just talking to someone about an issue or a problem. It could be reading on a particular topic. But they've just got to get out of their head and kind of deliver this themselves to somebody, or even write it down and get it out of them, and so that either somebody else can kind of speak into that situation or that loop, or if it's written down, then you can be a little bit more objective about the issue that's there. I think the other challenge an INFJ has in this situation is receiving the help sometimes. I think INFJs just have this natural sort of presence or belief that they can figure it all out on their own. So sort of the first step is sort of seeking outside assistance when necessary. The second one is to take in or be open to those missing pieces or other people's takes on things, you know, to fill in these gaps. Part of that might be because the INFJ didn't come up with it. It doesn't have that kind of internal NI-TI certainty that can come for the INFJ when they're working things out. It's almost taking in a concept or a thought or an idea from somebody else into this mix. It almost feels like a foreign body. It doesn't. Sometimes the piece doesn't feel like it quite fits. Sometimes, and I think INFJs are used to things just feeling really right and fitting really well. It's probably part of that idealism for the INFJ. So it's kind of, there needs to be sometimes like an openness to that take on somebody else's take on a situation or their situation, or a solution or a way of looking at the problem. Sometimes for the INFJ it just doesn't seem right at the time. It doesn't seem to fit at the time. But I think it's helpful to just stay open to it. Just let it sit there for a bit. Don't reject it outright. Hold on to it for a little while and see if it can be incorporated, into this, maybe just in your own way, but taking on the idea of the other person. So that's my take on the NITI dynamic and the NITI loop. Everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about INFJs and stress. So I think the world has and just the way the world functions, I think it tries to pull the INFJ into the world through the extroverted sensing inferior function. And I think just basically it's because we live in an extroverted world and there's more senses than intuitives, and so I think just naturally the world just expects more extroverted sensing behaviours, if you like, than introverted intuition ones. When that happens for a prolonged period of time, I guess you could call it, the INFJ being in the grip of their extroverted sensing function, but just sort of in a low-level, constant way, rather than, like a momentary in the grip reaction to something. It's more like a low-level, constant extroverted sensing in the group experience, where the INFJ sort of loses touch, if you like, with their introverted intuition, or it kind of gets dulled or lost, I think is too strong a word, but in a sense it's the extroverted sensing that's dominating. And I think what happens, or what can happen from a functions point of view, is that the introverted intuition, where the INFJ lives and breathes, becomes almost scattered, in the sense that it's like the INFJ becomes internally disorganized when in a low-level grip reaction. I think because INFJs just don't do extroverted sensing very well, life just becomes very disorganized. But it's more, it is an external disorganization, if that's the right word. But it's the more important piece of this is the internal sense of being disorganized. And I think kind of what happens is, I think it's an NI, or it can be an NITI issue. And it's like that NI needs sorting, it needs time, it needs nurturing, it needs attention, it needs to be structured in a way. And I think that's where the TI function can come in the sense of filing things away, and I think that's both a an internal and an external experience and behaviour. So some INFJs might find tidying their external world, whether that's, and that could be anything at all. It could be the garage, it could be the cleaning the house, it could be filing documents away, it could be cleaning up their computer files, putting them in their proper locations, all of that sort of thing. It could be some kind of behaviour in that way that will cause an internal sense of order. So, a bit like defragmenting a hard drive. As the files are sorted in the defragmenting process and are put in a more systematic way, that in a sense is what can happen inside the INFJ when they clean up or organise, is probably the best way to describe it, their external world. And I think that just ties into the J function of finishing off loose ends. Because I think what can happen for INFJs when they're stressed is things aren't finished, which is just stress city for an INFJ. So being conscious about tidying or ordering the external world will have a natural flow-on effect of structuring and creating order in the internal world. And in a way, it's another way to describe it. It's like there's a blockage in the functions because the NI and the TI are not flowing, and so there can be sort of a blockage there. And so by clearing the blockage, it actually creates more room for the INFJ to be in their NI function, gaining more insights, developing more thoughts, and just getting comfortable again, really. And I think by creating some order in the external world puts the INFJ's functions back in order. I think it settles down the extroverted sensing reaction. The TI gets an opportunity to do what it does best, which is creating some logical order within the INFJ, which creates a lot more room for the introverted intuition to just do what it does naturally, and the extroverted feeling there in the sense that the INFJ is just going to be a happier person, and they're going to be more outward focused in regards to the world of people, and it's going to be more positive because that extroverted sensing reaction is not happening, and so the INFJ, is able to be just more present, more centered, and just more at peace. So there's just some of my thoughts on INFJs and stress, how INFJs can get stressed, and a possible way of handling and dealing with the stress to get into a more functional place.
Hi patrons, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I want to look at the INFJ shadow. I've basically got a whole lot of ideas and concepts that I want to sort of just put out there. Not sure what order they're going to come out in. So this is not necessarily going to have like perfect structure to it. It's more going to be, maybe you could look at it like an NI dump or something like that. But I think by the time the video ends,
it should, in some respects, have it will have a clarity to it by the time I get to the end of this video. Before I go into what I see as a potential INFJ specific shadow issue, I just want to explore the other ways that we can see shadow. So the MBTI generally sees shadow as the four functions underneath the cognitive stack, kind of place that as like the shadow functions, and that's often how the MBTI sees shadow. More generally, like in the counselling world and so on, shadow is just anything that is rejected from consciousness and placed into the background, whether it's positive or negative traits or feelings or aspects of self that for whatever reason have been denied. Now I think Jung was more talking about the latter, the more general aspects of shadow, whereas it seems as though the MBTI that's being developed since Jung more looks at shadow as those functions, those four cognitive functions underneath the stack. But I think there's a reality that people can actually have an aspect of self that's in shadow that actually could be a representation of one of the four functions in their cognitive stack. So what that could look like for an INFJ is, this is just a off-the-cuff example, is NI could be, as a function, could be pushed into shadow through childhood with a family of origin that doesn't recognize the NI preference in the person, and so it's just unconsciously denied and suppressed and pushed down into shadow simply because it's not being acknowledged or recognized, and so it's just naturally rejected. Even FE could be pushed into shadow if sort of any kind of emotional expression is uncomfortable in the family home, then that FE expression could be rejected, and then that gets pushed into shadow. So I don't think that how shadow operates is purely comes out of those bottom four functions, those shadow functions that the MBTI talk about. I can also see that the inferior function could operate as a shadow function, in the sense of, because it's weak, it's like the weakest or the least developed function. Again, for the INFJ, being in the sensory environment could be uncomfortable to the point where the SE environment is put into shadow in a sense. The INFJ avoids being in the sensory environment because it's overwhelming, and that could sort of operate, that SE could actually operate, that inferior function, as could be sort of pushed into shadow, sort of denied and rejected, rather than welcomed and, I guess you could say, tolerated, but maybe embraced is the better word, because I think when INFJs actualize their intuition in the sensory environment, we then have self-actualization. Now, when I talk about the INFJ shadow, I'm referring to a more specific challenge that INFJs can have. Again, not all INFJs necessarily can have this challenge, but I think due to the cognitive functions, it could become a challenge. And it's essentially that INFJs have, to the level that they're able to be intuitive and insightful into the worlds of others, is almost to the extent that they have a difficulty having that same level of insight into themselves. It's not that it can't happen, but it's kind of like almost, if I sort of picture a funnel from like coming out like this, the INFJ NIFE is like a funnel outward. It can kind of pick up a whole lot of things going on in its environment and see patterns and see things going out that way. But the funnel coming back, it's only limited in its ability to have that same sort of level of power when it comes to personal insight. Now that again is not for everyone necessarily. I think it can be a vulnerability for some INFJs, and the sting in the tail essentially is that for some INFJs it can be difficult to accept that is a challenge. You could maybe call it like an INFJ pride, but it can be difficult because an INFJ is able to see, have such great insight and trust it. There can be this belief that they are have that same level of insight into the self, but it's not. It's just, I guess you could say it's not as powerful. But INFJs can often think that they do have that same level of power and insight into the self that they have for others. So it can act like a bit of a blind spot. So again, not for all INFJs, but for some INFJs, there needs to come to that place of acceptance that when it comes to the self, that direct insight into the self is not as powerful, or often isn't as powerful. Now, I think one of the reasons for that is INFJs actualize often by helping others actualize. Now, I've said that a number of times in other videos, but there's a sense that when INFJs are actualizing their sort of mission in their life, because that's often in the realm of people, influencing people in some fashion, that when they achieve that actualization, or their own, when they actualize their own mission, which is essentially to serve others in a specific kind of way, when they achieve that through the actualization and helping others, the INFJ actualizes themselves. So it's more this kind of, rather than kind of necessarily going into the self to work something out and then flow that outward. It's kind of like that inside out approach. There's a sense that INFJs actually, it's more they go out into the world, help others, which then brings a level of actualization to the self. It's like I grow in myself when I help others grow, something along those lines. So I guess the focus, if this theory is true, is how to overcome it, or how to address it, or even whether to address it directly or indirectly. And one way of, I think, exploring this is that the way that this shadow could operate is that the NI is actually trying to communicate information to the INFJ of a more direct personal, from a more direct and personal perspective, as opposed to this more roundabout way of self-actualization through helping others. That it's like a still small voice, to kind of coin a spiritual phrase, that again, that funnel, it's like that funnel represents like this tiny small voice inside that might be prompting the INFJ to look at something, or might be saying to them, you might want to, it's sort of future focus. It's like, you might want to look at this or look at that, because it's possible that down the track something could go wrong in this way or that way. It's like, it could be just a small voice within prompting the INFJ to look at something more directly in their lives or in themselves. And that could, in a way of trying to address the shadow, could be about getting still and going, okay, essentially what is it that I'm ignoring about myself, about my own walk, my own journey? Is there something I'm ignoring more directly inside myself? That can be a way inward to start addressing this shadow. Now, if you can imagine sort of like lines going in, like a light going in through that question, what is it that I could be ignoring, or afraid to look at or acknowledge, or something like that? And that will potentially lead to more traditional shadows, if you like. And what I mean by that, it's like breaking down that more INFJ specific shadow issue down into some compartments, if you like. So an example could be something more reflective of the shadow functions of the MBTI, let's say FI, in that the avoidance of addressing something could be because it generates some quite uncomfortable internal emotions that, due to that FI shadow function, can be a bit, that the inner work of emotions can be somewhat elusive for INFJs. And so if that's kind of pushed, if that's in operation, if you like, then the INFJ can be sort of ignoring some uncomfortable emotions, pushing those emotions into shadow in order to cope. From more a general shadow perspective for the INFJ, it could be, it could still be an avoidance of specific emotions. It could be sort of traits, whether positive or negative, that have been pushed into shadow. Again, like I said before, it could be like the NI aspects of NI processes that have been pushed into shadow because they've been rejected or shamed. It could be FE that's being pushed into shadow because their emotions were rejected in childhood. Their expressing of emotion or showing emotion could have been rejected. It could be things like confidence has been misunderstood with arrogance due to having to deal with someone growing up that displayed a lot of arrogance but has been interpreted as confidence, and so confidence has been pushed into shadow because I don't want to appear arrogant. So that sort of debilitates the INFJ from building confidence because they're so afraid of people interpreting it as arrogance and causing pain. And so the INFJ starts to sort of limit their ability to grow through fear of appearing arrogant. And what's essentially happening is they're not growing in confidence. So just to kind of tidy up the concept, the INFJ specific shadow is a tendency to not have the same level of insight and awareness of the self that they have with other people. Yet that can be a blind spot for INFJs to see. And that the way to addressing that, if it's actually true for the INFJ, is to be asking the question, what is it? What subtleties about the self have I been ignoring or afraid to look at that causes fear or causes me to avoid and things like this? Asking those sorts of questions that sort of shine a light inward, and then looking at being ready for the answers, the answer to those questions, and then going on the journey of dealing with whatever, however the INFJ needs to address that shadow issue, and that it's essentially that question. Hopefully I'm making sense here. The question of what is it that I'm avoiding essentially addresses the INFJ specific overarching shadow issue. So that kind of gets put to one side. And the answers to the question of what is it that I'm ignoring can lead us to addressing more I don't want to say the word specific again because I've already used that. Like a more detailed approach to what is pushed into shadow, because it'll be different for everybody. So, it could be an FI cognitive shadow cognitive function issue. It could be an NI issue, an FE issue, or it could be any number of more general shadow issues that need to be addressed. Like I said, if confidence is being pushed into shadow, or a specific kind of emotion, or specific traits or beliefs, or these sorts of things are pushed into shadow, then they need to essentially be embraced in order to develop the self more directly. And I think what that can do is then lead to more self-awareness, which will then help the INFJ to better navigate their life going forward. There's lots of ways of addressing lots of modalities and techniques to address shadow. I'll just give one general way of going about it in this video. On my other channel, just the Scott Morgan channel, I'll be talking about the more general shadow work in that video. So I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check out that video. Also on that channel is another video that looks at shadow, but more from I guess from a Christian perspective, looking at old nature versus new nature. And if you're okay with that sort of language, then that video, which I called How to Embrace the Old Nature, which you could essentially say how to embrace the shadow. I'll leave a link in the description for that video as well. So I've already partly addressed how to approach this issue. Essentially is by asking the question, waiting for an answer. It's like that openness to say, what is it that I'm afraid of? What is it that I'm ignoring or avoiding within the self that could be connected to future, that NI is trying to let me know about. And it's okay to even sort of talk to that part, if you like. It's like just talking to an aspect of the self that's sort of sitting and hiding, and just sort of trusting that as we talk to a specific part of self, that it's able to sort of talk back to us, if you like. Or just give us a sense of things. For some, I don't think for many INFJs that's an unusual concept. If it is, I would just say that we often talk to ourselves. Just if we're in our own quiet time, we might be, we'll find ourselves sort of talking to ourselves and sort of, like come on, I've just got to get on with my work, or I can do this, that sort of thing. So when we're saying those sorts of things, we're actually talking to parts of ourselves. So this is just more sort of conscious self-talk. So it requires that sort of level of openness and honesty to say, okay, what is it that I'm afraid to look at within the self? And then from there, it's essentially saying, okay, what action do I need to take? Which is kind of like an SE question. What action do I need to take in the real world, potentially to address that? Talk to others about what it is that they could be avoiding or struggling with on the inside. Basically, because I think that's helpful, because INFJs primarily are subjective in their approach to life, and can have a difficulty being objective about the self. And so talking to somebody else who will be able to sort of feed back some objectivity to get some insight into the self. For some people, some of the shadow issues are a bit beyond them dealing with it just within themselves. It's, you know, needing more counselling techniques, someone to help them to work through what it is that could be pushed into shadow. However, there are techniques and things that we can do ourselves to try to address these sorts of issues. And I again just point you to my other video on shadow work on my other channel, link in the description. So I hope this exploration of shadow and INFJ shadow has been a worthwhile video for you to sit and listen to. I hope that it's kind of helped in some way to just have a sort of a self-exploration. Now, plugging myself is not something I enjoy doing. It's actually something that I avoid doing. Maybe I've pushed that into shadow. But I would say, just as a reminder, that I am a counsellor and I can help with these sorts of issues if you're feeling as though it's a bit beyond self work, if you like, needing some help to work through some of the issues that might have been coming up for you in the area of shadow. Feel free to let me know. Otherwise, all the best with just working with shadow. Hi everybody, it is Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. I wanted to expand on a topic that I spoke about last week in a video about the INFJ and the INFP, and some talk about people confusing their types, meaning that there's talk that there's INFJs that are actually INFPs. And so I just wanted to expand on that a little bit in this video. So I've drawn up the INFJ and the INFP stack here. And I wanted to talk about the sixth function for both the INFJ and the INFP. And they both share the other's dominant function as their sixth shadow function. So the INFJ, their sixth shadow function is called, is the FI function, which is the INFP's dominant function. And the INFP has NI as their sixth shadow function, which is the INFJ's dominant function. So this might help to explain some of the confusion for people. Sixth function is also called the critical parent function. And for the purpose of this video, I'm going to look at that function as though it's like the inner child, if you like, of the person. And that when that function is triggered in some way, that it impacts on the rest of the person's functional stack in regards to the MBTI. So before I go into that, I want to talk a little bit about the dominant functions of each type and how I see them. So the NI for the INFJ, I see that function as something that it's a function that really doesn't go by feel. If anything, it's like when the INFJ has that aha moment, or the yes, that's it moment, it's almost devoid of feeling. It's in fact, when there's feeling, the feeling is saying that if there's feeling attached to the intuition, it's informing the intuition that they haven't quite got down to something yet, or something just doesn't fit right. But when it does fit right, it's like a piece of a puzzle. When it clicks into place, it just fits right. It feels right. I don't want to use the word feel. It sits right. And if I was to over-explain it in a way, it's like, I want to use the word nirvana, but not in any sort of mystical, spiritual sense, but a sense of neutrality. It just is. It just fits right, and there's not really feeling attached to the NI moment. And the introverted intuition is always, while it's touching on a whole lot of different areas within the NI. I might be thinking about this over here and that over there and this down here, and seemingly unrelated. When it comes to a point, there's like a unique idea or thought or insight into all of those things that emerges. So the introverted intuition is always, I think, trying to get to a destination. Whether you can call it closure or sort of completing a thought, if you like. Like even with me explaining this, I'm trying to get to a place and sort of to kind of get it and then move on. For the INFP's FI function is more, there's no conclusion as such. It is based on feeling, but it's incredibly complex. And in some ways it's kind of, I see it kind of like the introverted intuition function in regards to its ability to sort of branch out and think of a whole lot of different ideas. But it's got feeling attached to it. And with the NI, it's more about, it could be about interpersonal ideas, but it could be about organizations and family background. Like there could be a range of different internal and external thoughts in the NI thinking. For the INFP, I think a lot of those, the landscape of the FI is more about their identity and their sense of self. And it's not about coming to any conclusion in regards to that inner world. It's more about adding. And so if there's any questions for the INFP, they're not so much interested in the answer as to go on a journey of helping to inform that question, but rather than answer it, it might change the question or give a new angle on the question, create a new question, and it's forever getting larger and larger. So I guess just for this video, that's how I'll sort of frame, I guess, the two dominant functions for each. So one of the ideas that I want to present today is that the INFJ can't do introverted feeling very well, and the INFP can't do introverted intuition very well. But in some ways they can be confused and maybe even become enmeshed in some way. So I think in some respects, I think the INFJ likes to think, without really realizing it in some ways, that they can do introverted feeling well, but I don't think so. I think when an INFJ is really working well within their functional stack, introverted feeling has very little to do with it, with very little to do with the INFJ's world and the way that they process information and approach life. The feeling, as the second function states, it's more extroverted feeling, so it's more an atmosphere, picking up on other people's feelings, and using their intuition to gauge the atmosphere. But in regards to introverted feeling, I think it's by and large a feeling that needs to be acknowledged but avoided, and I'll unpack that in a little bit more detail in a moment. And the same is for the INFP in regards to their sixth function, critical parent function, introverted intuition. So my guess would be that the INFP doesn't do introverted intuition very well. But again, the FI and the NI, I think, can get enmeshed a little bit. So I'll unpack that more in a moment. So for the INFJ, I think what can happen is when their feelings are hurt down in here, it can come up and take a more dominant position within the functional stack. And in a sense, almost like pollute, if you like, the functional stack. It throws it out of whack. And the thing with, because the INFJ doesn't do introverted feeling well, when the introverted feeling is triggered in some way, it's like it overwhelms the internal world of the INFJ. And because it's such a strong sensation, it can trick the INFJ into thinking that what it is experiencing is the truth. So from that hurt feeling can come thoughts and ideas and ways of dealing with that hurt feeling that seems so real to the INFJ, but it's actually giving false information. It's not accurate and it's not helpful. But because it feels so real, I think the INFJ can sort of be seduced into listening to the FI function. And when that happens, basing decisions and actions upon a shadow function is going to bring unhelpful results, if you like, or unhelpful outcomes and inaccurate outcomes. And I think it's the same for the INFP, but just the opposite. So it's a little bit harder to explain. I guess being an INFJ, seeing the NI function as a very positive function, I need to sort of see how it could be a negative. So I'll attempt to try to explain that, and I just invite the INFPs out there to just give some feedback into whether this sits right or feels right. So when the INFP's critical parent function is triggered in some way, it comes up and takes a dominant position within the functional stack of the INFP and sabotages the functional stack. And so my sense with that happening, and the triggers that could trigger the sixth function in both types could be the same. It could be criticism, it could be rejection, it could be anything. So the trigger could be the same for both types, but the way it manifests is different. So when the INFP is triggered in some way, and the introverted intuition comes up and becomes a more dominant function within the INFP and it sabotages, if you like, the functional stack, I think the way it could operate is really the INFP is doing introverted intuition and they're getting stuck there because they're not using their internal feeling to work something out. They're almost trying to use a more, it's not so much rational, but more maybe a clinical way maybe of trying to solve a problem. So they might be thinking it's within the hurt, rather because the introverted feeling would be experienced quite intensely because they're already introverted feeling. Then when they're hurt, it floods a deep sense of hurt into the FI, meaning it needs to almost be avoided, and so they drop into their introverted intuition sixth shadow function, and to try to get away from that pain feeling and try and think through the issue without feeling, using that NI function, which is, I can't quite find the words to use, but it's like thinking about things without using feeling. That's my sense of it anyway. And I guess you could call it a defense mechanism or a self-protection or whatever, but it's trying, the INFP is trying to solve the problem whilst avoiding the hurt feeling, but it's actually in their feeling, using feeling, which helps them to solve problems. And they can get stuck in that NI shadow function. So that's my attempt to try to explain that. And I invite INFPs to give some feedback into how they, if what I'm saying resonates, how you would describe that. So this, I guess what I'm presenting here might sort of add hopefully some value to the discussion about the type confusions between INFJ and INFP. In that an INFJ might be coming across as an INFP because they're getting lost in their FI function and talking from that place, and it's coming across as very melancholy or wishy-washy or something like that, and so they're coming off as INFPs when in fact they might only be just stuck in their FI function. And the same for the INFP. I'm not sure if INFPs can come across as INFJs. They may do if they get stuck in their NI function when they're trying to work out an issue without feeling. And I think one way that would come across maybe is the INFP sharing intuitively but not getting anywhere. The connections seem to be related, but they're not really, and there's a sense of getting lost there. And so they may come across as INFJs, but whether they do or not, when an INFP gets lost in NI, it disrupts their ability to be able to process their FI function. So I think a way to find out if we're an NI user or an FI user is if the INFJ is using feeling to work out an issue and it's going pear-shaped, it's not working, it's cloudy, then they might be using their FI function, sixth shadow function, and disrupting their ability to work something out. Or if the INFJ has a sense that they do use feeling to work life out, and they use it well, then they may be an INFP or at least they're not an INFJ if they're using feeling. And I think the same can be said for the INFP, just sort of in reverse. If they're using intuition rather than feeling to work things out, and it's working for them, then they may not be an INFP. They might be an INFJ or another type. So I think a possible way to approach this would be for the INFJ is to just, I guess, monitor their feeling, if you like, and when it's probably easier when feelings are hurt rather than when it's a positive feeling, although I think the INFJ is as equally vulnerable to making poor choices, whether the feeling is positive and euphoric or very negative and depressing. So if the INFJ has hurt feeling, an approach would be to acknowledge it, not to suppress the feeling, but to both acknowledge it, and by acknowledging it, it sort of makes it sort of appear more. Once it is acknowledged, then it can be contained in a sense, and it's not so much likely to overwhelm the functional stack and kind of pollute it, if you like, if it's identified. Okay, my feelings are hurt. Now, if I'm an INFJ, I don't do hurt feeling very well, so I need to acknowledge it and not make any decisions on it or base any conclusions around it or take any action on it. I just need to see that it's a sixth function critical parent that's coming out of me, and that I need to allow the feeling to subside so that I can use my intuition to make a decision rather than through hurt feeling. So it's kind of a paradox in some ways. The hurt feeling or the introverted feeling needs to be acknowledged, but then put aside in regards to making any decisions based on what the hurt feeling is saying. And I think it's true also for the INFP. If something's happening that's overwhelming them, and it's causing the FI, like the feeling in the FI to just to get too much, they might slip into using introverted intuition, which would be a really dulling experience, I would think. To acknowledge that, okay, I'm going into sort of I just call it an introverted intuition space. So acknowledging that, not making any decisions on it. I think that's the key, is to not base it in any sense of truth. It's just not helpful. Allowing it to sort of fade into the background so that the introverted feeling is able to make more sound decisions based on whatever it is that's happening. So to summarize, I think what happens for both the INFJ and the INFP and all the other types as well is that when they're triggered in some way, in a negative way, it can affect the number 6 shadow function, critical parent function, and it brings it up into more of a dominant position within the stack, polluting the whole system, creating unhelpful outcomes and conclusions. So the idea is to acknowledge when this is happening, not make any decisions based on it, put it to one side, almost compartmentalize it in some respects, which might be a bit more challenging for the INFP because of their ability to be very complex, but be able to sort of see it, acknowledge it, put it to one side, so that the more healthier, dominant function is able to operate and make decisions. So for the INFJ, they're able to access their NI, and with their INFP, they're able to access their FI.
Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power Channel. In this video, I'm going to talk about the INFJ door slam reopened. So perhaps for some of my new subscribers that aren't familiar with this concept, I have made a video on this in the past, and I'll leave it both somewhere on this video and in the description below. Feel free to go and check out that video and then come back to this video. Just to quickly recap that video, I essentially was talking about a cable representing like the connection between the INFJ and the other person, and that the INFJ very much notices and knows that cable and is aware of when that cable is frayed and attempts to try to repair that cable. However, it's often not repaired, and then the INFJ will make adjustments to keep that cable going, and the INFJ will keep that hold on to that connection for as long as possible, and that will continue to hold on to hope of that relationship restoring, even if there's just one little strand left of that cable. But there comes a time for the INFJ when that last little strand is broken, and that can be a dramatic event, or it could just be a really subtle knowing that there's no hope left for this relationship, and that cable breaking is essentially the ending of a relationship. And for the INFJ, they can feel like the door slam is actually being done to them, and that essentially the INFJ is trying to hold the door open to the relationship, trying to make a connection, trying to connect with the other person, and the other person either not getting it, not understanding it, or not wanting to get it, or a combination of all those things. Feels to the INFJ as though the other person's constantly trying to shut the door on the INFJ's perspective of the relationship, because they often don't understand it. And so the INFJs are trying to hold the door open. It feels to the INFJ as though the other person's trying to slam the door closed on them all the time, with their lack of response to them. And eventually the INFJ no longer has any energy left to keep that door open, and so it's not so much a giving up, but more of just an exhaustion, can't do it anymore. And so the INFJs can no longer hold that door open, and so the door gets slammed on them by the other person's apparent unwillingness to understand where they're coming from. Now that video that I made was probably one of my more successful videos, and so there's an overwhelming sense of connection to that video. I just wanted to address some of the feedback, or one particular thread that I noticed, which was from people that were frustrated with the pace of the video, that I took so long to explain it. And I thought about that, and yeah, INFJs can make long videos and take a long time to explain things, but I think there was a metaphor in that the frustration and annoyance that people were experiencing watching the video, watching me explain it and get to the end of that video, is really a metaphor for how an INFJ feels while they're trying to maintain a relationship, while they're trying to restore or repair or better a relationship. And I think it's a metaphor for how the INFJ feels a lot of the time. So in this video today, I just wanted to explore a little bit more of this door slam from the perspective of, can it be reopened? What would an INFJ need to do to reopen that door, and what would the other person need to do to open that door? So I don't want this video to be about INFJs are right and holier than thou, and everybody else is ignorant and stupid and just needs to get with the program.
that would be a frustrated INFJ response to this kind of situation. However, I think there's room for both the INFJ and the other person to reopen that door. So I think firstly it's about, can it actually be opened? And I think the answer is yes, that nothing's impossible. The door can be reopened. But I think for a lot of the time it just isn't reopened. There's just too much damage, there's just too much pain, too much disappointment to overcome. Now, I just also wanted to, I think, highlight that there can be many variables that come into play here. It's not simply INFJ and ISTP or any other type and those dynamics that coming into play that could lead to a door slam. There's so many other variables that can come into play. A person's temperament, their family background, the types of attachments people had with their caregivers, life experience, all manner of variables that would come into play here. One of the other complaints that people have made, or comments that people have made on the other video, is that the door slam is essentially an immature response from the INFJ. Now, I think that can be true, but it can also not be true, depending on the variables in the situation. I think there is truth in that naivety and the idealism of the INFJ, and kind of just wishing the other person would know what they're feeling and would meet them and get them without the INFJ doing too much to help the other person understand. I think that is an immature approach to the relationship, and that the INFJ door slam in that situation really comes down a lot to the level of maturity of the INFJ. However, I don't think that's the end of the issue. I think in other cases, it's very possible that it's actually a lack of maturity on the other person's side, whereby there's a lack of willingness to hear the INFJ, to believe that what they're saying has a reality to it, and essentially is stonewalling the INFJ's attempts for connection and understanding and so on. And that's in a situation where the INFJ is actually trying to communicate in the relationship, trying to build a deeper connection in the relationship, and it's just being stonewalled all the time. That would be a lack of maturity on the other person's side. So to reopen the door on both of those scenarios, it would require the INFJ to recognize where, if they're not communicating, if they're just hoping that the other person gets it. So that's a situation where the INFJ is making an assumption that because they can see into other people and can understand things and understand the complexities of relationship, and can often feel what other people, pick up on the feelings of other people, and even may understand why, that other people can do that to them and they're just refusing to. That is a very problematic worldview. And the reality is that most people can't and don't have that kind of focus. And so for that INFJ, it's about acknowledging that and recognizing that one of the issues to reopening that door is their communication, is about them opening up and communicating to them actually what is going on for them, what are their needs and wants, how do they feel in the relationship when certain things happen, and so on. That could reopen the door. Other things for the INFJ to consider is whether there are other issues at play that are causing them to potentially be projecting in that relationship. If they had this goes into a whole lot of the other areas, but whether there was a broken relationship in childhood relationships, these sorts of things, whether that's being projected in their adult relationship, in a sense they're projecting their father issue or mother issue, if you like, onto the other person and living that out to a disappointment, like reliving that relationship through the adult relationship, only to be disappointed again. So essentially, though, what I'm saying with that one is the INFJ recognizing where their own issues might be may have caused difficulties in that relationship, recognizing that, and that again could be another way that the door could be reopened. For the other person, it could be a case of needing to choose to accept the differences, the personality type differences, and that just because the other person can't see what the INFJ sees doesn't necessarily mean that it's irrelevant or unnecessary to look at or not important. And I think that brings in the Pygmalion project, which is where we try to make the other person like ourselves. And I think in relationships where the personality types are quite different, the Pygmalion project essentially is where we try to mold the other person into our own image. And so that's possible for the INFJ to be trying to do that, trying to make the other person become like them, see what I see, become like me so that I'm comfortable, and vice versa. You got the other person potentially saying, no, that's not right, become like me, see it how I see it, and let's live happily ever after. And a lot of wasted energy goes into each person trying to make the other like them. So a way of reopening the door for both the INFJ and the other person is making room for the reality of the other person, essentially, is kind of making that decision, okay, I'm going to try and understand this other person's viewpoint, worldview, feelings, way of seeing the relationship, and so on. I'm going to open myself up to seeing it from their point of view, and not rejecting it or necessarily trying to understand it, but accepting that is the reality for the other person. And where both people are trying to understand that, are trying to understand the other's way of seeing things, then there is kind of an overlap that can occur where there's actually room for both people to adjust to the reality of the other, which is different, very different, to both trying to make the other like themselves. So in the case where both people are going, okay, I'm going to open myself up to accepting the way the other person is, not how I would want them to be, then we're building understanding. We're both people essentially maturing and learning to understand where the other's coming from, and that can lead to both people feeling understood for a start, because a lot of the problem is both people trying to be understood without understanding the other person. So when there's an agreement to hear each other's way of seeing the relationship and not rejecting the way both people accepting the way the other sees the relationship, then there can be a connection through that understanding. And that is another way that the relationship could be restored. Unfortunately, I think the reality is that by the time a door slam type situation has happened, either one or both have run out of puff, given up on the ability for the relationship to be restored. It's kind of beyond that point of no return for a lot of people. And so kind of getting both of them back into the room is probably the hardest part. Not impossible, it really depends on a lot of the other variables, but it's possible for the door to be reopened if some of the things that I'm highlighting in this video were to occur. Probably one of the most powerful things that could happen to reopen a door slam is for the other person to show interest in the INFJ's world, their inner world, the way they see things. So just choosing to be curious about the INFJ will just neon lights shine on the inside of the INFJ. Curious, open questions of that give the INFJ room to openly express themselves and their inner world will be a very powerful signal, a very powerful signal to the INFJ that you are serious about the relationship. So open questions like, what's happening for you? What's going on in your world at the moment? How do you feel about the relationship? What do you see we could do better in the relationship? These more open questions that enable the INFJ to give their own unique answer to, rather than sort of closed questions like, are you happy with the relationship? Aren't we going well? Did you have a good day? These more yes or no closed questions are not they're like base level communication questions for the INFJ. They're not unhelpful or annoying for the INFJ, but it needs to be like the precursor for something deeper. Those more open questions help the INFJ to express themselves and will feel connected to you by the very fact that you ask those questions. Those more open questions. And just to use the cable analogy, if both are able to accept the differences, essentially then we've got a cable that has two different elements to it. The INFJ cable, essentially, you could say, is like all the little wires in the center, and when we've got both actually understanding each other's different ways of seeing the relationship, the covering, if you like, over the wiring, that sort of insulation covering over the wiring, is the other person. And when you've got that kind of cable, it's a lot more durable to breaking, to wear and tear and water damage and these sorts of things. Outside elements that would seek to break a cable is much better insulated when it's got that insulation over the top of it. So I sort of see that as a helpful metaphor. When both the INFJ and the other person are seeking to understand the other's point of view, you've got a complete cable. You've got the inner wires that connect the INFJ to the other person, So in a sense, I see that as almost like the INFJ towards the other. And then you've got the insulation that goes over that cable to protect it from damage. And that enables that connection between the INFJ and the other person to that sort of cable is very much harder to break. And I think the INFJ would very much appreciate that kind of dynamic because that insulation, in a sense, feels like a protection. It feels like the other person is honouring. I think the INFJ very much appreciates that kind of cable because it can feel for the INFJ as though that insulation is really understanding from the other person. It's also a protective layer, so it's like that the relationship is more is safer for both of them. It's stronger, and it's showing that insulation for the INFJ essentially is seeing that there's reciprocation, that both are attending to the cable, if you like. It's not to say that the other person wasn't trying to tend to the relationship before a door slam, but because most likely for most people, most well-meaning people, the other person is doing what they think to do to make the relationship good, beneficial. But it's just that the INFJ doesn't necessarily experience it that way. So this mutual understanding of one another sort of helps the INFJ to actually experience from the other person that they care about the relationship. So when you've got two people saying, well, this is how I see the relationship or this situation, and you've got the other person saying, okay, I understand that and I accept how you're seeing it, however, this is how I see it, this is how I experience it, and the other person's able to accept that, then there's a foundation in which to explore ways of handling a situation differently, addressing an issue differently, depending on what the situation is. There's a foundation there in order to deal with the situation in a way that's mutually beneficial. So, let me just gather my thoughts. Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video I want to talk about INFJs and going deeper, going beyond NI. And what I mean by that is INFJs, not all, but a lot, can have a journey in life whereby they get a little estranged from their dominant function through their own childhood, and then rediscover it later in life. And that sort of rediscovery can be well, it can be life-changing. It can turn, in a sense, night into day. What was once confusing now becomes clear. That the sense of connectedness within becomes much greater, and it can be almost like such a shift that it can feel like a reconnection with the self. And I would say that is true, but it's really a reconnection with an aspect of self, or it's probably a fundamental aspect of self, being that it's a dominant form of functioning, of processing, but it's still just an aspect of self. And I think for some INFJs, this reconnection can feel like they've come home. And again, I would say, yes, that's true, but there's more to the story. And
what can happen is the disconnection from NI throughout some of one's life journey can lead to issues, and there can also be just other life issues that happen in one's life that go undetected or unaddressed, and that reconnection with NI can, it's like the INFJ growing up can not have an awareness of those other issues and then rediscover NI, which can bring a certain level of clarity, but it can lead to almost like the brightness of NI can further blind the INFJ into from seeing the other issues that they may have. And I think so it's kind of like everything with INFJs, I'd say probably more specifically Enneagram Type 4 INFJs, the blessing comes with a curse, that there is both an awakening that can take place with NI discovery and reconnection, but it can also be a bit of they can get stuck there. So it's really important to keep going, that there's actually more. And so in a video that I made a little while ago called INFJ Supercharging Ni, I addressed a lot of this, but this is almost like a continuation from that video, in that there needs to be a differentiation, if I'm saying that word correctly, from the NI versus the self. And I think that video that I made, it sort of partly blurred that in a sense, the video sort of addressed helping an INFJ to reconnect with NI and how to do that. But I think it sort of clouded or sort of blended NI and the self together in a certain way that I wanted to kind of clarify in this video. So it's important for INFJs to, as part of NI reconnection, is to address the issues that might be hindering NI processing. So what I'm trying to say is that there can be a rediscovery of NI that is real, but then there are still issues that hinder its ability to be fully functional. The rediscovering of it is not the end, it's really the beginning. And so and like I was saying, it can kind of cloud, it's like, I think subconsciously, I think INFJs see it as an opportunity to avoid pain, meaning I can live comfortably in my NI and I can sort of speak my truth from there, but it can be used as a way to bypass dealing with the deeper issues of life. And this video is really suggesting to, if that's happening, to recognize that and to go deeper. So part of NI development is going to those deeper issues. And it's also recognizing that NI is only a part of self, it's not the self. And, we can look at, what is the self, what's the definition of self, and so on. I simply put it that the self is the core of us that was created when we were conceived, when we were born, that we have a true identity, a true self. And the MBTI simply just describes a way that we can view parts of the self, if you like. And I think some people can get stuck in identifying only themselves sort of primarily from the MBTI theory, and not see it as just
a way of understanding some aspects of the self, as opposed to, I think that's the healthy way to see it, whereas I think there's a danger of almost hiding oneself within the MBTI. And I don't think there's anyone on the planet that doesn't grow up with some level of dysfunction and a collection of some issues growing up in their childhood. There's certainly a bell-shaped curve when it comes to all of that, but for the most part, basically everybody has some issues. Some are easily more able to be identified and addressed than others. Some have more issues than others, and all of that. But it's really just about being open to those issues. And it's amazing how, as human beings, not just INFJs, as human beings, how well we're able to cover those issues to survive. And that's necessary in order to live, but it's only, it should be seen as such, as a way to survive. And then from there it's about, okay, now how do I move from surviving to, I guess, to use the cliche, thriving, or, you know, living a more full life. So part of the journey is, it's the rediscovering of NI. It's working through the issues to do two things. Essentially, is to fully allow NI to work inside of the INFJ. To do that is to deal with the deeper issues. But dealing with the deeper issues, of whatever might be there, reintroduces the person to the self more and more and more. It's like a progressive journey. And a way of looking at that is we can live from parts of self. We can live from a performance part. We can live from a fearful part, an anxious part, all sorts of different parts. And I think INFJs have a danger of living from an NI part, where they see that the truth that is able to glean from the world and how it's able to see the world is like a perfect place to hide from the deeper self and from the woundings that may underlie that NI part, if you like. And so it can essentially be very hard to identify, because when we set up our defense mechanisms growing up, they become natural, and it's very hard for us to get perspective on them. But I think simply an openness to ask more questions is a way of going a little deeper into the self. So, and in that Supercharging NI video, I talked about the inner bedrock. That inner bedrock essentially is an illustration of the woundings and the deeper issues that we have. So deeper woundings and issues are essentially just things that might have happened to us in childhood. They can be even unresolved feelings, memories, incidences that we've had. They can be sort of faulty beliefs that we have about ourselves. We can have deeper issues of rejection, abandonment, fear. We could have some form of abuse in our childhood, or not just in childhood, but often that's where it begins. And so ways of identifying that there might be problems underneath is where NI falls flat. Where especially a lot of this can happen in the context of relationships, because often that's where issues manifest and play themselves out in our adult relationships. So it's really about looking at oneself and seeing, am I sort of going around the mulberry bush many times on this particular topic? Am I trying to push something that I believe is absolutely true and it's not going anywhere? Am I repeating similar patterns? Am I having the same sorts of problems in my relationships? Am I are there patterns that are obvious? Am I uncomfortable? Are there potentially emotions and feelings that I am disconnected from, that NI is trying to communicate? Am I disconnected from my feelings? Am I lost in my cognitions, essentially, like my NI cognitions that seem very true and very real, but it doesn't have a lot of emotional connectedness to it, which is ironic, because often when that's the case, NI is communicating purely emotion from a cognitive perspective. And so it's important to ask those questions. What is it that I might be trying to speak on behalf of? What emotion or feeling am I trying to hide from or not feel? All sorts of different things, but there's just sort of some ways of trying to ask those questions. And it's going into that and resolving that. And resolving it can be simply, it begins by acknowledging that it's there. Yes, there is this emotion, there is this hurt, or there's this pain, or there's this specific feeling that is going on underneath, or there's an awareness of the dynamics that I'm experiencing in adulthood are a representation of something going on in childhood. It's really just being open to those questions and those wonderings, and working through those. That kind of removes them, or essentially removes the bedrock, so that we can live more from the self, from the place that the part of us that was originally created. The more we do that, because we don't address everything at once, it's really just a willingness to go on the journey of dealing with those deeper places, dealing with those issues. That the more that we address them, the more that we identify them, essentially the more in self we are. And as we go that journey, the more self is available to us, if you like. True self is another way of saying it. There's more of that available to us, that we're more living from that place, that then informs NI, its deeper knowledge or deeper truth, if you like, and then NI communicates that, rather than being cut off from the self, if you like, and covering over issues, and then just living from NI. That will have, it will still, the trick is that NI can still have truth about what it sees and what it knows, but it doesn't land, it doesn't penetrate, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't, it's like it doesn't have power. It has truth without power. Whereas when we get down into more of the true self, the way in which we communicate ourselves and our needs and what we're concerned about or worried about comes from a deeper, truer place. And so then it carries a weight, it carries a deeper truth that's able to be fully realized in for other people that might be on the receiving end of NI, so, or on the receiving end of the INFJ. One of the main reasons for that is when we're living from NI as opposed to the true self, it's like a defense mechanism that I addressed in one of my other videos, and a defensive posture just promotes a defensive response, and that's often why things don't change, that things don't land, that feel like a parrot just repeating the same thing over and over again. It's often because it's coming from a defensive position as opposed to a deeper place in the self. A way of describing the self is that it is completely comfortable with itself, if you like. It doesn't feel threatened. It doesn't carry the concern the same way that our defensive parts might. So it can be aware that the self can be aware that another part of the self is feeling threatened in some way, but the way in which it addresses it is very different from when we're acting from true self as opposed to a defensive position. So looking at it from layers, it's like not all INFJs, but the evolution, if you like, of an INFJ is living from a lost place of self, disconnected from their cognitive function, just in that disconnected place. Then can be that reconnection with NI. That is a blessing and a much better place to live. But we can still live from that place, from a defensiveness, because we're not really addressing all the other issues that might be there. And so the journey then is to go deeper into addressing what those issues are, and it's usually the pain of life that kind of promotes those deeper questions, which I think INFJs are open to for the most part. Then identifying those deeper issues, addressing those issues, which is essentially a way down into living from true self, and it also promotes NI to take its rightful place in the self, or within the INFJ, and then the self is able to inform knowledge and understanding to NI, and then NI is able to communicate that out into the world, and so on. So anyway, I just wanted to share it from that angle in this video. There's of course an infinite other ways this could be described. There's just so many variables to consider, but this is just what it is for this video. Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video, I'm going to talk about why INFJs shouldn't waste their FE time. And what I essentially mean by that is INFJs are vulnerable to trying to create harmony in situations and with people when it's either not necessary or not healthy to do that. And I'm going to look at it from two perspectives. One is dealing with the INFJ dealing with healthy people, and the second way talking about unhealthy people. So the first type is just dealing with people that have a preference for thinking and logic. And what INFJs can tend to do is be trying to communicate in a way that doesn't hurt their feelings, and trying to sort of massage the communication as though they're talking to another NF. And that can cause an INFJ to waste a lot of energy and a lot of time trying to achieve something that is actually not important to the other person. So what that can look like is for the other person is they're watching the INFJ sort of beating around the bush, not getting to the point, and kind of being, I guess you could say, fluffy or flowery in the communication. And a way of looking at how to address this is that sort of like turning kind of this harmony idea upside down, is seeing that by being more direct and to the point with thinking types, especially like NTs and STs, is speaking more plainly and directly and to the point will actually create harmony within the communication with STs and NTs, because you're communicating their language. So it will also help the INFJ to save a whole lot of energy by in a sense switching off that it's not switching off FE, it's maybe flexing it a little bit, in that for the most part thinkers are not too concerned about having their feelings hurt. So they're just wanting the facts, the detail, the logical reasoning behind a response. So it's really important to just kind of filter that FE to be delivering the logic. And what you'll probably find as the other person will respond in a positive way and in a engaging way, because you're speaking their language, and in a sense that will kind of be a feedback loop of harmony, in the sense that they'll be engaging. Because what can happen is, if an INFJ is trying to massage their communication, the thinker, preferred person listening, will just be, there can be kind of a neutral face while they're trying to understand the logic behind what you're saying. And that can look cold, and the INFJ can then be going, okay, I need to continue to massage my words, because they're not kind of giving me much warmth or engagement back. So kind of can get into a bit of a spiral, a bit of a trap, trying to communicate in that way. So flexing one's style can be very helpful to when communicating with thinkers, and be able to, and through that we'll be able to develop quite a good rapport. The second area is when dealing with unhealthy people, and that could be either in family or in a workplace or even in a school setting, where an INFJ is trying to be gentle, trying to be kind, trying to create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Unhealthy people most likely will want to take advantage of that. And so I want to move away from sort of MBTI types and just talking about unhealthy people. So a few things can happen there, that the other type will see that as a weakness, or sorry, not the other type, but the unhealthy person could see that as a weakness and want to exploit the INFJ. And if the INFJ has an insecurity or a vulnerability, sensitivity, the INFJ could sort of fall into their trap, whereby they're sabotaging the atmosphere with whether it's rudeness or manipulation and things like this. And then the INFJ tries to continue to warm up the atmosphere and create harmony and connection. And that just further draws the INFJ into their schema, into their manipulation or into their control. And it's really important to be sort of picking that up and sort of having it in one's mind. Okay, I'm trying to create a warm atmosphere. This person seems to be taking advantage of this. I essentially need to stop doing that and putting a stop to it. And that doesn't necessarily mean being confrontational. It may just be removing yourself, limiting your engagement with that person, or just choosing to actually assert yourself with a boundary, whether that is just choosing not to engage at that level with them. It really would depend on the situation about how you would put the boundary in place, but essentially it's stopping getting into that dynamic where you're kind of feeding their need to manipulate and control. And that can even go a step further with the more sort of narcissistic or sort of sociopath personality type that wants to feed off your empathy, feed off your FE essentially, and because they essentially can't feel, the more narcissistic or sociopath type personality seems to, for some reason, gravitate to empaths, which is quite a unusual phenomenon. But I think on one level it's simply that they enjoy feeding off the attention of other people, and INFJs are very good at giving very positive attention, and but that can become very damaging when there's this one-sided feeding, if you like, especially if they're the manipulative type, that they will want to not just feed from your your empathy and your warmth, but will want to somehow abuse you at the same time and make you a victim and victimize you. And so that is a very unhealthy and very dangerous place to get to. So essentially, boiling it all down, it's recognizing when for the INFJ, when they're FEing in their environment, when they're trying to create warmth, cooperation, harmony, and there's somebody in that environment that is choosing to exploit that or just take advantage of that, see it as a weakness, to recognize that, consciously choose to recognize that this person is actually trying to take advantage and manipulate me, and choosing to discontinue trying to please them, trying to get them on side. And that doesn't require like a sort of opposite response of getting combative, but it might be just a case of choosing to firstly not engage with them in that way. Second is to either limit your involvement or your exposure to those people as much as you can, where that's necessary, or it might be a case of just choosing to sort of shut off that harmony and get factual about whatever's being communicated, and in a sense it's like choosing not to get manipulated by them and not coming under their manipulative control, and asserting yourself in any way that you need to let them know that you can see what they're doing and they need to stop it. And again, that just requires some wisdom in how that's done. Every situation would require a slightly different approach, but I hope that this has been helpful. It's sort of just highlighting this vulnerability that INFJs can have with trying to warm up an environment where people just want to take advantage of that. And I think INFJs can save a whole lot of time and energy and avoid a lot of pain by recognizing those sorts of people that want to take advantage and want to manipulate, and just withdraw oneself from trying to please them or get them on side. So I hope you found this video helpful. Hi everyone, my name is Scott and I'm going to share my journey as an INFJ. In this video I'll unpack the functions and how I see that they work in my life. I just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody's comments and feedback on some of the videos, and for watching the videos. It's been quite awesome really to see that the videos that I've made so far are resonating with people, and that people are finding them beneficial. I think when it comes to the MBTI, I'm certainly not a purist when it comes to the model. I guess I things more holistically. So I like the MBTI model to the extent that it informs me and helps me to gain insight and understanding on myself and other personality types and the interactions between the two. But that's about as far as it goes. I don't like getting too bogged down in I use the structure to the extent that I gain insight, but I don't want to set up base camp in around the model, if that makes sense, because I find the moment that I do that, it limits my introverted intuition if I get too stuck in the model itself. So I find that, you know, talking in front of a camera really kind of shuts my FE function down, obviously, because I'm not talking to another person. So I find I'm very much not as animated as I probably would be if I was sharing this with a person in front of me, you know, reading their body language, getting, you know, sort of feedback from them, and So I find when I'm standing in front of the camera like this, the FE kind of gets dulled down, if you like, and it's sort of the NI and the TI that are more present, I think. However, I think as time goes by, and I get more into the video, I think I sort of loosen up a little bit, and but I think just initially talking to a camera kind of dulls sort of the FE expression. I think one of the other things worth mentioning before I really get into the video is to share that quite often before making a video, I'll have a lot of, my introverted intuition will be thinking of a whole lot of different concepts and ideas, and really get a really good idea of what I would want to say, and then get in front of this camera and look at this sort of bit of material, physical material in front of me, and find the NI sort of just all of those intuitive moments and thoughts and ideas and how they all connect kind of just fades into the background, or just they kind of just disappear. And I think half of it is being in an NI space where all of those ideas are flowing. Then to come in front of a camera requires sort of like more of the SE, and kind of coming more to the forefront. The SE, I think in some respects, kind of drowns out, or it doesn't so much pollute, but it just sort of limits, I think, the introverted intuitions. One of the things I want to try to avoid in this video is sort of an INFJ brainstorm, where you see me more trying to think about what I'm wanting to say rather than what I want to say. So I've done a little bit of pre-work, I suppose, or just writing some things down as they've come to mind, just to help with the flow of the video. So you get more of the content, or more of the insight, I guess, that I would like to get out there, rather than me trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. So I'll start by talking about my NI function. And when I was thinking about it, in some respects, and I agree with some of the other what some other people say on some of the INFJ videos, that really don't know how it works. The way that I see it, I guess, is that I feed it information, and then I wait for the insights, if you like, or for how I think or feel about it to emerge as I'm engaging with a person, or reading a book, or thinking about ideas, or watching a documentary. It's like it's almost like it doesn't exist. It only exists because it only exists when it begins to inform me about things. And I guess just a really practical example would be when I was at college and I would be writing essays. There would be sort of like half an hour, sometimes an hour, where I would just be wrestling with getting into it. I'd be reading reference material and reading the question and thinking about it, and it was like walking through wet cement, and not a lot would be happening in that time. But I learned to sort of trust that I'd eventually get through that. And really what was happening is, as I read material, it would kind of go into me, and then it would sort of, eventually the NI would start to fire up, and then I'd start to think about or get insights into various areas of what I'm reading about. excuse me, and I'd see connections between ideas and different aspects of what it was that I was trying to write about. And and sometimes that could be quite a flurry of information. And what I'd tend to do is just type everything that's coming to my mind, ideas, thoughts, concepts. I'd just be like the NI would just sort of start giving me all of this information, which was almost like a high, I think, for an INFJ. When that's happening, it's like an internal kind of excitement, and I think in some respects, the more excited. Let me backtrack. The more the NI is informing me, the more subdued I think I look to other people. Whereas inside, it's the opposite. And in some ways, I think the best way to describe what goes on the inside of me when I'm having all of these insights and ideas flowing, is to look at an ENTP when they're firing on all cylinders. When their FE is going for it. In some ways, I think their excitement or external expression of their FE is kind of what's going on inside of me when I'm having a similar level of insight and concepts coming to mind and so on. I think where the TI fits into that is that I guess through going to college, it really helped to develop my introverted thinking, and that in some respects I see that my TI, it's kind of like it weaves its way through the NI. So when my introverted intuition is really coming up with all of these ideas or whatever, it's the TI that kind of weaves it all together and helps it to make sense and give it a structure. And in a way, the NI ideas and process, the process towards coming up with all of the ideas and all the insights is the easy bit. The hardest part of it is the TI, because then I'll sit there and try to like I could spend 15 minutes on one sentence trying to find the right word, move a comma here, take an and out there, put a that in there, and the TI, trying to find the exact right word. And I think what makes it even more complex, if you like, is the FE function, in that trying to write it so that the reader is able to get the feeling of what's being said. Like I think I tend to try to I spend a lot of time structuring something so that it's deliverable or receivable by the person that might read it. So the TI and the FE function kind of slows down the process, making it I know some people that would take a couple of hours to write an essay, where it take me a week and a half. And I think for me that's the TI, just trying to find the exact perfect way to say something, and making sure that there's a right amount of that whoever is going to be reading it is going to understand it in an emotional sense. I think when it comes to talking to people, it's quite similar in that I think I use my NI in two ways. One of them is maybe let's say in a group setting, well, let me talk about group work or a group conversation. My tendency in a group conversation is to sit and listen. And it's a bit of a catch-22, because in order for me to be able to participate in a group discussion, I need to be able to just sit and listen. Yet there's always a bit of a tension that I'm not contributing. And sometimes, I mean, especially in college a few years ago now, but sometimes I think, oh, look, I need to say something here because all I'm doing is listening. And I'd say something prematurely, say something that hasn't been filtered through the TI, is more because I feel like I have to contribute something. And for me, I know it just doesn't, it's almost embarrassing because it doesn't add, I don't feel like it added to the discussion. In fact, I felt like I threw a stumbling block in the group processing, as everyone was sharing ideas and all of that. I found whenever I said something in those moments, just for the sake of it, that it kind of it seemed to jar it a little bit, and so which the FE function would pick up on pretty quickly. But what I'd find I'd do in group conversations is, people would be sharing all sorts of different ideas and their take on it, and for me, my introverted intuition would love that, would just love sitting there and absorbing, and I'm not really doing anything. I'm not even consciously really thinking about what's being said. I'm just taking it all in, and by the end of the conversation, my introverted intuition then starts to inform me and starts to get common themes that are being shared, or how what that person said over there relates to this over here, and so on and so forth. And it would kind of sometimes almost be like a package, like I'd be able to sort of summarize all of the, maybe 7 or 8 people, be able to summarize what everybody said in a cohesive, logical stream. I'm not sure how much that benefited the group. I think perhaps it did for people, rather than it just be a whole heap of people just sharing their ideas and then we just walk away. I think the way I might contribute to a group discussion is to be able to weave it all together in some kind of logical sequence that's both practical and helpful. So there's a very long description of various aspects of my NI. Yeah, so just to backtrack, my NI works in one of 2 ways. That the first one is that I'm able to process and have my introverted thinking think about everything that my NI is coming up with and make sense of it, and then deliver it quite fluently and clearly. The other way it works is on the fly, whereby I'm, rather than come up with the TI logic, how do I describe it? It's more that my introverted intuition is informing me in the moment. So I might be in a conversation with somebody and I'll be finding that it's like as the NI comes up with things, it comes out of me. And the strange thing about that is I often don't know what I'm going to say until I've said it myself. So it's both a surprise to the hearer as well as it is to me, as I wrestle to kind of get a sense of my introverted intuition on something and share it. as it's coming to me. That also can be quite, I don't know if exciting is the right word, but I guess it works, because it's often the feedback I get from people is that my NI is spot on. Just back on writing essays, I found that I often didn't know exactly what I was going to say until I'd finished it. And I guess it goes back to sort of when the NI is, when I'm in my NI in the moment where it's informing me at the time. I often, I have a general idea of what I'm trying to say or what I need to say in an essay or something like that. But I think generally, it's not till I've finished it that I've realised, that's what I was trying to say. I'm not sure if other INFJs identify with that. Be interesting to know. And it's that sort of intuition that would tell me when a essay is finished, or when something is finished. There's just a sense of, I guess it's probably the J in the INFJ of finishing it well, finishing it right, having that sense of it is, whatever it is finished, and now it's time to move on to the next thing. And I think the downside to that is that because of the TI and the FE dynamic, it could take ages before I get that sense that something is finished and completed. Where other people might have finished 10 drafts ago, I'm still going, perfecting words, moving things around, or just making sure for me that it's just right. And I think there's a great level of satisfaction that comes with that, but it's also quite draining. It's not so much draining, but it takes a lot of time, and it's probably not too, time. When in regards to time management, it's probably not the greatest thing, especially when life pressures do begin to add up. Yeah, and back on the FE. The FE area, if I'm talking with somebody, my FE, the way the FE works for me is that I'm always, there's an FE-TI connection where I'm constantly reading the emotional space. And I guess my extroverted sensing also informs me of what's going on through subtle changes in body language. So I'm always making sure that what I'm saying is going to be received. So the FE is kind of gauging what's going on in the room or with the person, and then that informs my introverted thinking to find the best way to say what I need to say. And in the kind of work that I do, that's very important. It's not so much important on a real casual conversation, but a more in-depth conversation. That's the FE-TI thing is definitely happening. Hi patrons, Scott here. This is the first of the INFJ only videos, and today I'm going to be addressing a patron question. I won't read the question out directly, but I will answer it in a sense indirectly, because the decision making is such a broad topic. I'm going to try to address the question as well as address everybody. Address it from an INFJ perspective to try and make it more inclusive, yet at the same time address the question that's been given to me. I've been given a little bit of information, and so my hope is that I'm able to at least provide some direction for INFJs that are having difficulty in decision making. So I'm going to cover an overarching sort of sweep over the topic, going into it to some extent, but trying to make it more inclusive for everybody. So I'm going to break it up into a couple of sections. The first section I want to look at is just around the idea of self, and in a sense our own sense of self-worth and value. So if we have a negative self-image, if we don't believe in ourselves, if we don't have positive self-esteem, then that issue will creep through, in a sense, will creep through everything, especially in the area of decisions. So if we're having difficulty in making decisions, it could be due to some negative self-image issues that lead to an anxiousness about one's ability to know themselves and make decisions that are right for them. So it's really important to, if that's happening, to look at that, to build a positive self-image. And we can do that by challenging the negative self-image, because out of that positive self-image will come some confidence in one's ability to make life decisions and general decisions. Another area of difficulty is if we've had some negative outcomes due to past decisions that have been painful, and if we haven't addressed those issues, if we've sort of suppressed those experiences and shut them out, then they're, in a sense, unconsciously affecting the current decision process. So it's important to be aware of that and, in a sense, be addressing some of those past scenarios that may have led to a lack of confidence in making current decisions. A good question to ask oneself when, if we're having difficulty with decision making, is asking ourselves, who's making the decision? And what I mean by that is, if we're having a lot of difficulty making decisions, it's most likely that we're not really in self, we're not really in our sort of true self, if you like, where we could say we're in a part of ourselves. We could be in an anxious part or a fearful part. We're most likely coming at it from a part of ourselves that we're identifying as self, that is really just a part that is acting out something. And so it could be really important to be asking oneself, and I think INFJs have a good ability to do this, and even an excellent ability to do this, if they're willing to stop and look at the self, essentially, and say, okay, what am I feeling? And feeling the feeling, anxiety, fear, whatever it is, and getting in touch with that, allowing oneself to feel that, and to then be able to get behind it, in a sense, to go, okay, what is driving this part? What's driving this anxiety or fear? So the general rule is, if we're in a part, then often we don't know we are, because we're looking at life, hearing life, doing life through the part of self. So it's important, if we start to look at what we're doing, then we can start to observe the part that we're living out of, instead of living from the part. So we can start, and the moment we do that, there's a sense that we are more in self, because we're observing a part that, when we're in it, doesn't doesn't have much. It doesn't have self-awareness. It has a limited role to play, and it might be trying to protect more. We could look at these parts as protectors, and they're trying to protect us from more pain or disappointment or feeling something we don't want to feel. So it's important to then look at that. So sorry to, I think I derailed my own thought there. That it's important to be observing these parts, looking at them instead of looking through them, like being them. And when we're doing that, we're more in self. We're probably going to find ourselves being a little bit more comfortable. And it's really from there that we're able to make better decisions, because we're not being driven by these other more unconscious parts of ourselves that are trying to manage future pain and things like this. These sorts of things are very difficult to brush over, but for the sake of this video I just want to kind of introduce it, at least to try and fire off I guess self-analysis or helping to create a space for the viewer to observe their own self, to see what is going on underneath. So from a cognitive functions perspective for the INFJ, there's the introverted intuition, which is where all that exploration will take place, the gathering of information, and of course it's abstract in that it will be looking for patterns, connecting things that connect to one another, try and create or paint a picture. And then the extroverted feeling, there's going to be that harmony part of the decision making around are others affected by this decision, how will they be impacted, or will others be impacted by this decision. Now, looking at this from an INFJ perspective, I would say when it comes to that extroverted feeling, the question to be asking oneself is what parts of myself, inside of myself, am I trying to look after and not have a negative experience within based on this decision. So if an INFJ is having a hard time making decisions, it's very possible that it's not so much other people in their world that they're going to be aware of others around them and the decisions that they make and how they impact other people in their external world. But where they could be getting tripped up is the relationship with themselves based on that decision. So those parts that I was describing earlier, you could look at them like little personalities, and I'm not at all suggesting personality disorder stuff here. We can all talk about our inner world from a position of different parts of ourselves. So it's possible that we've got one part of self, one protector part of self that is trying to make decisions, and it's trying to protect other parts from experiencing any pain associated with the decision it makes, and this part feels overwhelmed with the decision. And so when we become aware of the other parts of self that are reacting or tense or fearful of this decision that's being made, then we're going to essentially be in a higher part of self, like a more pure place of self, to be managing the decision. Instead of having our more unconscious parts controlling the process, we'll be consciously aware of the parts within us that are trying to manage that, and we can essentially manage it for them. So that's could be where INFJs get stuck in decision making. Is they're not so much the harmonizing with the people in the outer world, although that is true, but where it could be tripping them up is the relationship with their inner parts of self that are struggling with the process. So with that being said, I'm just going to look at some general strategies to address decision making, in addition, in a sense, to the ones that I've just mentioned. So, as the J piece of the INFJ is that we make sure that we give ourselves plenty of time, where possible, before the decision needs to be made, so that we can do the gathering of information. We can talk to other people if we need to, and we just have a more comfortable space to be making decisions. And that will give the INFJ reduce the stress that comes with quick decisions, and be able, in the sense that their inner world will be settled to be able to explore the options in NI and FE, in the sense of discussing it with others. Another strategy that can be helpful is simplifying the decision down. So once that NI has kind of looked it over in its complexity, it can be helpful to be consciously kind of looking at it and trying to boil it down, simplify it down into some sort of key parts of it. Or what are the real key important parts of this decision that I need to be aware of? And in a sense, that might be more of a TI process of sort of breaking it down. But the purpose of breaking it down is to get the major themes of the decision, to sort of simplify it. So rather than have this sort of 50 to 50,000 different ways of looking at the decision and how it could be made, sort of breaking it down into like, okay, what are the two or three key parts of this that I need to really be aware of now? So that can be helpful. Where an INFJ could be getting stuck is in their NITI loop, and I have made a video about this on the channel, on the YouTube channel, that you could check out. But essentially, it's where NI that's gathered all this information and it's being filtered down through TI, and it's kind of breaking it down, but it's trying to come up with a solution with, in a sense, limited information. And that can be difficult for an INFJ to realise, because there is a great amount of trust in NI's ability to gather all the information. Where people can get stuck is where they think they can make it, where they're trying to make a decision within themselves with limited information. And it's not always going to be limited, but where we know it's limited is when it's not working, essentially, is when the NI and the TI are just churning and churning and churning through the data, if you like, and not being able to come to a decision. Now, where it can be helpful is to go and talk to somebody and sort of unpack the whole thing. It can be helpful just doing that. That can, if you're a verbal processor, that can be helpful to actually address the decision. Let me say that differently. Unpacking it with somebody else, if you're a verbal processor, can help you to come to some of those key parts of the decision that need to be looked at, or that haven't been looked at yet. That sort of bouncing it off somebody else can help to explore the issue and uncover what has not yet been uncovered. It also gives the listener an opportunity to ask questions, get a different perspective on it, and to help sort of shift the INFJ out of the NITI and into a more real-world scenario, if you like. Because, INFJs, they very much rely on gut feel to make decisions. And so sort of thrashing it out with somebody might help to kind of harmonise that decision in some way. Come to that kind of, I think this is the way I need to go. So it can be helpful to talk to someone about decision making. Where that can, on sort of the flip side of that, where that can be challenging, is if the INFJ is doing the opposite, essentially. They're like in an FE grip, if you like. they're talking too much about the decisions with too many people and getting too many perspectives, and some of them contradictory and all of that. And so it's and if they don't trust themselves, then they're wanting to rely on somebody else to make the decision, and yet they're going to many people to make the decision. Then they've kind of got 10 people with 10 different ideas, and how can they be loyal to all 10 when they don't all match? So that can be a problem as well, is going to too many people, trusting too many people with the decision or the process. So that's where the INFJ needs to kind of pull that back a little bit and go away and do some of their own work on the decision and talk and sort of sit with it. Let their NI start to sort of like learn to connect with their introverted intuition, learn to trust it, learn to hear it, learn to connect with it. Another way of simplifying it down is just asking the big picture question. How important is this decision in where I feel I'm going in my life? What bearing does this decision have on it? And it can be helpful looking at the decision from that perspective of will going on option A of the decision, how will that affect my future goal and place that I'm wanting to get to? Or option B, how does that look? A way of doing that essentially is before making the decision, placing oneself in let's say there's 3 decisions that could be made in a situation. 3 different directions. Let's say it's university, for instance. Which university am I going to go to? Just to make it simple, is okay. Placing oneself in university A situation and go, okay. So let's say I made that decision. What would be some of the? How do I feel about it? And you might notice, sort of information emerging saying, yeah, but we like this, or but what about this option over here? And if you do that with all 3, you might start to get a sense of which one just feels more comfortable. So placing oneself in the decision before they've made the decision, to have a look at, in a sense, the future outcome of the decision from those different places. The reason that can be helpful is because if we're prone to stress in decision making, we can want to be in the future. We can be agitated and anxious in the present before the decision's been made, and we want to be on the post-decision side of things where we've got relief. But we're stuck in making the decision because the making of the decision is stressful. So it's like we want to bypass the actual making of the decision. We just want to be on the relief end of making the decision. And that state limits one's ability to really look at all the options and make it a good decision. So what can happen is people make a snap decision to relieve themselves of the stress, and that can do one of 2 things. Often it can do both of these things. Is there's the relief of making the decision so that the stress drops, and with that stress dropping, the person is in a sense is a bit more relaxed and will start to see all the things that they missed when they were trying to make the decision in the first place, and think, oh, far out, like now that I've made the decision, I can see that this is not really where really the right fit for me. This other place is the right fit. And that's okay if the person can then make those adjustments. Say, okay, look, I've chosen this one, but I don't think that's the right place for me. I need to go in this direction. So they can use that sort of post stress-free space to get clarity, to then make the adjust the decision that's been made. That's why it's helpful to place oneself in the make-believe space of making the decisions pre the actual decision being made, like pretending to be in option A, B, and C. I think I said I was going to make 2 points there. I think I made 2 points. If not, I made one big point. I'm not quite sure, but essentially that's the message I wanted to give around the sort of pre and post decision making. It can be important to see that a lot of decisions are not about sort of right or wrong, or the perfect decision, and anything other than the perfect decision is imperfect and a failure. That they're simply choices that we make with the information we have at the time. And if we're more leaning towards an Enneagram Type 1 INFJ, then we're going to be preoccupied with perfection. And so it'd be helpful to recognize that and see that there really is no perfect decision. There's the best decision that we can make at the time, and that each decision has an outcome, has benefits, advantages, disadvantages, consequences, and that as an INFJ, and any type, but for an INFJ, it's never the end. The decision is not the end. There will always be another decision to be made. It's like appetites. We fulfill an appetite, we eat something, but later down the track we'll have another appetite and another decision to make. So there's always options post the decision. I mean, of course, it all depends on the decision. Getting married is one decision, on one level of decision making, versus how am I going to get to work today is another decision. So it all depends about the context and the actual decision being made. But life goes on, and we can always make adjustments or change our mind. The key is, if we're constantly changing our mind, that is more about a sort of more of a deeper issue of our relationship with ourselves. And again, that question of who's making the decision. Is it my sort of true self, if you like, or is it some part that I'm living from that's trying to protect me from feeling certain feelings that I don't want to feel, which requires a different kind of process. And I outlined that process that needs to happen earlier in this video. If a person's having difficulty with decisions when it's connected with the people in their lives, so it is that sort of extroverted feeling, harmonizing about how will people take my decision, is then to look at what is the nature of these relationships. Are they healthy or are they not healthy? Am I overly worrying about how my decisions will be received by other people or this other person? Because if we've got another person who's a lot more confident in their decision making, and we're not very confident about ours, then their opinion's going to be much, much higher than our own. And if they don't think it's a great decision, that could leave a lot of doubt in us, even if we've made the right decision. And so again, that's about relationship with self-work, but it's also about the other people in our lives. Are they helpful people? Are they nurturing people? Are they trying to manipulate me by causing me to feel doubtful about the decisions I make? So it's helpful to look at, and confronting, to look at the people in our lives to see if they are actually part of, if they are getting in the way of building confidence in decision making. If are they sort of a spanner in the works, a thorn in the side in regards to my journey of making decisions? Are they making me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about or something like that? So it's helpful to look at the people or the person in our lives that a decision of ours affects, and seeing whether the attachment or the connection with them is healthy and safe and trustworthy, or if it's causing if the other person's causing pain in our decision-making process. And just on a sort of a side note, but an important one, is if we need to talk to others to kind of get out of any TI NI loop, is finding it can be helpful certainly to talk to other NFs about these sorts of decisions, to sort of bounce off the gut feel and the feeling of it, to see what if your feeling matches theirs in regards to which direction to take. But also the other types is helpful. Talking to an introverted sensor, talking to a sensor type, to get that more sort of real world angle on a decision that needs to be made, or and a thinker as well, an extroverted thinker, get their ideas on on other aspects of this decision that needs to be looked at. Now, bearing everything else that I've said, bearing all of that in mind, is once a decision's been made, is just rolling with it. Make it work. Trust it. In a sense, it's like make it happen. Choose to live in the reality of the decision that's been made, and see the outworking of it as neither good, bad, or indifferent, just life, interacting with the circumstances that have come about with the decision that's been made. And instead of getting locked into doubt, seeing that as just another part that's trying to get a person back into an NITI loop about the decision, and choosing to recognize those sorts of things that are happening, and then take action in the real world where necessary to live out the decision that's been made. Of course, there's many decisions that we make on all sorts of different levels. So what I'm talking about just needs to fit within the sorts of decisions that you're thinking about or needing to make while looking at this video.
Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video I want to talk about INFJ's NI acting as a defense mechanism. Now, this might come as a bit of a shock to some INFJs, because INFJs can feel like not that they know everything, but that they're more self-aware than others. And the reality is that we all have blind spots, and no matter what personality type we are, and if we've got some unresolved wounds that we're not in touch with, then our functions can act, our natural cognitive functions can end up acting or being used as a way of protecting ourselves. Some of the cognitive functions can come across very obviously like a defense mechanism, in that they're using what's available. The cognitive function, if you like, is using what is available to them to protect themselves. And so depending on what is being protected internally and what they're defending themselves from, can use certain tactics or ways of communicating that are clearly being seen as can clearly be seen as defensive, in the sense that it could be half truths, it could be blatant lies,
could be aggressive, just things that kind of are really clear tells that, hang on, this person is hiding something, or they're protecting themselves from something, or they're just feeling hurt and pushing back, and it's very obvious. Where I think it can be the same for an INFJ. I don't think the INFJs are sort of immune from that style at all. But where it can get interesting is when NI is defending itself using truth, the truth that's available to them based on their NI. So NI, being what it is, can have a great amount of self-knowledge and also a lot of knowledge and understanding about other people. And so, similar to the other personality types, the INFJ is using what's available to them to protect themselves. And where some people might be protecting themselves using lies or half-truths or these sorts of things, the INFJ can use NI as a defense mechanism, in the sense that it speaks the truth to defend itself. And that can be very tricky for both the INFJ and the person on the receiving end, because they're speaking the truth. The other is often aware, well, I can't argue about that. I can't defend myself against that. It's true. It's either they either see it as true or they don't understand it. And it also tricks the INFJ, because the INFJ also knows that they're speaking the truth. And so that's kind of, it's like the master, NI can be like the master defense mechanism, because it uses truth to protect the self. And so it can be a difficult, if that's going on for an INFJ, I think it can be a difficult thing to recognize. And that can be true for all of us, because when no matter who we are, what personality type we have, if we're not in touch with something that we're protecting, we're being defensive about, then we don't know we're doing it, and so we're blind to what it is that we're doing. And so the INFJ and all the types are similar in that respect. But it can be doubly tricky for the INFJ, because they know, well, you can't argue with what I'm saying, because it's truth. It's true what I'm seeing. And I'm saying this from the position that most of the time INFJs are seeing things accurately, fairly accurately. It can be a difficult thing for INFJs to recognize that they're doing NI as a defense mechanism, as opposed to like living from true self, and their NI is this information gathering process that they use to navigate life in a healthy way. So the way to recognize whether it's a defense mechanism or not is essentially, where is it coming from? Is it coming from what we'd call a protector, in the sense of, am I protecting myself with what I'm saying? Or that's one way. Another way is actually looking at the tone. NI defense mechanism can be like a cold targeted messages. You could say it's not, well, you could say it's coming from the heart, it's coming from the wounded heart, but it's like, it's just knowledge though. It's like cold knowledge that's just being used to shut the other person down or win an argument. It's not coming from a true self place. It's a way of describing it is, if we're not protecting ourselves, then we don't need to defend ourselves from other people, and so we're more you could even say wiser in the way that the way the INFJ communicates. Another way of recognizing NI defensiveness is that it is like it's like a automatic rifle. It just comes boom, 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 boom. There's not a break in the wall, and it's really not including the reality of the other person. It's used to usually shut the other person down and protect the self, or an aspect of self. What it could be protecting is anything. But it's actually true that a lot of INFJs, because of a range of factors that I've shared in other videos, cannot be in touch with certain emotions that they're carrying, unresolved wounds and so on that they might be carrying. And when we're not aware of those things, then NI can become a defense mechanism. And there's possibly people watching that have INFJs in their lives, especially spouses and partners, that will probably be very aware of what I'm talking about. So for INFJs, like any other type, it can be very difficult to recognize defensiveness. NI defensiveness is even harder to identify because it usually uses truth to defend itself. But what it essentially is doing when it's being used in that way, it's the way in which the INFJ avoids feeling their pain. So it's like NI's in the head just delivering a shutdown message, and it's a way of the INFJ staying disconnected from the pain that they're carrying in their heart. And so the solution for an INFJ that's doing this is to actually get in touch with the pain in their heart. And when an INFJ or any personality type does that, what they say and how they say it takes on a very different tone and a different delivery. In a sense, when the INFJ is defending with NI, it's actually coming from the hurt feeling, but it's using this NI logic, heady kind of NI to defend the self. Whereas when the INFJ gets in touch with the feeling, it's like they're more in touch with the true self, and when they're choosing to actually acknowledge and feel the hurt feeling, then they can share not from the hurt feeling, but in a sense on behalf of the hurt feeling. And instead of that sort of NI defense scattergun shutdown approach, it's more an I statement than a you statement. And from that place, the INFJ is able to speak on behalf of the hurt feeling, own the feeling that they're carrying instead of blaming the other for it. And that kind of NI message, this is what's happening for me, and these are the reasons that I think it's happening for me, and this is what's hurt, and so on and so forth. That kind of message is much more receivable for the other person. Another way of putting it is the NI defensiveness is just judgment that kind of it's truth, but it never affects, it never changes anything. It kind of locks everything in place. Whereas when we're in touch with the wounding and we're communicating on behalf of it, then it's not coming from a judging place, it's coming from a self-ownership place. Owning the INFJ, owning what's going on for them, and respecting the other person and including them in the delivery, as opposed to like shooting them down. And that can lead to change. That can actually allow things to happen. That kind of open-hearted, if you like, message from the INFJ will be able to be received much more easily. And that's where you'll get change. That's where the other will be able to receive it and respond, hopefully in a like way. And things can change from that place. G'day, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. This is a video response to Lady Lullaby INFJ's video called To Leave or Not to Leave the Crystal Sky Castle. General gist of that video is about pursuing, I'm not so sure if it's so much a career, but pursuing or finding a direction in life as an INFJ in a world where our attributes and values are not really recognized or understood or appreciated, and how to negotiate that journey. So I put a comment on the video, which I'll read. As an INFJ, I like to think that my INFJ attributes are valuable in business, but there seems to be little room or understanding of these attributes in the business world. Similarly to yourself, talking to Lady Lullaby, climbing a ladder for status and financial success is a soul-destroying idea. For me, the meaning around what I do is number one. The business and financial side of it comes second, and need to support the meaning of what I do. Not always easy to maintain, but without meaning as an INFJ, the rest is meaningless. So, Lady Lullaby just asked if I'd be willing to really just expand on what I had said. So, for me, I think I'm fairly fortunate for me in that I have found something that I guess found purpose and meaning in what I do that fits perfectly for me as an INFJ. And that's being a counsellor. There's not really a value or there's not a part of me that is that needs to be compromised in order to fulfill that role. I think as an INFJ, the cognitive functions fit perfectly inside the room of counselling. And as an introvert, I'm dealing basically one-on-one with people all day, and interact with colleagues, throughout the day. But it's not. We don't have a lot to do with each other, but we do touch base with one another. There's just the atmosphere, I guess, around the counselling profession, if you like, just fits well for me as an INFJ. But in regards to an INFJ in business, now I guess I should say that I don't look at what I do as a business, even though I basically work for myself in that role. I don't look at it as a business. I don't look at it as a career. I guess I see it more as a calling. And it's really an expression, I guess, of who I am. So words like profession, career, business, I really don't connect with those words much at all. I sort of see that I do, if you like, counselling, which involves this sort of business stuff that's kind of over there, that I look after. it's secondary, if you like. I mean, I like to cover all of those bases, but I just don't see what I do at all as a business or anything like that. So in regards to what I do, I think my attributes and my values as an INFJ fit really well. And I couldn't see myself really doing anything else. Although I do other things, this is the focus. So a lot of people just do a job in order to get money to do what is meaningful to them in their lives. Whereas I look at it, or I tend to look at it the opposite, in that I find something that I do that has meaning, and some money comes my way to keep my life going, if that makes sense. I think I only think about money to the extent that the need or the needs are met. But if I shifted gear to trying to earn more money, I think that would grate against who I am, and it would push against values. That would mean that I would find it very comfortable being in my own skin. And I guess any financial gain that is achieved by that would be offset, if you like, or taken away by not feeling good about what I'm doing. So for whatever reason, I have had almost like an unconscious drive to find something that has meaning first, which in our Western culture is just totally counterintuitive to the way the culture works, and would be looked down upon, or is looked down upon by a lot of people. We can interpret it as flaky or wishy-washy or irresponsible. And I guess that needs to be okay. I would just say that those people don't get it. I think one of the hardest things about introverts generally and INFJs sort of fitting in a extroverted world is that, you know, there's been this huge push around teamwork. You know, every application says, how well do you work in a team, or, you know, all of that sort of talk. And I think generally, I mean, I prefer to work on my own. And I work really well on my own. It's not that I can't work in a team, but I need to be me in that team. I can't. It's kind of like, why are we doing this? Why are we working? Why are we all kind of doing all of this team stuff? Like, who came up with this idea? You know, I'm great. You know, you give me a task to do or whatever, and leave me be, and I'll go and I'll get it done. And I think just the fact that the world seems to value this teamwork mentality means that they don't get the best from us when they shove us into a team environment. I think one of the skills of an INFJ is that I think by and large we can do a task that has a range of different angles or attributes to it that and we seem to internally be able to manage all of those quite well and see how they all connect together, and and if I'm doing this, then this is going to affect that. So I need to make sure I tidy that up, and that's going to affect this over here. So I'll get a bit of fix that up together, and it's like we work better. We have an internal team, if you like, that likes to see the bigger picture and how everything affects each other. So I think that's an attribute that is lost in the business world, and it really, I think, takes a mature person, or maybe it just takes a unique person that actually understands that about us, about INFJs, and creates an atmosphere that brings that attribute out. And I think that would be incredibly valuable in a business, in any sort of business, or a business that requires that kind of thinking. So I think one of the challenges we can have as INFJs is that we basically come at the world the opposite the way the world is. So we need to find something that has meaning, that fits our values and attributes and principles first, which then leads to some kind of reward, whether it be financial or whatever, that helps to sustain the whatever it is that we're doing, that connects in with our values and our ideals and so on. Whereas I think the world is about find something to do, adjust yourself in whatever way you need to get the money or the rewards in order to go and do what it is you want to do. Whatever. Probably a pretty simplistic example, but I think generally speaking, I think that's true. And so I think I are always going to feel that in this culture. I don't think really we're ever going to get away from that. And in a way we need to not so much adjust to the world, but accept that that's the way the world is. And I think in the accepting that that's the way it is, then it's a lot easier for us to live in it. I guess it's a part of self-awareness, and what is it that I can change, what is it that I can't change. So I guess just some thoughts around the Crystal Sky Castle that Lady Lullaby refers to, and from what I gathered from what Lady Lullaby was saying, is that Mike from NF Geeks came up with it. I'm not sure. And the question of to leave or not to leave. And in some ways, I sort of think it's both and. My experience of that, if I look at my life from that angle of the Crystal Sky Castle, I think the Crystal Sky Castle has I've added extensions to it. It's grown over the years rather than be dismantled. Maybe that's as I've grown into who I am, I realise more and more how much I don't fit in the culture or fit in the way the world operates. So as that's developed, or as I've become aware of that, both intuitively and also through the School of Hard Knocks, If anything, it's almost like I get the sense that I get more of an appreciation and of that castle, and that castle is necessary. I guess that's where our ideals live, and where our values are most comfortable. And I think we need the castle because that's the only space within us, whether that castle is a metaphor or the castle is something within, or the castle is really like where we live, our sanctuary, our home. We need the castle because that's where we're most comfortable and where everything makes sense. I have this awareness for me that when I go out into the world, it's like I put on a protective layer, and to use the crystal sky metaphor, it's like I have to grab something from that place, from the castle, and put it around me and go out into the world. It's sort of like a protective layer. I think I've done that. I think I can see I've done that my whole life. I think a few reasons for it. One, I'm an introverted and extroverted world, and I didn't know that growing up, but I think I just instinctively realised that I need something here to be okay, or to at least look okay, because what's expected is not who I am, but I don't know that that's the case, and so I just naturally developed, if you like, this protective layer that I would put on. I wouldn't say it's a mask at all. It's maybe an internal layer. But it's kind of, it's almost like like something to help to sort of be a bit of a buffer zone between me and the world, and that when I come home, that thing sort of just evaporates off me. Maybe lots of people have that similar sort of experience. I think it's important that that we do leave the crystal sky castle, in the sense of we need to trust in our own awareness of the value of our attributes and who we are as INFJs, and that what we have needs to be given and put in the world. And I think in some ways we just need to live in the tension that what we have to give is needed, even though it's not recognised or rarely recognised or understood. We all have our gifts and talents and abilities, and we need to be putting those into the world wherever we can. And I think in some ways my sense with I know this is true for myself, and I'm assuming it's the case for other INFJs, that because of our idealism, we're compelled to put ourselves out there, even though it seems to cost us. and it may even feel as though it costs us more than I guess it should, or even the cost is more than what we get out of it, or something like that. But I don't think that stops us. I think we're through our idealism, we're compelled to live out of our values and attributes and put them into the world wherever we can. And I guess the trick to doing that is, I think for myself and maybe others, is that we choose to value who we are and trust in that, and believe in our picture of the world, and go out there and try and sow that wherever we can. I think it's just important that when we're doing that, we are aware that it costs energy to do that, even if what we're doing gives us energy in a paradoxical way. We need to obviously recharge and replenish, and that is where the crystal sky castle becomes our sanctuary, and where we go to almost recenter ourselves, if you like, even if that's on a daily basis or over the weekend or whatever, where we, I guess in some ways, reconnect, or not so much reconnect with ourselves, but just connect in to whatever we need to recharge, and then go back out there, if you like, to continue to build our idea of what the world could look like. So for me, I find my motivation in the meaning behind what I'm doing, rather than the financial reward that I might get from the doing. That just seems to be the way that I function. And I think the drive, or the energy that I get when I'm doing something that has meaning to me is the reward, if you like, is the financial reward. If I didn't have that, if I sort of had a choice between, you can have a sense of purpose and meaning, and feel sort of, have a sense of wholeness in who you are while you do this, and get $500, or you can have none of those things. So you're not going to get energy from it. You're not going to feel a sense of purpose in what you're doing. You're not going to feel whole in what you're doing. It's actually going to take away a part of who you are. But we're going to give you $1,000. I'd like to think I'd choose the one with the $500. I guess not being in that space, I think, oh well, I can make those. I'm thinking I could make those adjustments now that I know that I'm not going to feel good about what I'm doing, and I'll get the 1,000. But I reckon that at the end of the journey, I would much prefer to have the meaning and the purpose and the sense of wholeness and the 500, because I think overall it would equal more than 1,000. So I think finding that space in the world that accommodates INFJ values and attributes is a tough gig. I feel fortunate that I found something that fits me perfectly. But I've certainly done other jobs that I haven't. Like I worked in the bank, dishonouring people's checks in the late 90s. Basically getting a whole massive list at the start of the day of all of these dishonoured checks and going through, finding the check and whacking them with a $25 fine for overdrawing on their account, or attempting to. And semi-soul destroying, not so much the role, but it was just a very cold atmosphere to work in. It was all around money, and money and pseudo relationship, and I was probably in my early 20s doing that job, and zero meaning to me. Zero meaning. It was a job to get money to do what I wanted to do, and that is life taking. A job like that, it's life sapping. It's not life giving. And I think as an INFJ, I like seeing things grow. I like seeing things change. I like seeing things grow into something better, whether it's a person and where they're at moving forward, or whatever it is. It's seeing things improve and grow and change, and healing and all of that sort of stuff, which is hard to measure, and it's all subjective, and so it doesn't really fit in the world. I guess I was going to share before that, like, I look at the world and its systems and the way that it operates, and I think, I don't get it. I don't get why we're doing it this way. Why do we do it this way? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Who came up with this idea that we did it this way? And I can't do much about it. But if I had a picture, if you like, of what it looks like, there wouldn't be any money. We would just do whatever it is that works or fits best for us, that we provide for others, because it's freely given. We can freely receive. I know how naive and simplistic this is. But I think it speaks to something in me, and I guess that whole idea of leaving the planet with
with some aspect of it better than it was when I first noticed it. Or whether it doesn't really matter how that looks, and it doesn't need to be huge, but leaving it better than how we found it, I think, is a big part of who we are. And I can't help but get away from this phrase, and I'm almost reluctant to use it, but it's like bringing heaven to earth. Some aspect of heaven, some aspect of perfection, or the way things are supposed to be or should be, or need to be, somehow bringing something of that onto the earth in some way, I think it's a big part of who I am. I think it's a big part of who I am as an INFJ, not just as a Christian. I think it's more about who I as an INFJ. Some aspect of bringing the way things should be on the planet, and that could be as simple as being there, somehow facilitating a process whereby a person has a realization of their worth and value, where a faulty belief is exposed and destroyed, and replaced with the truth. And something I haven't talked about in this video, but it's all about, for me, it's all about truth, about bringing truth to everything, which is, for me, that's what gets my heart going, but it's not always appreciated in society. Truth, but truth is hugely important to me, and in everything I do, I think it's part of the idealistic space in me is finding truth or bringing truth to everything, and that is not the way the world works, and I think that aspect is very much unwelcome in the world, but incredibly valuable in the life of someone who's looking for truth. Not that I think we're the carriers of absolute truth or anything like that, but I think if someone's looking for truth, I think we can be valuable allies with others that are seeking truth. Not to slam our truth into them, but help them to find truth. I hope something in all of that is of value to somebody. It feels like a bit of a ramble, but interested in people's comments to this whole idea of how an INFJ negotiates living up in this world, and whether or not, or how to leave the crystal sky castle, or whether we should, or what that all looks like for us. So, hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about INFJ sensitivity. Now, it's one of the taglines, I guess, a lot of INFJs are given, being sensitive. But I think, in a way, that's the way that sensitivity is understood is a misunderstanding. I think a lot of people think of it as like a weakness, like they're oversensitive, or they're too sensitive and things like this. The reason for the sensitivity is a lot of it has to do with the cognitive functions, in that that the intuition, that introverted intuition
just enables the INFJ to pick up a huge amount of subtleties in its environment, or in their environment. And from that, that subtlety, or those subtleties that get picked up, are then sort of filtered through extroverted feeling, so that, like, the extroverted feeling part of the INFJ also has a sensitivity, if you like, to picking up the nuances of an environment or a person or a situation. And then the introverted thinking also is able to kind of really tease apart in kind of micro detail, again, the environment, the situation, and so on. So it's like an ability to be sensitive to pick up all the subtleties, and develop a narrative, if you like, from all of those subtleties that is often very accurate. That frequency that the INFJ is able to pick up is internal. It's part of who they are. It's like an internal map that's able to pick up all of these sort of micro messages, if you like. It's sort of within the INFJ. So because an INFJ is able to pick up a whole nuance of the emotional spectrum, that means they're also susceptible to experiencing that whole range of emotions within themselves in any given situation. And I think it's that causes people to call INFJs sensitive or too sensitive. But I think it's first an ability, a skill, that INFJs can have and can develop. But because of that skill and ability, they're also vulnerable to experiencing, I guess, the subtleties of pain in their lives because they're able to pick it up in others. So you could say that it's an ability, not a weakness, and that INFJs have a maybe similar to INFPs and other the other NF types, that there's a greater threshold to experiencing the depths of emotion that are in other people and in the world. And there's both a greater capacity to experience those emotions, but there's also an equal threshold to be able to feel them, if you like, to be able to survive them, manage them. So an example of INFJ sensitivity, at least in the way I'm describing it in this video, is, let's say somebody has a career choice or has a situation going on in their lives, and they sit down with someone for an hour and just sort of talk it out. Most people will pick up just the general themes of what's being said, and may say something like, and I'm oversimplifying as I say this, but might say, you've been talking about it for an hour now. It sounds like it's something that you're interested in. Just go off and do it. And that might be true on that level. INFJs in that situation will be picking up all of the subtle messages, the subtle emotions, picking up the pattern, what's being said, how it's being said, the order of being said, just be picking up the nuances of feeling, even picking up what they're trying to say but can't, maybe picking up what they don't want to say, and all of these sorts of things. So an INFJ might listen to this conversation and respond and saying, look, it sounds like you're angry with your ex, and they said you couldn't do it, that you weren't going to be very good in a career like that, and so you're angry with them for saying that, and now you're wanting to go off and do that career to try and prove them wrong and prove yourself right. And it's quite possible that while you still like this career, doing it from that position or with that motive may cause some negative consequences for you, and that you might want to just look at that. If any of that's true, you might just want to look at that. often what happens is, if that is true, if that's actually truth that the INFJ is picking up, the other person, what often happens in a situation like that is they are actually saying that. They just don't know they're saying that. It's like they need that deeper narrative to sort of kind of rise to the surface for sort of clearer investigation. But it's like, you know, for the INFJ, it's like it's flipped around. Like the subtleties and the depth below are here, but everybody speaks about this stuff up here. So when the person's speaking about these sort of broad themes up here, the INFJ is picking up the deeper narrative and the subtleties of what's going on underneath, and kind of, you could say, flip the script, flips it upside down and says, hey, let's look at this narrative that you're saying underneath here. And you'll find, if you're an INFJ and you're sort of trying to develop this part of you, that when you say that, you'll know very quickly whether you're speaking truth or not, because you'll probably get like a lot of nods, or they'll be silent, kind of just absorbing and processing what you're saying, because it's like they're adjusting to the reality of their narrative that they are saying that they don't know they're saying. Now, it's really important that it gets checked out and put out as a curiosity or a wondering for the other person to either accept or reject it. So it's not about manipulation and trying to create a narrative. It's really saying, I'm picking up this. Is this narrative, or what I'm picking up, is it accurate? Is it correct? You know, take it or leave it. If it's truth there and they're open to it, they're just going to take it on board and process that. And it's important for the INFJ to then leave them to process it further. I think part of the INFJ area of misunderstanding with the script that I was talking about is the INFJ's script is all of the subtle nuances, and INFJs like to share on that level in the real world, and that's often why they're feeling missed in the world, is because they're sharing this deeper narrative as a popular narrative, although nobody recognizes it, because a lot of people at least are choosing the more I guess just popular narrative that's and like the obvious, you know, causalities, you know, the sort of logical stream. And so that's often why INFJs are feeling missed, because they're sharing their subtleties of what they notice in a narrative. So I hope that makes sense. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. In this video I'm going to talk about the extroverted feeling dilemma. So in a sense, the dilemma is that the extroverted feeling function, which is, you could call it the helping function, while it can pick up the feelings of others, it can become problematic when the person internalizes those feelings and makes them their own. And I think that can look two ways. It could be more of a conscious thing, in the sense of sort of becoming more of like a rescuer, trying to help the other person. Or it could be more unconscious, in the sense that those feelings are internalized, and then that person carries that feeling as though it's their own, believing it's their own, when in fact it's actually the other person's. I think one of the challenges is that the extroverted feeling it's obviously a natural helping function, in the sense of it's there to sort of pick up feeling. And so in that sense there's a natural vulnerability to becoming overly responsible with the feelings that get picked up. I think where that vulnerability can be even more exacerbated is if there is some other underlying issues involved, whether it's codependency or which is usually birthed out of childhood, in the sense that, the person growing up with an extroverted feeling function gets these messages that that other people's feelings are their fault. In a sense, they get blamed for other people's feelings, or they're constantly told that their feelings are invalid, or that their feelings don't matter, and or that their feelings are wrong. And in that sense, there can be sort of just a confusion in regards to what are my feelings, what are other people's feelings, what am I responsible for, what am I not responsible for. So there can be some underlying issues that can exacerbate that extroverted feeling function. So when someone takes on the feelings of another person and takes responsibility for them, then in a sense what I think can happen is the FE user's attempt to help the other person to resolve their feelings or to help them in the situation, in a sense is also about the FE user trying to resolve the feeling in themselves that they have taken on. When that's happening, in a sense, the person's going to be out of balance and is going to probably be extending themselves in ways that are going to be probably detrimental to themselves and also to the other person, in the sense that it potentially takes away the autonomy of the other person to be able to resolve any problems or issues that they might be dealing with. So just some personal examples of this. I got a call from somebody that I hadn't spoken to for a long time. In hindsight, when I look back on it, I was in a completely fine place at the time. And after 5-10 minutes on the phone, I got off the phone and I just felt depressed. And I just had this knowing and this awareness that actually this depression is actually the other person's, and that I just absorbed it, or I picked it up in the conversation. And I got off the phone and I just felt low, I felt down, I felt I didn't have any energy. And by just sort of sitting in that awareness and sort of observing this, it helped me to realize that the depression was actually not mine. And in a sense, the moment I became aware of that depression feeling left, and then I was back in my own self. Another example was more of a group situation where I walked into that group feeling absolutely fine. I walked out of that group feeling all of this shame. And on this occasion I had internalized it and I had made it my own. And so I was just feeling all of this shame. And when I look back, where I was at before I went to the group and where I was at when I left that group, like an hour and a half, 2 hours later, was like walking in light to walking in darkness. And nothing, in a sense, happened in an obvious way within that group time that would have made that shame feeling make sense. But what I had came to realize after this was that the group was carrying all of this shame, and that I was picking it up. In a sense, I was picking up the undertone of what was going on underneath people. And I think some of that connects with introverted intuition as well. But when I came to realize that the shame was not mine, that it was actually the group shame, then in a sense it was like stepping out of that darkness back into the light and having all of that shame just evaporate. And then in a sense, like I said before, being back in myself. So I think it's really important for extroverted feelers, as a general rule, to just be mindful of who they are with and the groups and the people that they associate themselves with, because they're going to pick up these sorts of feelings and experiences. And so I think there's just, wisdom needed in regards to, in a sense, where extroverted feelers put themselves. It's self-awareness that is the cure to the extroverted feeling dilemma. And in a sense, the more self-aware the person becomes, the more aware that they become of what is their own and what is the other person. So there needs to be like a focus shift from, not from extroverted feeling, because that's always going to be happening, but a dual focus, if you like, of developing self-awareness and what's happening for me, what's going on within me. So I think it can be helpful when someone's sort of going through this process of developing self-awareness is when they're going into a conversation, or they're going into a workplace, or they're going into a group situation, or whatever it is to be aware of where they're at that time. What's going on for me? What am I feeling? What's happening for me? And so that can help to create a bit of a default or a reference point, so that when they're in a situation with others and they start feeling other sorts of feelings, they're in a better place to be able to go, okay, now, is this about me or is this about the other person? There could be parts that actually still are about the self, in the sense that there's something going on in this interaction, and the person is picking up something from the other person, which is causing an anxiety or fear or something in the self. And in that sense, then, okay, what's my anxiety about? What's my fear about? However, it's also going to be, times where the person's going to be picking up things that are just not their own. And in that sense, it's good to be able to differentiate between the two, what's mine and what's theirs. Another strategy, in a sense, is when a person's walking out of a situation, is to check in a sense, and go, okay, how am I feeling? How was I feeling going into that situation? Is there anything about that person or that group or that situation that I'm carrying that is actually about them or the other person? And in that sense, to be able to release that and stay in self. And it can also be helpful to actually ask the self some questions. Things like, does this feeling belong to me? Those sorts of questions can sort of help to create some clarity and some self-awareness, and help to differentiate between what's mine and what's theirs. So there's a bit of a paradox in all of this, in the sense that the more a person becomes self-aware to what they're feeling and what they're thinking, and why they're feeling it and why they're thinking it, then the less self gets in the way of the extroverted feeling function, which in turn makes the extroverted feeling function more effective, because it's able to, the person's going to be in a much better place to be picking up what's going on in their environment, and it's not going to get tangled up within the self and get tangled up in their own feelings. When I think of ESTPs and INFJs, I kind of picture like a Western gunfight, because I think INFJs experience ESTPs like they have a similar kind of feel from each other, even though it's coming from very different sort of, obviously different cognitive functions. But it's like SE sees NI and NI sees SE, and they're trying to kind of outwit one another, thinking that something is something's not right. You know, it's like SEI meets an NII. It's kind of like they're both intrigued and suspicious all at the same time. In a way, I think sometimes INFJs can feel threatened inwardly from the SE dominance that they experience in the situation. And I think ESTPs feel threatened outwardly from the INFJ's NI because it's like they can't get a read on the INFJ because that function is so elusive to them. It's like they can't. How can I affect or dominate this environment with this person because I can't get a read on them, and so they can maybe feel a little bit, potentially a little intimidated by it, and the INFJ picks up that intimidation and feels intimidated by the ESTP trying to figure them out. So in a gunfight sort of situation, it's like both are you know, expecting the other to draw, but yet nobody wants to fire a shot. And so I think that it sort of just highlights the misunderstanding that can emanate out of the different types when they're sort of in each other's presence, looking at one another.
Everybody, Scott here. In this video we're going to look at INFJs in relationships, looking at a particular way that an INFJ may get stuck in resolving the issues in relationship that the INFJ might not even be aware of. Just before we start, just to let everybody know that I am a counsellor and an MBTI practitioner. If that is of interest to you, feel free to email me. The link is in the description. Now, this video is based on an article that I've written that I'll also link in this video and in the description below. So what I'll be doing is just unpacking that article in a little bit more detail. Some people like the visual, verbal communication, some like the written, so feel free to click on the link if you'd like to read through the article. Now, before we start this video, I should just preface that this video is for some INFJs. It's not for every INFJ. It could resonate with a subset of INFJs that might identify with this challenge that they don't know they have. Now, I think it's fair to say that an INFJ very much prioritizes the internal relationship over the external relationship when they're in a relationship. The external aspect of the relationship really isn't as important. What is important is cultivating a strong, solid connection with their partner, and doing that together. Doing the internal world together. And I think that's a primary gift that the INFJ has, is their ability to cultivate and help cultivate a bond and a connection that really is second to none. Now, the main way that an INFJ tries to promote and cultivate the relationship is through building harmony. So everything is done, at least initially, in a gentle way. There are invitations to go deeper. There are promptings to share a vulnerable space. Now, I believe that the main reason, or a reason, for this focus of relationship, this internal focus, is that by building an insulated and cultivating a deep connection means that that's promoting a space where all the problems that will arise in relationship can be resolved from. And I think what the INFJ is very good at is identifying potential issues that actually get in the way of cultivating that connection. And so it's almost like the INFJ is able to do like an initial analysis of the relationship and the dynamic and so on, see the liabilities that are there. And usually that's where the INFJ is just gently trying to point out or bring awareness to and invite the other into a dialogue to help resolve those things that are or potentially will get in the way of building this bond, building this connection. That's the that's the initial process. Part of that process, the reason for that process, other than just having that the joy of a connection, is that it will safeguard the couple to resolve bigger problems that they'll face in their relationship as time goes on. Now, where the INFJ gets unstuck is when they've chosen someone that may not share that value or even recognize it. And so the INFJ can spend a lot of time in those initial stages in the relationship inviting a deeper connection, and it be either misunderstood or missed or rejected by the other, either because they just don't even recognize it, or it's uncomfortable. It's going to there's almost an unconscious awareness in the other person that what my INFJ is asking of me is leading me towards something uncomfortable that I don't understand, and I'm going to withdraw a little bit from that. I'm going to protect myself a little bit. Now, the INFJ is going to recognize that and even try to offer a way forward to even address that discomfort. But often that might actually increase the discomfort in the other person, leading to even more either active or passive resistance. So when an INFJ is in this process of trying to cultivate a deeper connection and it's not going anywhere, the INFJ is eventually probably going to react in some way. Now, that could just be a slight elevation in frustration. It could even be some withdrawing from the relationship due to the disappointment of what's happening, or even the confusion as to why it's not happening, because the INFJ's intention is usually so pure that it's confusing that the other doesn't trust that intention. What can end up happening for the INFJ eventually, as all of these attempts for deeper connection aren't met, is a reaction, a stronger reaction. You could call it an SC in the grip reaction, where in the moment the INFJ is very stressed and very verbal and direct about their hurt and frustration and confusion. Now, what the INFJ usually does in that way is they, whether it's other types or some other people, can maybe use more of a manipulative, controlling, or even lies to try to coerce the other into complying. The INFJ usually uses truth to try to get their message through. So even when they're even quite hostile in their approach, they're usually still using truth in order to try to get through to the other person, in order to build harmony, because the ultimate goal is for harmony. So even in a hostile reaction, it's still trying to promote that harmony and connection. Now, unfortunately for the partner, that reaction can be overwhelming for a few reasons. Firstly, they may actually be completely surprised as to where is this coming from? Because they're somewhat oblivious to the INFJ's attempts. But also they're probably going to be equally confronted by the truth that is contained in the INFJ's reaction. Because usually it can't be argued against, it's usually pretty spot on, but it's delivered in such a way that it really just promotes the other to protect themselves in some way, shut down even further, or equally react verbally and get into a major conflict. So because of the INFJ's offensive approach, after repeatedly trying in more gentle ways, that usually promotes a protective response in the other, it doesn't work. The INFJs sort of tried their best up until this point, and usually that leads to quite a deep disappointment and withdrawal. And that can sometimes lead to the proverbial INFJ door slam, which we'll touch on again a bit later. So I've coined a phrase, hope exhaustion. And what that essentially is a continual promotion of a connection while holding on to the hope of connection for a prolonged period. And I think a lot of INFJs would identify with kind of being in that state for a long time. And as I said before, that will eventually or is very likely to lead to a door slam of some kind. It could take months, years, decades, but eventually a door slam is probably, if nothing else changes, a door slam is likely. So often when an INFJ is in this situation, they are usually very perplexed because they generally have a very keen understanding and awareness of the problems that need to be resolved in order for the couple to move forward, but at the same time seems and is utterly powerless to make any change or promote any change. Now, what I'm about to say is going to sound potentially unusual for some INFJs. The approach that's required to get that harmonious connection is a more self-aware, centered, and open approach that invites the other in. Now, that is essentially what the INFJ appears to be doing throughout the promotion of trying to build this connection. However, as we'll go into a bit later, there's often something else going on in the background of that's hindering and causing a stuckness in the goal of connection. So sometimes when a relationship doesn't work out, the INFJ is usually very aware of the why of why it didn't work out. Now, for the sake of this video, we'll call that the external why, in the sense that while it might appear like a deep understanding of the why, and there is some depth to the understanding of the why, there is an external component to it, which we'll explore as we go along, in that it usually focuses on like the relationship problems, maybe what's going on or what's wrong in the other person, and essentially what's not working. Now, for some relationships, the external why, the why that the INFJ is already aware of, may be enough for a justification for the relationship not working out and moving on. And in that case, there's no harm done for the INFJ in regards to their pursuit of future relationships. It's where there's this deeper issue going on that means that if they don't do what I call the internal why, then they're setting themselves up for future failure in relationships because they haven't quite got down to the core issue within themselves that could be leading to problems in their relationships. Now, I think what I'm alluding to here as like what is this deeper problem that the INFJ could have, I think it's like an Achilles heel for the INFJ because the INFJ is so good at identifying problems, this particular problem is actually outside of the awareness of the INFJ, usually. Therefore, it's not factored into the equation often to help facilitate change in a relationship. And that's where the door slam can be problematic, because I think sometimes when this dynamic is going on, when the INFJ door slams, they're also sort of reinforcing like a trap door in themselves that is cutting themselves off from the internal why in themselves that needs to be addressed for change and success in relationships to happen. Now, there are a lot of questions that can be asked in this process of trying to get in touch with the internal why. Now, they could actually apply to the external and the internal. You know, what are the relationship problems and what may be a relationship problem with myself? But essentially, some questions can be things like, you know, why was I in so much pain in this relationship? What initially attracted me to this person? What did I
what was I attracted to? What wasn't I attracted to in this person? Other questions could be, why does this keep happening to me? Why did I continue to try harder and harder, even though it was obvious that things weren't working? Very valuable questions to ask oneself. And the reality is, because of the complexity that we are as humans, the answers to those questions can be numerous, and there are often many nuances that go into that allows unique answers to those questions to come forward. But there is a common thread that usually runs through them all, which is there are unresolved childhood wounds and or attachment styles that were modeled in childhood that are being acted out unconsciously in the relationship that is leading to a dynamic that can't be resolved. What's fascinating about this is usually there is enough positive and enough negative that helps to bring kind of a unity to the connection, even though there are problems in it. There's usually enough of the positive and enough of the negative to kind of keep it going along. Now, in the area of counseling, this is the main area, or one of the main areas that I can focus on in counseling with clients, whether it's an individual or a couple, is helping to unpack the deeper, usually unconscious whys that are leading to the either relationship problems with self or within the relationship itself. So often the INFJ and their partner is usually doing the same or a similar dynamic, which is helping to create this sort of unified, disunified connection. They're trying to heal, essentially. They're either trying to heal unresolved childhood wounds and or resolve attachment wounds from childhood with their parents or significant caregivers, and trying to do that in an unconscious fashion. And what usually happens is the response so let's say the INFJ is attempting to heal something, and so they're looking for a particular kind of response or engagement from the other. The irony and almost the tragedy of it is that the other person usually is acting out something in themselves that means that they can't respond in the way that the INFJ needs for there to be that connection or that resolution to the unconscious issue, which leads to hurt. And it's flipped around as well. The other is also trying to resolve something that they would like the INFJ to heal. But usually the INFJs, because of their own issues, either can't see or are unable to meet that need because it's all happening in the unconscious realm. And so you end up with two people trying to get healing from the other in an unconscious fashion, and it usually just ends up in people feeling hurt. Now, the reason for this unconscious approach is because there is pain involved. And so the hope, the unconscious hope, if you like, is that healing will come from the other without pain. Ironically, what ends up happening is it actually brings about the pain for it to be healed. So this is why the INFJ is somewhat hamstrung from being able to occupy an open, transparent space, because there's this unconscious element that's beyond NI in a way that is trying to get something healed unconsciously, and there's a protective mechanism going on in there that's basically saying you cannot turn up holistically in that deeper sense because it's too terrifying, because there's often issues of rejection there that parts of the self are designed to avoid from happening. They help avoid possible rejection. And the reality is protective parts within us usually always promote and bring about the very problems that they're seeking to be protected from. So put in a sort of more simple fashion for the INFJ at least, is that within the context of the relationship that they are in, they actually have a relationship problem with themselves first that's getting in the way of their ability to resolve and engage in in the relationship and resolve the problems in it second. And that relationship problem with themselves first is historical in that it's due to pain from the past that's trying to be resolved in the present. So the INFJ has a relationship problem with themselves that they can't see, which could actually be helping to facilitate or creating the problems in the relationship that they can see. Now, this whole dynamic that I've been unpacking is, it may be one of the main reasons for the breakdown or the ending of relationship. Usually it just is, there's just so much pain and disappointment and a lack of progress in moving forward that one or both end up just running out of steam, and it ends. However, there are opportunities. There are usually moments for a couple where that deeper issue is actually trying to bring itself out into the open. There's just opportunities where that could be engaged with, but usually the INFJ and or the other, usually both in their own way, their protective mechanisms actually shut down the possibility of that deeper issue being felt or seen because it's just too painful. So that's why that can lead to a failing of a relationship. However, it is actually possible to resolve the internal why, both in the INFJ and in their partner, whilst the relationship is still somewhat intact. I'm not sure if it's rarer, but maybe it's a bit more of the road less traveled, at least in some cases, that sometimes the internal why can only be resolved, or is often resolved, after relationships ended, when that dynamic has been broken, that dynamic that keeps them in this sort of unresolved state. When that is broken, then space is created actually for answers and awarenesses to come in. So whether you're an INFJ in a relationship or outside of relationship, but something of what I'm saying is resonating, then an intentional exploration of that deeper internal why, going back into childhood, can be helpful. Now, I might not have said this before, but when a couple is able to figure out the internal why, what is this dynamic that's going on that we just can't seem to change or break, when a couple figure that out, that can really breathe new life both into themselves and the relationship. Now, some might be watching this saying, I was in a relationship with a narcissist, nothing worked, and that's probably the case. I would say in regards to this video, whether the INFJs in that relationship or outside of it, or maybe particularly if they're in it, any positive change that the INFJ makes, any growth that the INFJ is able to engage within themselves, will be most likely attacked or sabotaged or shamed in some way to try to disempower the INFJ from their growth, so that they can stay in a place of where they can be more maintain that level of control, that the narcissist is able to continue to control the relationship. So no amount of change in the INFJ will usually affect any positive change in the relationship. Now, in regards to the article that I wrote in this video, everything else I'm saying applies for an INFJ, in my opinion, whether they're in a relationship or were in a relationship with a narcissist or not, in the sense of they need to get in touch with the internal why. Now, the internal why within the relationship with a narcissist, it probably just means that the wounds that have led to the INFJ narcissist dynamic, the attraction of it and the forming of that dynamic, probably just means that there's just more unconscious material that needs to be resolved in the INFJ in order for them to heal from the wounds that have emerged.
heal from the wounds that ultimately probably led them into that relationship in the first place. Now, ironically, and it's not for this video, but it's an important point, I think the INFJ often, if the INFJ finds themselves in a relationship with a narcissist where the pain is really off the Richter scale, it's usually because it's going to require that amount of pain to wake up the unconscious aspect of the INFJ that they're shut off from. And so ironically, it's like the cloud, every cloud has a silver lining kind of thing, that even in those situations where there's usually devastation involved in that kind of dynamic, it can lead to a very positive and powerful change and healing in the INFJ that really is needed for them to fulfill their life's purpose. Now, that's not to condone the abuse that goes on in those kinds of relationships at all, but they're just, the reality is we choose who we choose, and it's important that we take responsibility for our choices. And of course, if we're in abusive relationship, we should deal with that and get out of that, and get distance from that to stop that from occurring. But what that should essentially do is create enough space, like it's kind of like a way of breaking that dynamic, in order for the INFJ to examine and go on a deeper journey within themselves to figure out the why of getting involved in that kind of relationship in the first place. Now, the same can be said in a non-narcissistic type dynamic. It's just usually a lot tamer. It's sort of more tamer form of it, although the pain can still be quite acute. So the reality is some relationships don't work out, and I think the good news is sometimes a breakup can actually be a breakthrough, because it actually creates space for change to occur within the individual or in the individuals. That could lead to reconciliation or not, but there's a great opportunity there when there is a break to do that sort of self-examination and go on a journey of exploration within to try to get to the bottom of the internal why. Now, getting to the bottom of the internal why essentially positions the INFJ to have successful relationships that may not have been possible before because of the unconscious playing out these scripts from childhood, whether they're wounds that were trying to be healed, or acting out attachment styles or wounds within a relationship that kind of locked the couple into that more negative dynamic. Once that's worked through, the INFJ essentially has restored relationship with themselves by restoring or working through the wounds of the past that were affecting their relationships in the present. And so the INFJ is going to actually they get one of the greatest rewards from this work, which is a clearer, more centered, peaceful relationship with themselves, where they just know more. They're open to more within themselves. Ironically, or believe it or not, there's more there, and that sort of helps to create a landscape, both to attract the right kind of person that's open to that kind of work as well, or they've also done that work, and the landscape of the relationship is completely different. What was essentially an unconscious dynamic that was playing itself out in a dysfunctional or even destructive way, through this work, the INFJ and the other person can have a conscious relationship where they're much more aware of their triggers. They're much more aware of recognizing when they're not in self and when they're acting from a protective part that is acting in a way to try to just protect themselves from the other person, or playing those games of trying to position the other person to meet the other person's need in an unconscious way. There's room there now for it to be more conscious. So the INFJ or the other person being very aware of, there's this part of me that is now, I can see this part of me wants to argue this or wants to defend this. I wonder why I want to defend that, or I wonder why I'm getting defensive. I wonder why I'm focusing more on you and what you're doing than on me and what I'm doing. All of these precious moments where there is this different I, as some would put it. There's a different I on the inside that is recognizing these other I's, these other I's that used to act this stuff out unconsciously. Now there's an I on the inside that's noticing these other I's and what they're capable of, or just recognizing the temptation to act from a different I, or respond from a different I. There's moments where there's just awareness in there to say, all right, no, I'm not going to say that, or I'm not going to do that, or I'm not going to ask that, whatever it might be. It just, there's an opportunity to be in the now in a way that wasn't possible previously, that matures self, matures relationship, and sort of essentially enables a successful relationship to develop. So there might be people that are watching this that are in the midst of a breakup, or they're in the midst of a divorce, or they just resonate with this video, that there are deeper, or there's some internal whys that I sense are there, or I now know are there, that I want to get to the bottom of. Essentially it's a relationship breakup, and internal pain. It's like no one wishes that on anyone. Essentially, it's a very difficult and painful process, but a necessary one, and I think actually a journey that INFJs are particularly prone to be going down because of that journey of transformation that most INFJs are sort of drawn to. That sort of deeper growth element of them has an opportunity through this kind of work to actualize. So there's a quote by a guy by the name of Will Rogers. I don't really know this guy, this man at all, but there's a famous quote that he has, which I'll read, which is, "The worst thing that happens to you may be the best thing for you if you don't let it get the best of you." And I think when we have a relationship breakup, it is often an opportunity. It feels like the worst thing that could happen to us, but it can sometimes turn out to be the best thing that happens to us if we respond to it in the right kind of way. Hi everybody, Scott here. This video is about sensitivity, and it's really for everybody. It's for people that know that they're sensitive, that carry a sensitivity. It's for those that feel misunderstood in their sensitivity. It's for those that have been told growing up that they were too sensitive, or that they needed to grow a thicker skin. And it's for those that have sensitive people in their lives. So often what I say to people in counselling, and it can sound a bit strange or unusual, and I guess the language is a little unusual, but what I often say to clients is that their whole self is welcome, and that there's not a part of them, their internal world, that's not welcome in the room. And that's really just to speak to those deeper parts, those more sensitive parts that need to know and need to hear that their sensitivity and their vulnerability is both welcome, and that it's a safe place for them to have or be in that sensitivity. So while this is not a counselling room as such, I just want to say to those watching that your whole self is welcome in this moment, in this room, in this video, and that there's not a part of you that is not welcome in this moment. So there are some of us that are born with an innate sensitivity. It's part of our temperament, it's part of our character, and it's
basically it's like the nervous system doesn't require a lot of activity for it to feel stimulated or overstimulated. Now that sensitivity can manifest itself in different ways. It can manifest itself like in sort of environmental sensitivity, very sensitive to the changes in the environment. It can be an emotional sensitivity, both to others' emotions and themselves, and be able to really feel them in a very deep way. There can be like a sensory stimulation where a sensitivity to light and sound, too much light or too much sound can just over stimulate the nervous system, and it's gets overwhelmed, if you like, and requires downtime or quiet or silence or something in order to bring that overactivity down to an optimal level. A good resource to look into that a little bit further is a website where the link is in the description about highly sensitive people, and it has a questionnaire around these sorts of areas to help sort of pinpoint what area or areas you might have a sensitivity to. And they also have a book, I think it's called Highly Sensitive People, that you could have a read of as well. So whether or not we're born with an innate vulnerability to sensitivity, or we're born with that trait, quite often it's the environment that we grow up in that really determines how that sensitivity develops. And I just want to add that often when a person is sensitive, whether it's to sound or to sort of certain environments or emotions, generally if we have a sensitivity to one of those, we generally have a sensitivity to most of them, and there tends to be a correlation with empathy. But if we're born into a family that either doesn't understand sensitivity or sees sensitivity as a threat, then that sensitivity can get shamed, causing the child to bury that sensitivity, deny it, reject it within themselves in order to survive, and then that child grows up into adulthood, in a sense rejecting a very key and core part of who they are. Now, I think there's a few reasons for that scenario taking place. I think sensitivity, if we grow up in a family where people aren't sensitive, maybe often parents have their own issues, then a child's sensitivity is like a threat to them, because it's almost like a mirror. Like if a parent is behaving poorly, that sensitivity in the child reflects back to the parent that there's something not right in the parent. And if the parent's not able or not willing to address that, then the child's sensitivity becomes a threat to them. And in a sense, a person's going to go one of two ways. They're going to address their own issue, or they're going to shut down the child in some way so that they don't get mirrored back their own poor behaviour through the sensitive emotions of the child. And that's where you get, grow up, you develop a thicker skin, you're too sensitive, those sorts of things. And because a child, literally, their life is in the hands of the parent, then the child's going to internalise that and shut whatever they need to down in order to survive their childhood. There may be, in the family, just more personality types that don't, it's not that they don't value, but they just live in a different space. Maybe it's more sensory or more, doing, more practical, those sorts of things. And there can be a child that just is a sensitive child and carries a sensitivity and lives more in that realm. And if there's a lack of understanding of that deeper realm, then the child is only talked to or interacted with at a certain level, and that deeper level is not recognized or spoken into. And so it's like the child doesn't even know that it's there, and is only able to relate within the family in certain ways or at a certain level. And so and so they can carry that deeper part of themselves into adulthood, but it's kind of, we kind of need people growing up that help us to understand what is in us. So we need we need our own emotions sort of reflected back to us so that we can identify them in ourselves. And if we don't have that, then there can just be a lack of awareness of our own depth growing up. I think the other issue is culture, that especially Western culture really looks down on sensitivity. It sees it as a weakness, it's something to be exploited, and we can learn pretty quickly when we become an adult and go out into the world that sensitivity is a liability, and it's often it can be taken advantage of, if you like. And our culture just values more extroverted traits and more sort of aggressive traits. People that just can just sort of plow their way through and get what they want, and leave the sensitive people in its wake. So there's a number of very key parts of our world that can really miss it in regards to sensitivity. What I mean is, we can be born with a predisposition to sensitivity. It can get shamed and missed in childhood, and then it gets exploited or taken advantage of in adulthood. And all of this just leads to a whole lot of pain for a lot of people. So what ends up happening is the sensitivity is, or the way I would put it is, the sensitivity is not the problem, it's the rejection and the denial of sensitivity that becomes the problem. Because when sensitivity is denied and rejected and pushed down, it's not protected in that sense. It's still vulnerable to being hurt or being exploited, if you like. It's, in a way, it's more vulnerable because there's a bit of a principle that whatever we deny or suppress usually ends up controlling us in different ways. So a sensitive person can end up being their own critic, in a sense, that they reject their own sensitivity because they've been given the message that it's wrong, that it's weak, that it needs to go. So a person can end up sort of trying to develop this thicker skin, trying to not be sensitive, believing that it's wrong, and of course it doesn't work, and then the person ends up having a situation which causes pain, and then to them it becomes evidence that they're still not strong, that they're weak, that they don't have a thicker skin yet, which just leads to more shame and pain. And in a sense that's all unnecessary pain. So for someone in that position, they're almost in an ironic situation whereby they need, in order to manage their sensitivity and for it to be less a liability, in a sense, is to embrace their sensitivity, to own it, to accept that it's there, and to learn how to live with sensitivity. Because in a sense, when a person embraces and accepts their own sensitivity, then they can learn to manage it. And one of the reasons why it needs to happen that way is because they're going to experience less pain because they're no longer rejecting themselves. They're no longer rejecting, in a sense, the most sensitive part of themselves, which is their sensitivity. And so it's like they're no longer, sensitivity is no longer a weakness and a problem. It's just something that they carry, and the reason why things can upset them or become, they can be easily affected by things is because they carry a sensitivity, and then that just needs to be managed in some way. It's important not to go from sort of one pendulum swing to the other and walk around completely open-hearted all the time. That's certainly not the answer. I think it's important that we, guard our hearts from those that are not worthy of our sensitivity, or haven't earned, is probably a better word, haven't earned the right to see or be on the receiving end of our sensitivity. One of the dangers or the problems for a lot of people that carry sensitivity, or probably more importantly have rejected their sensitivity due to problems in childhood, is we can end up attracting similar types of people in our adult life that are also insensitive, and without going into that in a lot of detail, that usually happens to try to wake us up to our own childhood, to address it, and to learn how to keep unhealthy people away from us and learn how to have healthy people around us. So I just want to say here, say it very clearly, that there is nothing wrong with being a sensitive person. That it's actually an asset. It's we need sensitivity on this planet. Imagine a world without sensitive people. It would look a lot different, I think, than it does today, even with all that's going on in our world. If we didn't have sensitivity, the world would be probably look a lot different. So sensitivity is a gift. It has an ability to pick up on things. There's, like I said before, a correlation with empathy. There's the potential to be very empathic. It has the ability to be able to see things that other people can't see. And I just want to point out also that, if sensitivity is like an innate trait in people, then they're probably, as we get older, that trait is probably going to become better, if you like, in the sense that people probably become more sensitive. Like someone who has very, very good spatial skills. When as they grow older, they just become they become masters of the external world, and their spatial ability just becomes more accurate, more acute, becomes stronger, and they become experts in it, in a sense. So why can't the same be true for sensitivity? That people with an innate sensitivity trait, it becomes more sensitive, it becomes better at noticing things, it learns how to go even deeper, it learns how to read situations more sensitively. So asking somebody who is sensitive to become less sensitive is actually going completely against their makeup. And that's where you end up with a lot of pain, because we end up trying to push against something that's natural in us. So sensitivity needs to be valued and appreciated. And I think it first starts with ourselves, that we need to value and appreciate it and learn how to live with it, and learn how to use it as a gift, in a sense, in our relationships and in our working environment, and just in the world generally. Now, I just want to a bit of a side note here, just mention that a lot of people, or there are some people that have this kind of background, in the sense that, you know, they come from a troubled childhood where their inner world was either ignored or shamed, leading to pain in their lives, and then those people go out trying to look for answers, and then people discover the MBTI, and they try and find some answers to their to what doesn't feel right on the inside, or they're just trying to learn more about themselves, and people discover the MBTI and see the benefits of it. But I think some people can unconsciously be trying to solve those deeper issues, or spend a lot of time in the MBTI, like either working out their type in some way, you know, struggling and thinking they could be all different sorts of types, and all of this, spending months, if not years, trying to figure out their best fit type. And my sense on that is it's quite possible that that person is trying to get the MBTI to answer an unconscious question that the MBTI just can't answer. It's not designed to address those more complex issues. So for people that relate to what I'm talking about, in the sense of coming from a troubled childhood and having that sensitivity rejected, I wrote a 3-part series on how to get in touch with our deeper parts of ourselves, those parts that we try and hide from, in a sense, and it's called How is Your Mini-Me, which basically means how is your inner child. And you can find that on my website. The link is in the description if you want to check that out. It comes off the internal family systems model, which is a very good model for helping people to just get in touch with the various parts that kind of make up the self, if you like. So the first step is to just acknowledge and accept and embrace your own sensitivity. Then it's about, how do I manage that sensitivity in my life? And that can look lots and lots of different ways. Often it's requiring boundaries with people. It might require some adjustments in regards to the certain types of relationships that we're in. Could even come down to changing a working environment that more supports that sensitivity, in a sense. It may require therapy of some kind to work through some of those other issues that led to the rejection of self and the rejection of the sensitivity. And of course, self-talk and the things that we think, the things that we believe, learning how to address those thoughts that can come up that want to reject the sensitivity, and so in a sense learning how to reframe what it means to be sensitive. That it's not a weakness. It's having a sensitivity means that there is a vulnerability to that part getting hurt or overwhelmed, but that's just not about weakness. It's just what can happen sometimes, and then it's learning how to just address that, those moments when they do occur, and they will occur. On one end of the pendulum, we've got a rejection of sensitivity. There's a denial that it exists. On the other side of the pendulum, there's kind of wearing the heart on the sleeve and having kind of living from that place of sensitivity, which can just lead to lots of problems, and being just reacting to everything, in a sense being oversensitive. Having that part kind of controlling everything in our lives. The middle ground is where this side is sort of self-protection, and this side over here, there's no protection. It's totally out there, just reacting to the world. And so the middle ground is where there's an embracing of the sensitivity, there's an ownership of it, there's learning how to use it as an asset, and learning how to use that, if you like, in a way that's both rewarding to the self and rewarding to others, while at the same time appropriately guarding one's sensitivity, or we could almost say one's heart, protecting it from situations and people that are unsafe for the sensitivity, that like to exploit sensitivity. In a sense, they like to feed off other people's sensitivity. So there's a need to be both guarding in a healthy sense, so that sensitivity or the heart is available in areas of life where it's needed, where it's valued, and where it's valuable. For people that might fit into the highly sensitive person category, it's really just a case of learning how to navigate the external sensory world in a way that doesn't over stimulate the nervous system. Limiting time with others, or time out in the sensory world. Do whatever the sensitivity is, just learning how to manage that to keep things at an optimal level. And what I mean by optimal level, it's like we all have a sweet spot. What I mean is, figuring out how to live and find balance, so that we're working and living at our optimal space, where we can be the most creative, the most connected, the most self-aware, and the most aware we can be with other people. So there's nothing wrong with being sensitive. It's just often when we reject that sensitivity that we end up with the problem. So we learn how to not reject ourselves. Maybe we need to address those issues that led to that rejection, whether it's family of origin issues or whatever. That won't eradicate sensitivity. It'll just deal with the hurts that have complicated sensitivity. And then once that's worked through, then the sensitivity can be there purely as an asset and a part of the self, if you like, that can lead to a very fulfilling a very fulfilling life, and a well-connected life, in the sense of connected with the self, connected with other people in a healthy way, and even connected to God.
Hi everybody. In this video, I'm going to talk about INFJ ego versus self. And what I mean by that is INFJs are just as susceptible to ego as any other type. It's true that INFJs have you could say an advantage, or an ability to engage with the deeper self, to recognize it, to recognize what isn't the true self. But INFJs are still susceptible to, I guess you could say, building up the ego self, in the sense that we can be exploring our type and exploring who we are, to either help understand an aspect of the self, and then be able to, in a sense, transcend, if that's the right word, into the deeper self, transcend into the deeper self. Or we can just sort of tickle our ears with INFJ understanding. And I think it's an important process for any INFJ, when they discover their type, to spend time
being like, whether it's videos, writing, talking to other people, about affirming the self, affirming the NI, affirming the traits and the characteristics of the INFJ. I think that's really important and very necessary. But I think it can also be a comfort zone, and that the INFJ stops there in their personal growth, and instead of going deeper, chooses to just have that part of themselves affirmed. I almost want to say tickled, in the sense of that specialness, you know, that I'm special, and I think that's a part of every INFJ, but it can be, there's the danger that moves itself towards ego, in the sense of I'm an INFJ. That's it. My identity is is that I'm an INFJ. It just gets fed into ego as opposed to that knowledge, that INFJ knowledge and understanding being affirmed in the deeper self. And I certainly don't want my channel to become like that. I want the videos that I've made about the INFJ personality is about that initial affirming the INFJ, helping them to recognize themselves and to feel understood and all of that, but not to stay there, but to go deeper. It's almost like INFJs go from not knowing who they are to understanding themselves from the INFJ perspective, but then going beyond that and not identifying themselves from like just that place, and going deeper. So I think there's a bit of a pattern of wanting to be understood and wanting to be appreciated, but then not being challenged. And so anything, and I think that's why some videos are more popular than others, because some challenge this the INFJ, others just build up and affirm the INFJ. And in a sense, both videos are valid. Both types of videos or writings or whatever it is important for growth. And that's where I see this channel. That's what I think this channel is, and this is where I think this channel is going. Is about transcending or ascending the personality type into true self as much as one can possibly go there, and that's for anyone, not just INFJs. So I just think it's important to recognize that we can, as even INFJs, can get stuck in ego and in a sense hide behind their INFJ-ness, hide behind that title, and in a sense use NI as a defense. And if we come to the knowledge of the MBTI before we've done any real personal work on ourselves, then that knowledge, that INFJ knowledge, can just be fed into the person as kind of like a band-aid, if you like, over those issues, or over the deeper journey. In a sense, almost reinforcing their defense mechanism as opposed to helping break it down. NI is great at breaking down and understanding defense mechanisms, but if INFJs haven't done some personal work, then that knowledge, that NI and INFJ knowledge, can become a defense mechanism all of itself, in the sense of saying, to kind of use a cliche, would be something like, I'm an INFJ, I know everything, or I know you better than you do, and I'm going to use that place to focus in on you and not focus in on myself, and see that actually, while I might have insight, I might have ulterior motives to that insight, and might be actually protecting my own wounds by focusing in on you. Things like that, I think, are very real and are dangers for INFJs that haven't done some work on themselves. So I think it's just important that some people come to the knowledge of the MBTI and the INFJ having done some personal work and having an awareness of their vulnerabilities, their faults, and so on. And then the INFJ helps to further understand that work. The other side of it is that people come having not done a lot of work, and then the INFJ tag, if you like, gets used to and fed into ego to build the ego self and to further hide behind the tag. And in a sense, it's the perfect camouflage, because in a sense the functions of the INFJ are just very good at masking themselves, in a sense. So in a sense, this is really just a video about highlighting the danger of going into INFJ Ego versus INFJ Trueself. And there's some pitfalls there and some vulnerabilities to building ego instead of going deeper. And I think that's what this channel is about. Inviting basically everybody, but at the moment the channel's sort of been focusing in on INFJs, inviting INFJs into that deeper work and that deeper journey. So if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to subscribe to this channel. There'll be more videos about deepening one's journey to in a sense, to enrich it beyond the INFJ characteristics, if you like, or the INFJ realm. I'm not sure what the right word there is, but basically deepening it from just identifying with type or over-identifying with it and hiding behind it to deepening. The other side of it is true also, that we can have not done much work, discover the MBTI and the INFJ, and that invites a deeper journey. There's just the vulnerability of going into the ego, and we're probably all on the spectrum or on the continuum in that sense. So we're all got an ego. We're all somewhere on that graph, if you like, and it's about what's the next thing that I need to address and unidentify from and move into true self. So anyway, it's an introduction in a sense to a whole lot of other things, but just wanted to make this video. I hope it resonates. I hope it speaks into you somewhere deep within yourself, and I look forward to seeing you in another video. Hi everybody, Scott here from the Introvert Powered channel. In this video, I'm going to share about INFJ childhood door slamming, and I'm going to share my own experience as a 9-year-old. Now, I want to kind of emphasize two features in this video, and that is, in a sense, what's going on the surface of the experience and the situation, and what's really going on underneath. So my best friend at the time, his little brother and myself went down to like an open park area that banked up against a golf course. And I think it was at the end of a driving range, at the end of a hole. And so sometimes the ball would travel over and into this sort of vacant land area. So we went down there to collect golf balls. And I think it turned into a little bit of a competition of who could collect the most golf balls. So it came to the end of, collecting the golf balls. We must have had to get home or something like that. And I must have had one extra golf ball than my friend. And he said he wanted to have a look at it. And I can't recall anything happening on the surface that was telling me that something was not right. But I just had this knowing that if I gave it to him, that I would never see it again. And so I didn't want to give it to him. And I think I had this intuitive thought that he was going to chuck it away, so that, I don't know, he had more golf balls than me, or we had the same amount, or something like that. And I can recall that we were sort of in this moment for some time. The scene sort of was someone begging to have a look at a golf ball, promising they wouldn't chuck it away, really sort of trying to display, real sincerity and real honesty and real openness. Yet I just had this NI knowing that he was going to do something with it. And I guess as I'm sharing the story, I'm thinking, there must have been an FE thing going on there as well, and that, there was a desire to maintain harmony, something along those lines. And so eventually, after what feels like in hindsight quite a long time, where I eventually gave it to him. And I believe I did that in hindsight to try to regain a sense of harmony between us. And the moment I gave him the ball, he chucked it way into the bushes. And something inside of me, I think, disconnected. And in retrospect, that was the end of the friendship. Now, on the surface of things, it looks like, just childish stuff. It was a golf ball, and who cares, and get over it, and all of those sorts of things. I think for me, although I couldn't articulate it at the time, for me it was a total betrayal of the friendship, in the sense that he lied to me, that he said he wouldn't chuck it away. But also, I think even deeper than that, there was a sense of he was chucking the friendship away. And I think the underlying sort of message that whole situation gave was that in a sense, this person would throw away something of mine to win themselves. Now, this is all hindsight sort of thinking. At the time, I didn't have much sort of cognitive thoughts about it, or at least I can't remember them. But I think this is what was going on. Now, I think probably lots of us can have those sorts of experiences, whether we're INFJs or not. But I just think it's important or valuable to sort of look at it from the INFJ point of view, that maybe other types would be able to get over that, and a bit of pushing and shoving or something, and continue the friendship. But I guess it just highlights, like the INFJ, it's the depth of connection, it's the depth of friendship that's important. And I think for me, I felt as though that action betrayed that depth of friendship. And I think it's important to sort of acknowledge that INFJs, I think generally are operating on that sort of deep character level from a very early age. I don't think it's. I think, and again, I think for INFJs, we're kind of countercultural beings. We seem to do everything in the opposite order of everybody else, in the sense that a lot of people grow up, kind of living on the surface, if you like, and creating depth as they get older. I think INFJs are sort of born with sort of a natural depth, and then it's almost like the INFJ's goal is to get to the surface, that sort of SE kind of place. And I think that just helps sort of to explain why the golf ball incident meant so much to me at the time, that in a way I didn't care about the golf ball. I cared about the friendship, which was why I gave him the golf ball. And then for him to chuck the golf ball after promising that he wouldn't, to me, in a sense, it's like my introverted intuition was correct. The extroverted feeling part was also betrayed in the sense that I tried to create harmony and honour the friendship by giving him the golf ball, and then to have it thrown away, confirmed my intuition. And I guess at that point there was not much of a friendship left. So that's my experience of a childhood door slam. I wonder if anybody else has any sort of similar sorts of experiences where their intuition was trying to tell them something which turned out to be true, and or that extroverted feeling sort of trying to create harmony and having both of them sort of betrayed in a sense. There's some talk in YouTube land about the INFJs and INFPs and people confusing their types and all of that sort of stuff. And I think just one thing, and I think I'm going to make a larger video on that at some point, but I think just briefly, I think there's talk that there's some INFJs that think they're INFJs, but in fact they're INFPs. The FI function, which is the sixth function in the INFJ stack, or the second shadow function, has been called the critical parent function. And so I think what might help to explain some of the type confusion is that there may actually be some INFJs that are getting stuck in their FI function, their FI shadow function, which would, I think, predominantly be a negative experience. The best way to figure that out, I think, or one way to figure it out, is that if the INFJ is basing decisions on an FI sense, and it's going pear-shaped, then they're probably an INFJ, because my understanding of INFPs is when they use their FI function, 9 times out of 10, if not 9.9 out of 10, it's accurate and it informs them well, and they use it, and they navigate life pretty well with it. I would assume that an INFJ using an FI function would cause lots of problems. For me, the NI function is emotionless in a way, which sounds quite strange, but it just is. It doesn't carry emotion with it. I think if it carries anything, it carries a sense of confirmation that something just sits right. It makes sense. I'm reluctant to use the word feel, but it's like it just sits right. If someone is confusing their NI function with their critical parent FI function, then that could help explain problems. If they're experiencing pain or discomfort using their function, their NI function, then it's probably that they're accessing their FI critical parent function, the FI function works, you might be an INFP. If the FI function is not working, it's causing you problems, then you probably are an INFJ. One video that I saw on YouTube that talked about wanting, the INFJ wants to be social, but is also sort of fearful of it. Words to that effect. And I think that's the NI-FE thing. My take on it is that the FE function means that the INFJ needs people around. I think partly it's because the introverted intuition needs input in order for it to work, and I guess you can get input by reading or all sorts of different things, but I think predominantly the NI is informed by people, and I guess it just connects in with the FE function. But because the NI function is the dominant function, the way I sort of look at it is that the NI is kind of defenseless in a way. And because the extroverted sensing function is the inferior function that hopefully develops over time, I see the SE function as kind of like armor. It helps to protect the self. It helps to know how to handle more immediate sort of situations. And I don't think the NI it's not as spontaneous. It takes a while for the NI to sort of inform us with some of the things that are happening. So I see the SE as sort of armor to help protect self. So there's this sort of vulnerability, I guess, in an INFJ, whereby they desire and need relationship, yet the NI means that they're a bit vulnerable to the effects that others can have on them. And it's not until the SE function is more developed that that can be used, I guess, to navigate those social and relational situations that can happen. Probably about 10 years ago, I witnessed at about 3 a.m, a neighbour or somebody smashing my neighbour's windows. And I remember just watching this, couldn't believe it was actually happening. And I thought, I better, I witnessed this, so I guess I need to let the police know. So I went down there. It might have been a couple of weeks later, or a week later, and I had to, I just gave a witness statement, and I was able to share it in pretty good detail. I think near the end of the interview, he said the guy that smashed the windows, was he black or white? And to be honest, I had no idea. Like everything else was absolutely crystal clear to me, but that piece of information, which you would think would be a major piece of information, would be the first thing that I would notice or should notice or whatever. And I just didn't know the answer. I just didn't know. And so I just guessed, just sort of 50-50. And I just said, I think he was white. And he smiled and said he was black. And I was like, oh. And I was quite embarrassed, because I would have thought, like I'd seen it. I wasn't making it up. But to not know that was just really, it was a bit of an awkward thing. And I just put that down to my extroverted sensing function, not picking up on those sorts of details. I think generally speaking, maybe a way to describe the inner world of an INFJ is that, at least for me, is that those more extroverted senses, you could put them, some of them, in the middle of nowhere in a foreign country, and they'll work out a way to survive and get from where they are to where they need to go, get resources. And I guess in some ways it's just like a street smarts thing. They can just navigate the external world really, really well. I think for the NI function, it's the same, but it's internal. So I think for me, and I think I guess all or most INFJs have a very intricate roadmap internally, and in regards to sort of complex issues or ideas, are able to internally navigate all of that really well. I guess that's what makes INFJs great helpers, I suppose, when it comes to other people and the helping professions, as they understand the internal worlds of people as clearly as someone else can, get from Melbourne to the UK without batting an eyelid. Other things are like, I've heard, and I think it's true, that INFJs are notorious for, there's that whole idealism issue of being, to sort of over exaggerate a little bit. It's like we can prefer to think about the best holiday than actually go on one. In fact, to think about it in some respects is more enjoyable than doing it, because the doing of it requires the SE function, which is inferior and takes a lot of energy and all of that. So in some respects, thinking about it has more rewards than doing it. Kind of contradicts what I just said earlier, but I think they both kind of I think they're both true in their own way. It's when I have put action in my life that has required the SE function and I've pulled it off, that I've achieved what I've wanted to achieve, which has required a stretching of the SE function. It's those things that have probably given me the most sense of satisfaction in life, is where all of the four functions, I guess, are being used in harmony. So while the SE function can sort of be tiring, stepping out into something, when it is pulled off, when I pull it off, there's a deep sense of satisfaction. I think when it comes to problem solving, for me, I always try to do it with my NI and my TI. I guess when it's non-relational problem solving, where the FE is not so much important. And so where I might have a thought of maybe you should write this down to help you to solve the problem. A good example is these videos that I make. I'm not sure if people have noticed, but the aspect ratio in the videos hasn't been correct. I tried to work that out using my NI and TI, and I failed. I was just really reluctant to, while TI is logical, it's an introverted, and so I just kind of wanted to work it all out intuitively, and it didn't work. And so I guess when it comes to some problem solving, it just requires a purely logical step-by-step process rather than a sort of an NI intuitive process. So it wasn't until I got completely frustrated with the videos not coming out correctly that it's not until the NI and the TI are frustrated enough that I'll employ the SE function, that more sort of conscious function of being, more conscious of what I'm doing, writing it down step by step, step-by-step process, a more conscious process, I suppose, rather than an intuitive one. And eventually, I think I worked it out. We'll soon find out, because hopefully you're watching this video with the correct aspect ratio. And if I haven't, then it's a bit embarrassing. But the point being that sometimes it's not till the NI and the TI is really frustrated that I'll employ the SE function, but at the same time continuing to use my intuition to help solve the problem. I had a real deep sense of satisfaction in solving that problem, and it was because I engaged with my inferior SE function, and it worked. Yeah, I guess that's just an example of using an inferior function to help solve a problem. If I look at the way that I do life and everything that I do, in some way, shape or form, it is somehow connected with creating the ideal. And I don't think an INFJ will ever get away from that. I think it's a hugely positive thing that we have. But as I've read, and I think it's true, at some point it's like we need to make a deal with life and with our SE function that we need to create something with our sense of creating the ideal. Waiting for the ideal to sort of manifest is probably unlikely, and so compromise is a bit of a negative term, but sort of, I guess, allowing the NI to inform the self that let's start creating something here, rather than just waiting for the ideal or hoping for the ideal, is probably a wise thing to do. That's why I think I get so much satisfaction when I do create something. Whether it's a job, a job success, a relational success, or just some sort of mini goal, having it sort of actualize in the material world is very satisfying. Feeling misunderstood is probably an ongoing thorn in the side for the INFJ. And I think maybe for INFJ males, there might be even more room to be misunderstood or judged harshly, because of the INFJ, I guess, rarity, if you like, or uniqueness, then the room for being misunderstood is greater. I think it's an INFJ's one of their main desires is to be known for who they are at the core of their being. I know that's true for me. And I think that can be like I think it's kind of wrapped up in the idea, in the desire for the ideal. the ideal relationship, the ideal whatever. But being known deeply is a huge part, I think, of an INFJ's existence.
Hi everybody, Scott here from what was formerly known as the Introvert Power channel and now is just the Scott Morgan channel. I want to talk today about an INFJ concept or theory, essentially looking at NI as both being experienced by the INFJ consciously and unconsciously. So I sort of coined the phrase top heavy and bottom heavy NI, and the top heavy being one that is experienced consciously, but the information that is experienced consciously, essentially it's like it comes from the unconscious, but it's experienced consciously. So it's like when, you know, the insights that INFJs experience sort of on a daily basis is what I would consider, you know, a conscious NI. And while it's experienced consciously, I think a lot of INFJs have a hard time hearing from it, which is another story. But the reason it can be hard to tune into is because we can all have quite a lot of unresolved junk on the inside, a lot of noise, and we can also just not be familiar with it. So it's like INFJs have to learn how to hear from their dominant function. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. But anyway, this top heavy NI is what is experienced as sort of spontaneous or sort of left of center insights. You know, the information that comes between the cracks, between the lines of what is being consciously noticed and experienced. And I sort of picture like a for the want of a better description, like a hamburger where the top bun is top heavy NI and the bottom part is bottom heavy. And in that sense, top and bottom NI is connected. But bottom heavy NI is, how I describe it, is more unconscious, in the sense that it's like without getting too airy-fairy, I suppose, it's like a guiding force, but I don't mean it in a spiritual sense. I mean it as just a cognitive function, but it's like it's running in the background. And I think it's just the way the INFJ is built. And it's kind of like a current, if you can imagine like a river. The current of the river is like bottom heavy NI that is leading the INFJ along their life's course. And a lot of other types, for most other types, that's not going on. For a lot of other types, their plan and direction and all of that is a lot more conscious. It's a lot more deliberate. And it's not that INFJs can't have plans and directions and so on. There's a sense that something deeper is guiding them that they're not fully in touch with. And for that reason, I think INFJs can experience a certain sort of uneasiness about life direction and purpose, because its guiding force is somewhat unconscious. And it's almost like having to walk by faith that
this bottom heavy NI knows the way and it knows what it's doing. And it's kind of like if bottom heavy NI is the current, that guides the INFJ. It's like it guides the INFJ towards certain life purposes, directions, experiences, and so on. And then top heavy NI that is experienced consciously happens within the context that the bottom heavy NI leads them into. I've personally had experiences where I've done something, I've put something together, or I've been working on something and it's felt like the right thing to do, having no idea that would lead and fit perfectly within something in the future that I had no idea was going to happen. And maybe we can all sort of say that happens to us, but I think it's more of a fundamental experience for INFJs. I think what can happen is this bottom heavy NI, every once in a while there's like forks in the roads or key markers in life that the INFJ experiences. Maybe a handful of times in one's life where, sorry, I've got to untangle myself here, where an INFJ will have an experience, or you could almost say serendipitous, in the sense of deep questions being answered. Everything kind of, all of these paths or bits and pieces of life that the INFJ has been questioning or wondering about come together to act as almost like a confirmation that they're on the right track. Whether that's like meeting someone and having a conversation that is almost feels divinely orchestrated, or just finding something deep being answered, and it can be experienced very intensely. So top heavy NI I'd see as like little sparks of energy, if you like, if the thought is an energy. I guess everything's energy, to sort of normalize that, but to try and just speak the metaphor out, top heavy NI, Sammy, is momentary inspiration that usually energizes the INFJ momentarily, whereas bottom heavy NI, it's like a full body or full consciousness experience, where that unconscious narrative comes up to meet the top heavy NI, or you could say just comes up to envelop the INFJ in a period of time or a momentary awareness that they're on the right track, that everything sort of happens for a reason, and all of this sort of thing. I don't feel like I'm fully explaining it as clearly as I would like, but I think INFJs watching will resonate with it. But anyway, I hope that you found the video interesting. Just wondering if other INFJs relate to this top heavy and bottom heavy NI. It's not like a complete theory or anything like that. It's just a way of describing how NI can be experienced by INFJs. And just to let you know, I have a a Patreon account if you would like to support me making these videos, and just to let you guys know that I am a professional counsellor. I've been counselling for 9 years, so I'm available for counselling sessions. If you're looking for a counsellor, feel free to send me an email and get in touch and for us to talk about that. For people that prefer to read about this sort of material as opposed to listen to it, I have a few articles on my website, and the link is in the description, that you could go and check out and subscribe to get those sent to you. But anyway, I'll leave this video here, and thanks for watching, and I'll see you in another video. Maybe as a side note to this video is some people watching who believe in the existence of God would be listening to this going, that just sounds, NI sounds like God in the way that you're describing it. And I would agree that that's what it sounds like. And I think though that NI in and of itself, its characteristics can be attributed to some of what we know as sort of the way God operates, in the sense of people would say, God said this to me, or God said that to me, or whatever, and an INFJ would say, I just have this sense or this knowing that something is right. So I think there's a bit of overlap in the way NI can be experienced versus the way people experience God. But NI is not God. It is just, for whatever reason, the way the INFJ's been wired is to somehow be able to pull things out of the unconscious in ways that other types can't or struggle to. But NI is not God. I think I would describe sort of like a God encounter or experience, or whatever you want to call that, is completely separate to NI experiences and processes.
The INFJ needs to create a space that allows the NI self to take shape, to shape the INFJ, to shape the world. The problem the INFJ has is the culture moves too fast or too slow, turns fear into a virtue, disguises hate as love, preaches lies as gospel truth, turning everything upside down. The cultural space is often a frenemy to the INFJ, pretending to assist while sabotaging and remiss, disorientating the INFJ from NI time and space. To re-enter NI time, sometimes the INFJ needs to exit the temporal, sit in their temple, to re-engage with the supertemporal. In other words, the INFJ needs to create a space around themselves that enables them to live within and from themselves. How do we do this? There is an ancient proverb that says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." If what the INFJ is doing is not fulfilling, chances are something or someone is occupying the heart in a way that is detrimental, tethering the INFJ away from who they are to be and do. Guarding the heart requires not letting anyone or anything in that is not worthy of occupying a single fragment of the heart space. This is a challenge for many INFJs, as they have often been conditioned to adjust and accommodate themselves to others, opening themselves up to whatever is in the heart of the other. Imagine the heart as a garden, with a fence around it and a gate that opens from the inside. Looking around the current state of the garden, What condition is it in? Who or what is in the garden? What belongs in the garden and what doesn't? What belongs but needs to change? What have they done to the garden? Take notice of that which belongs and how that feels. Now take notice of what doesn't belong and how that feels. As little INFJs, the garden is tended to by others, sometimes carelessly, allowing the garden to receive too much sunlight or not enough. Notice, however, that the latch is on the inside, not the outside of the gate. As adult INFJs, the INFJ can take full ownership of the gate and garden inside and decide what is let in and let out. Giving life back to NI requires identifying everything and anyone that doesn't belong in the garden and removing it. This is not easy, and in some areas of life is not always possible, at least in an ideal sense. However, starting simply and where one can is all it takes to begin noticing the NI difference. The garden is your heart, and you decide who or what occupies it. Taking care of your heart takes care of NI, restoring relationship with it. As the proverb says, everything you do flows from your heart. Get your heart right, and you will soon be pursuing the desires of it.
Hi everybody, Scott here. I have to say I miss saying hi there. Hi everyone, Scott here from the Introvert Power channel. Sort of rolled off the tongue, but it's no longer called that, so I just have to say hello everybody, Scott here. In this video I want to talk about a tension that can exist between the INFJs NI and FE in a way that I think is again unique to INFJs, and it's that sort of paradox is INFJs can intuit things that that FE, it's like FE can't handle, or that the INFJ struggles to be able to handle. Now, it's not going to be for everybody or every INFJ, and what the INFJ struggles with will depend upon, from INFJ to INFJ, but for the most part, there can be a tension between, or there can be a struggle for the INFJ to accept what it is that they intuit. Oh, Sammy, you okay, buddy? Hang on, lift. Oh, there you go. Okay. Sammy just got caught up in his lead. It's like the FE. Maybe I'll start it again. So there can be a tension for the INFJ in what they intuit and how they present themselves. So if they're dealing with someone who they're sensing is being deceptive or two-faced, or maybe they're just picking up an agenda in the other person, then the INFJ has the sort of challenge of holding that NI knowing in the background whilst still feeling the need to create harmony in the outer world through their FE. There can just be a struggle. It's almost like the INFJ, it's like their NI can be wiser than they're currently able to handle, and So there can be almost a rejection of their NI because they're uncomfortable with what they know or what they sense they know. And it's kind of beyond the INFJ's ability to handle in the outer world, which can just create a tension, create a tension on the inside. And so yeah, NI is writing checks that FE can't cash. And I think it's just a challenge for INFJs to learn how to hold that information. Now that can turn into wisdom, in the sense of knowing what to do with the intuition. And in a lot of cases, it's about not doing anything. Just recognizing it is often enough, and sort of knowing that it's actually okay to not do anything with it can actually bring some relief internally for the INFJ. So, like, on one hand, it's almost like without the awareness, the INFJ gets a sense of something but feels uncomfortable with what they know and feels the need to sort of hide that intuition through maintaining FE harmony in the outer world. And just knowing that it's actually okay to not do anything with the NI, and that it can actually just sit in the background and wait for more evidence to prove it, then the INFJ can hold that NI knowledge, if you like, or curiosity, and maintain authenticity in the outer world by continuing to maintain harmony, or just extrovert in such a way that they're feeling congruent. Because often INFJs don't feel congruent because their NI is knowing what their environment can't handle. And so in a sense, with great power comes great responsibility. So if INFJs can gather that NI and just let it sit there, sort of store it away, not out of sight, but just store it to one side, and continue to engage in the outer world in whatever way they need to, and either just let knowledge come forward from the outer world that either backs up or disputes their NI knowing. So there's often great power in doing nothing with what is known and just let it unfold. For some INFJs, there can be a compulsion to tell people what they know or what they're sensing. It's like, you wouldn't think of it this way, but INFJs can be like a bull in a china shop with their insights, in the sense that they're throwing their insights around in a way that could be damaging to people that may not be ready to hear it, or it might be hurtful. On the other side, INFJs can share their insights with people that don't value it, and it's like throwing pearls before swine. It's very painful when an INFJ shares some aspect, some deeper knowledge or deeper awareness, and people just walk all over it. So there's a great benefit in just holding NI in the background, and it's like waiting for the right time to potentially share NI knowings and insights, and that timing is everything, essentially, with this sort of thing, whereby an INFJ could say the same thing in two different situations or two different times and get two very different outcomes. one could be very destructive, the other could be incredibly powerful for both them and other people when it's shared at the right time. I think the challenge for the INFJ often, though, is if they're able to hold it in the background, is knowing when to share it, because sometimes sharing it can feel confrontational. Even though it's not designed to be confrontational, the information can be confrontational. And that can push on an INFJ's FE desire for harmony and connection when they do put something out into the world that their NI has picked up that could be uncomfortable but necessary to bring up. I think it's important to acknowledge that healthy INFJs do that. If they do bring something up at the right time that could potentially be uncomfortable or confrontational in nature, it's actually to promote harmony. It's actually to bring about a deeper, in relationship, it could be a deeper connection, or just closeness and things like that. So I think that's an important piece to acknowledge, that it's to promote more harmony, not to create conflict in and of itself. However, people on the receiving end who aren't used to potentially being challenged with what NI knows could potentially be defensive. So it's really important for INFJs to develop their language in finding ways to deliver information in a way that's receivable. And I think INFJs have a great capacity for that, a great capacity for tact and being able to share difficult information in a way that's palatable. But not all INFJs have honed that skill, and so sometimes INFJs can, especially if they're stressed or angry, can share insights in a very hurtful and damaging way, without any FE filter. That's can be very damaging. So it's important for INFJs to develop language that enables them to share some of the things they know, especially when it's within the context of their relationships. Sharing things in ways that invite people to explore what they're saying, as opposed to it being a judgment or an accusation or something that a person's just going to want to react to or get defensive over. So anyway, that's probably long enough for this video. I hope you find it helpful, and I hope this video finds you well, and I'll see you in another video.
Hi everybody, Scott here. In this video we're going to talk about how to wake up a sleeping NI. Now, just before we start, just to let you know that I am a counsellor and an MBTI practitioner. If you would like to know more about that, feel free to click the link in this video, and there'll be a link also in the description. Like most people watching my videos would be aware, NI really is countercultural. It really operates counter to the culture, and we'll look more into that as we go along. If we want to build confidence, we've got to practice, and practice enables us to build trust in our abilities. Now, for an NT, that's most likely something like debating, having conversations, testing out their logic, sparring with others verbally to build their cognitive ability. For an SP, it's more likely the doing of something, going out, having lots and lots of different experiences to build confidence in that external world. For the SJ, it's probably more about helping people, about getting into community, building networks, that sort of thing. Those are the sorts of things that the other temperaments generally do to build confidence. For the NF temperament, it is cooperation, building harmony with other people. Now, how does the INFJ build cooperation with their NI? Now, an analogy to try to unpack this a little more is if someone wants to build muscle mass, they probably need to go to the gym. They need to get into a program and be lifting weights and progressively increasing those weights and looking at muscle tone and weight and all of these things, being very conscious, being very deliberate, being very measured in all of those areas to achieve the goal. Now, with NI, it's essentially the opposite in the sense that it's about relaxing, it's about getting calm, it's about getting still in some respects at least. Certainly that's an element to it, where it's almost about disengagement, which we'll unpack further also as we go along, but it's essentially not being consciously active in order to engage with NI. Now, one of the reasons for that more disengaging approach to NI, which we'll unpack more, is, I should say, underlying that is a principle. And the principle is that control destroys relationships. And any control or any attempt to try to control NI destroys the ability to connect with NI. Now, there's another principle in regards to relationships, which is if you're not free to be in relationship until you know that you're free to be out of relationship. Meaning, when two people are in relationship, if there is control, then there isn't relationship. Control isn't relationship. It's the opposite, essentially. Whereas where two people are in relationship and they know that they're not controlling it and the other is free to leave it, and both are aware that they're allowed to leave if they want to, and they set the other person free to leave, like there's no control, then the relationship ironically has the best chance for survival because they both want to be in it, because there's not this added complication where there's control to try to keep them in it. So essentially both want to stay because they know that they're free to leave. And that is I guess a segue into the INFJ NI relationship, whereby where there's no control, the person's not trying to control it, trying to actively engage with it and be anxiously trying to get insight and things like this, then they're more able to gain that insight. Now, when someone is in relationship, or there's a couple in relationship, if there is control, it's very important for the survival of the relationship to figure out the why of it. And that's the same for the INFJ and their NI, is if they're not connected to it, if they're not sensing it, if it's not available to them, there's a good chance that the INFJ is trying to control it or something in their lives that is disrupting their ability to be available to their NI. So it's really important to get to the bottom of any of the whys, like the why of any control that's going on that might disrupt NI. So for the other temperaments, where it's through the doing, it's through the practicing that builds confidence and skills in regards to their cognitive abilities, it's through essentially the not doing for the INFJ, in the sense of the quieter, the more observant, if you like, to the environment and to the self, the more confidence is built in NI, because it's going to be more available and more trustworthy through that I guess you could also say trusting that NI will be there for them when it's required. So just that idea of, if I set NI free, then it's going to be available to me.
So to summarize, if you're feeling like you're not connected to NI in the way that you should, there's a good chance that you're trying to control something. Either NI itself, or an aspect of your life that's causing anxiety, causing stress, something that's causing a disturbance that essentially disconnects you from NI. And ironically, it's about resolving those things so that you can set NI free, like in the relational sense, set NI free so that it is available to you in relationship. So get the why right, figure out what the why is, and NI will be there for you. Now, where this can be an additional challenge is in relationships with others, where FE is more of a factor, where the INFJ's FE is overactive in an engagement that leads to a diminishing of NI in that environment, but we'll go into that in another video, so stay tuned for that. So an encouragement for you in this video is, if it's resonating with you, a challenge might be to spend some time figuring out what the why is of any control that you're aware of in your life that might be hindering NI engagement. And feel free to leave a comment below in regards to your insights into what might be hindering your NI.
Buddy Scott here. In this video, I want to talk about the importance of actualizing our NI. I'm going to try and make this quick, but we'll see how we go. I remember when I was in sixth form, I think it was, in New Zealand, which I think I was about 16 years old. I had a really good English teacher. Now, I didn't do a lot at school. I didn't connect with school much at all, and with teachers generally at all in school. Without going into all of that, I had one teacher that I remember to this day, Mrs. Christensen, who was an English teacher, and I could just tell that she cared about people, and I could tell that she believed in me. And I hadn't really experienced that before. And it's vague memories now, going back a long way, but I just remember there being a real positive atmosphere. And I think what it did is it allowed me to be comfortable enough to access my NI. Now, I wouldn't have thought of this at the time or for a long time, but I remember we were given a creative writing project to do. And I think it was a creative project, like just write a story. And because of this atmosphere, because I felt accepted and relaxed, and there was like a harmonious environment, like she handled the class well so that everyone could achieve their own individual potential. You know, no particular person was controlling the classroom and things like this. It enabled a space for me to, I think, move into my creative side. Now, this is well before I knew anything about the MBTI or INFJ, NI, and all of that. But I wrote one line that I remember to this day because it was an insight into, this might sound odd when I say what the sentence was, but it was an insight into my intuition, my ability to use words creatively, and an insight into probably where I was at the time as a 16-year-old. And the line was, "Life was a merry-go-round of confusion." And I remember writing that, and then I was like, "That's a clever sentence. This is really like," and it was, I think, the first time that I was able to actualize some of what needed to come out of me, for a lot of reasons, but I'm looking at it particularly through just the NI lens here, because it then spoke back to me. And then years later, I remember thinking back, yeah, that must have been where I was at the time as a 16-year-old. And just that
just that atmosphere enabled me to actualize some of what was in me in a way that then was able to speak back to me. And so that's just a small, it was an important story for me, but it's really to illustrate this importance of creating an environment for ourselves where we can allow our NI to be actualized. Now, we're all going to be at different places. Our lives are all very different from one another in a lot of ways. So what this might look like for one person is going to look different for the next person. But just this idea of creating an environment to let whatever the truth is within to come out. Now, it could just be more of a sort of an existential kind of, like in a sense, I think that line that I had as the start of my story was somewhat existential. It was, maybe that's not the right word, but it was like, it spoke a lot, and there was a lot in there for me to eventually unpack in my life. But what I'm trying to get at is, for one person, it might be just getting a pen and paper down and start writing and seeing what comes out. For someone else, it might be going and talking to someone, just having a conversation, if they're in an NITI loop. For another, it could be, I have some ideas, I want to look at developing them. So for someone, it might be a business or a book or maybe their own YouTube channel. It could be anything that they want to do in the world, whether it's a career, studies, anything. And I think INFJs can get lost in the sensory world in a way that causes them to get stuck in their NITI and not develop, or there's a delay in developing themselves because they can get stuck in that place. And the need to do something, it's like that scripture that talks about faith without works is dead. It's like INFJs can come up with all sorts of ideas, come up with all sorts of creative things to do and be and see and so on. But without taking action, it doesn't go anywhere. It's just a nice fuzzy feeling in their head, whereas some of these ideas need to be put out in the world and need to be actualized. There was a time, number of years ago now, where being a counsellor was just a thought that I spoke to someone once. I said, I think I'd make a good counsellor, and that speaking that out then led to most of my life in a lot of ways. Now, for me, that was connected with my faith because, it was just a weird thing for me to say at that time in my life, but it was like someone gave me an atmosphere, a space where I could sit with myself and speak the truth, and out of my mouth came, I think I'd make a good counsellor. So it's really important that we both, as adults, that we create an environment around ourselves that enables ideas to come forward. But also, once we've got those ideas, we need to then find ways of actualizing them into reality, and pursue those things. And I remember a good friend of mine saying once that it tends to pay to take risks with your strengths. And NI is a strength. What it comes up with is often a strength. It's good to test our ideas out with people that we trust, because some of them could be, just not realistic, or just not even that, but they need to match reality to some extent, just a silly example, an 80-year-old, it's probably not a good idea that they try and become an astronaut. It's like maybe not, maybe spend your energy doing something else. So just that idea that there needs to be a pathway for us to actualize our ideas and our creativity. But oftentimes we need to start walking in that direction for that to start to open up and work its way. We need to take those steps towards what we're intuiting, and then things may start to open up. We have a conversation with someone that opens up something that leads to another conversation with somebody else that leads to something else that opens things up, and the path becomes clearer as we pursue the idea. But this is really just a video to encourage people, if you've got those ideas, if you've got that creativity, that it's sitting in you, now might be the time to take some action towards actualizing your NI, so that it can become both a blessing to others and a blessing to yourself. So I hope that this is an encouragement to you, and I'll see you in another video.
Hi patrons, Scott here. I just firstly want to thank you for your support through Patreon, and it's much appreciated. And I hope you enjoy this video. This video is on depression, and I'll probably make another video, a more generalized video on depression for INFJs for the main channel. But I wanted to sort of share at least my own personal experience with this. Now, on one hand, it's kind of I've never really identified myself as having struggled with it. And as the video unfolds, I think you'll understand why. But when I've looked back over my life, especially my teen years, I can sort of identify that I had this kind of consistent low-grade depression. And I think there's specific reasons for that I'll explain in this video that other INFJs might identify with. So depression is there's on one level it can be seen as quite a simple concept, but the way it sort of plays itself out in the world and in people's worlds can be very complicated and complex. For me, I think this low sort of baseline depressive feeling, because it was there as a consistent thing, and probably from when I was quite young, and I think people around me didn't recognize it, especially 25, 30 years ago. Things were seen like depression and mental health and all those things weren't really seen the same way as they are today. And because it was it was sort of a low level, it was kind of undetectable. Although people would wonder what was going on for me at various times because of maybe some of that melancholy presentation that I would have at times. But I want to kind of look at it in two ways. There are two main reasons that I think this existed for me growing up. One was growing up in a family that had some problems, had some issues going on, and I won't go into that here. Only to say that my parents separated when I was about 7, and there was a lot of moving around that occurred during my childhood and adolescent years, and I think that certainly had a bearing on it. Had a bearing on the way in which I felt, and so on. The other side of it, it was like maybe compounded it, was and this is looking at it way further into the future, that discovering that I was an INFJ
had INFJ personality traits, I recognized that for most of my life, and especially those years, I didn't know who I was and nobody else did. And so I grew up not, like you could say, not fully alive. The way I sort of see that, and it's sort of bringing some psychological counselling topics or themes here, is that we need to be mirrored. Ourselves need to be mirrored growing up, in order for that mirror, in order for what the person's doing to be real. And an example of that is if, like, there's a disturbing video on YouTube where there's a baby who's very happy, and it was a sort of an experiment, and the mother's also engaging and smiling, and there's a lot of connectedness going on. She's mirroring back that warmth back to the baby, and the baby's mirroring it back, and it's just this lovely exchange. And then they show the video where she is just flat pan face, no expression whatsoever. And within a minute, the child's still trying to play and be happy. And then all of a sudden she's met with this, the child's met with this, it was actually a baby, met with this blank face. And you can see the child react to this. And within a minute or so, the child is crying quite strong, in quite a strong way, because of the anxiety that's being produced by not having that mirroring take place. So it's a long way around of saying, if we're putting ourselves out into the world, but what we're putting out isn't mirrored back, it's like it doesn't exist yet. It's hard for it to exist, and we learn to kind of shut down parts of ourselves and only really live from places that, or from parts of ourselves that get mirrored back from our culture or from our family. And as we know, for most people watching this are INFJs, there's huge slabs of INFJs' reality that is unrecognized or misunderstood, not received, and so it's not mirrored back, it's not validated. And so I think that's one of the main reasons why I had this sort of low level depressive feeling, although I didn't recognize it at the time, was that I wasn't able to be fully alive, because who I was and who I am wasn't being validated, affirmed, acknowledged, noticed, cared about. Some of that was other people's issue, but a lot of that is that we only can really mirror back to others what we understand about ourselves. So from a personality type point of view, when we have people in our lives that don't have NI as their dominant or auxiliary function, it's just missed for the most part, and the culture doesn't really recognize it either, and so it gets lost, gets missed, and so I think this sort of low level, I'd probably be more comfortable using the word sadness. It was like just a low grade sadness, a bit like, someone walking around like wanting to be recognized for who they are or understood, but not knowing that that's what's going on, because how do we know that as a child growing up? It's not until we get a bit older and we find other ways of getting our needs met and things like this that we recognize that we start to recognize who we are and then what we missed out on. But that was kind of what it was like for me. It was like I was walking around with, think of the light switch with the dimmer. And you can be fully bright. And I think I was walking around, it might sound like a contradiction, but it was like I was walking around with it just like when you turn it around, the knob around, and you start to get just a sort of a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like how much I felt alive back then. But that would suggest that if that was the level of aliveness that I felt, then surely I was deeply depressed. But I wasn't really. It was a low-grade depression or sadness that kind of just was there, that I had no idea was there. So it wasn't until later in life where, like in my 20s, that I started finding some things out about myself, about life. It's like when you step out of your own family of origin and into other realms of living, you start to be exposed to concepts, ideas, people, interactions that help you to get to know yourself a little better. And it wasn't until that started to happen that I was able to recognize, I wasn't too happy back then. And slowly through my 20s, that light has started to sort of turn up, get a bit brighter. It wasn't until I found the Myers-Briggs and had done a more work on myself, and it was like my own personal heart work and dealing with my own issues, that took place in my 20s. But it kind of needed to, it wasn't until I sort of discovered the Myers-Briggs and introverted intuition and sort of read on that and like, in a sense, reading that, reading about the INFJ personality type was a sense of it mirroring me. And so that really that process really turned that light bulb up to full. And where I started to get a sense of how I tick, of what is important to me, why I've had some of the challenges and struggles that I've had, and all of that. So anyway, I hope you've enjoyed the video. Feel free to share your thoughts on this topic, and I'll see you again in another video.